나이가 맞다 못해 그냥 사라졌습니다.
이게 진짜 0점.
자, 이러면 빈틈 선수가 뭘 할 수 있죠? 할 수 있는 게 적어 보여.
그래도 킬 하나 정립.
아, 할 수 있는 게 많았네요.
자,
역시
아,
빈틈.
이거 또
멧돼지가
네, 멧돼지가.
아니, 게다가 이 멧돼지 그냥 파란색 안 맞았거든요.
멧돼지가
네.
사실 관람료를 냈다고 볼 것 같아요.
예.
오늘 멧돼지는 왜 이러죠?
와, 의지를 가지고
네,
뭔가
머리가 멀다 보니까 학교에서 모든 게 결판날 수도 있겠다라는 생각이 갑자기 듭니다.
그렇습니다. 자, 데몬 드라이브와 에로키아 자 교전 벌이고 있는데 자 시로 선수가 살아나가고 있고
자,
진화
이한
선수
이렇게
쪽으로 진화 선수
끈적지게 계속 때릴 수만
있거든요.
있으면 되거든요.
자 그래서 동해 선수가 살아갈 수 있나?
와,
근데 진화원이 뒤에서
코리아를 먼저 잡아내면 이야기가 다르죠.
그렇죠. 아르다의 이런 센스 플레이가 너무 돋보였습니다.
이러면 이한도 잡히고요. 이한도 살아갈 수가 없고요.
네.
오, 좋은 교전 능력 보여주고 있는 데몬 드라이브.
그리고 대구 가디언즈가 우리 밸류가 이렇게 잘 나왔는데 뭔가 성과가 안 나오고 있으니까 조금 적극적으로 움직이고 있어요.
그렇죠.
그러면 여기서 다 정리하고 시간 벌어서 들어가겠다라는 판단인 것 같고
아스트라 버스트까지 깔끔하게 일단 프리트 만들어줬습니다.
네,
방금
자.
교전으로 또 궁극기나든지
많이
전술끼리
뺐죠.
빠져있을 수밖에 없는 상황이었다 보니
네.
밀어내는 데까지 성공을 했습니다.
자, 대구 가디언즈 7번째 킬을 만드는데 자
자
이제
이러면
엄밀히 포스를 들어오긴 하는데요.
아스트라 버스 아직
없어요.
쿨이거든요.
자, 혁추 선수 살아나가고
그렇죠.
있고 자, 요한 궁극기 받으면서 힐 채워지는데
와 저
자,
자리에 딱
그런데-
아스트라 버스가 들어갔었어야 됐는데
NCMB가
NCMB 잡아냅니다.
보려고
오!
했는데 아스트라 버스트도 없고 궁극기도 없고.
자, 철 그리고 지월크 여기서 잡힐 것 같습니다.
이제 돌았어요.
강한 결
이제 마이클이 안 나와요.
자, 철까지 잡아내면요. 사실은 이 3대3 구도가 성립이
네.
안 되거든요. 왜냐면 아이템 밸류만 보시면 대구 가디언즈가 훨씬 좋아요. 근데 엄리스폰서블이 딱 그 좋은
아,
타이밍에 들어와서
저 완벽한 밸류의 가디언도 못 막는 시각인가요?
그렇습니다.
그렇죠.
예. 그치만요.
근데 시간이 없어요.
여기는
네,
터집니다.
너무 허망하게
오!
게임이
한국에서
끝납니다.
모든 게 정말 결판이
아니,
났습니다.
정말.
그래서 이제 피가 나고 있었네요.
자, 바다출혈로 사망했고요. 자, 이쪽은 골든라이트와 럼프레벨즈인데 쉽지 않습니다. 일단 골든라이트가 대처를 잘해주고 있기도 하고
오늘 진짜 이 명만 선수가 상대방이 들어오는 걸 이미 물감으로 너무 잘 차단을 해주고 있기 때문에
네.
이 전선이 유지된다고 설명드리고 싶었는데
근데 그래도
레벨스의 저력
지난 패치
야생동물
버전이니까.
잡힌 건 다 잡혔고
예.
이제 오브젝트 비었는데
뽑으면
갈
됩니다.
수 있거든요.
그래서 우리 운석 먹을래, 생나 먹을래,
네,
아니면
이런
다 있으면 뭐
행복한 피드백 하고 있을
그렇죠.
겁니다.
행피. 자, 야생동물 먹을래?
이 한번 떨어지면서 서약은 켰는데요. 그럼 이 타이밍에 데미지 딜링을 많이 뽑아내야 이 생명의 나무 교전을 밀어내는 건데 이거 서약 빠지고 궁극기 빠진 에이든이 이제 뭐 할 수 있나요?를 물어봐야 돼요.
자, 뭘 할 수 있을까요? 강한 결속 키고. 자, 앞으로. 자, 시로 선수의 HP도 반 이하 이기는 한데 자, 와컬 선수가 잘 버텨주고 있고요.
자, 그리고 안쪽으로 파고 들어가면서
어.
에어본 당겨내는 와커를
자,
잡아내려고
헬기
하지만
호출과 치유드론 켜집니다. 와컬 사람 나가고 이어서 자, 와우. 먼저 에이든 잡아내고 이어지는 유민까지 잡아내고
와, 아니 진짜 그런데 스토리아의
장난 진짜.
아까부터 진짜 나도
진짜 장난이다.
진짜
아니
대박인데.
제가 한 반밖에 못 봤거든요. 근데 이번에 풀로 다 봤거든요.
그렇죠.
진짜
자, 근데
잘
3대?
찹니다.
자, 영만 일단 공격이 세번 다 맞았고요.
네. 3대3 2일차 낫 정남 락스랑 골든 라이트. 자, 오우. 뭐 큐스티 빗나갔지만요. 이동국. 오.
자,
이게 잘
그렇죠.
안착은 했습니다만
자, 우측은 대구 가디언즈랑 데몬 드라이브. 자, 그런데 여기서 또 다시 키를 먹어가는 쪽은 대구 가디언즈이기 때문에 이 팀이 지금 또 좋은 모습을 끊임없이 보여주고
향기
있고요.
선수 가드가 너무 좋은데요.
네.
자, 근데 이러면 허리 선수가 다 잡아주지 못하면 데미지가 모자른데 저기도 마무리가 안 돼서 선수 선수도 마무리가 될 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다. 피스메이크 켜지고 와우 페이지 선수가 지금 헤지 스킬 잘 피했거든요.
그냥 빼면 됩니다.
그렇죠.
쭉 빼면 되고요.
추가 연승으로 하나를 못 가져가는 건 아쉽지만 살아있는 게 중요하죠.
자, 프로토콜 위반 사용이 됐고요.
이거 라쿤 선수가
자, 들어가면서 아디나 정확히
그렇죠.
노려주는데요.
블링크 빠진 그렇죠. 아디나인데 자, 바로 반응해 줍니다.
3대 이거 빨리 끝내지 않으면 에르키아 들어옵니다.
병원에
빨리
지금
끝내지 않으면
병원에
에르키아가 들어옵니다. 자, 그럼 에포메이션이
아니 비스가 빈틈 선수 다운되면서
에포메이션 8등으로 마무리가 3일차 낮이 또 되자마자 한 팀이 사출이 되는 위기를 겪었고요. 자, 이거 지금 워버 선수가 시킨 건데
치나요?
워버 선수가 시킨 건데 요거 자 궁극기는 다 들어와 있기는 합니다. 데몬 드라이브가 오히려 아직까지는 아르다 궁극기 없는 상태이지만
아르단 좀 금방 차긴 하는데
그렇죠,
헬기가
그렇죠,
이제
그렇죠.
돌았어요.
자
일단
시로의 이안이 버텨줘야 되는데 기절 맞고 난이
잘
탈신도
피하긴 피했습니다.
그렇죠. 그럼 결국에는 아이템을 뺏는 데까지 성공을 했습니다.
그렇죠. 데몬 드라이브가 뺏었거든요. 여기서 시로 선수 이안까지 킬을
여기서 다운까지
만들어내면 너무 좋죠.
지금 에르키아 입장에서는 완전 손해를 싶었을 텐데 이러면 각이 그냥 원점입니다.
그렇습니다.
하이버로부터는 의미가
없어요,
없어져요.
없어요. 예. 자, 그래서 럼프레벨즈랑 락스가 다시 3대3 하게 되겠고요. 자, 5등 점수로 마무리하는 자 대구 가디언즈였습니다.
자, 에이든의
오,
궁극기가
와.
완벽하게 떨어지면서
와우, 전국
자,
에이드 협회가
네.
피해드 선수를 주목하고 있습니다. 오, 향기까지 잡아내겠죠, 이거는요.
자
와.
이러면은
철학 선수죠.
이겨내면
그리고 유민이 사거리가 길이야 이건 절대 아니기 때문에
그렇습니다.
네.
그리고 뭐 피에드 선수의 에이든의 낙하와 더불어서 에스텔도 발빠르게 진입을 해주는 이러한 콤보가 좀 필요한 상황이 되었죠.
네. 자, 영만.
근데 한번 핑퐁 됐어요.
그렇죠.
도깨비불 맞았거든요. 근데
맞긴 했지만 자, 이거 그래도
이미
조금 살고 있긴
에이든이
해요.
너무 건재한 상태에서 헬기호수까지
아,
빼냈고요. 이러면
라이트.
한턴 쉬고 들어오면 돼요.
그 에스텔의 궁극기를 이렇게 빠져버리면은 피에드 선수가 안쪽으로 순간적으로 파고 들어갈 때 확킬 내기도 어렵고요.
이미
하필
그리고
궁극기도
서약이
빠져
빠져있어요.
있어요.
그렇습니다. 자, 다시 한번 교전 봐야겠지만 이 골든라이트가 조금 더 우세해 보이는 가운데
그러니까 서로 순간적인 판단 능력이 너무 좋았기 때문에 영만 선수도 터지지 않을 수 있었고 일단 다 살아나가긴 했는데 빠진 게 너무 많은 럼프레베스예요.
그렇습니다. 자, 그래도 다시 한번 멋진 교전으로 뒤집어야 되는 럼프 레벨즈고요. 골든라이트 침착하게 받아내면 됩니다. 자, 근데 셀린 예, 셀린 한번 벗겨내고
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 3 of the Eternal Return Masters Season 7 Phase number 1. Welcome. We are here today for Knockout Stage 1 and 2. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm still Shuvi, I hope so. And over to my side is going to be Superior. He's back again as well. How are you doing today, man? How's the basement looking?
Yo, how's it going? I'm fantastic. I'm doing fantastic, and I'm happy to be here once again. It is finally time. Unfortunately, we are gonna have to start saying goodbye to some of these teams because we are in the knockout stages now. It's gonna be knockout stage 1 and 2 for today.
Yeah, these teams, they grow on me so fast. I don't want to see them go yet, but alas, that is the way that this format works. It's going to be the first rotation of teams that are really relying on this second and last chance for them to continue on into phase number 1. And today, Super, I've been talking about it all group stage, but I need to see some of these teams improve. A couple of them are here for a genuinely good reason. We saw some very significant weak portions of how their gameplay was looking like throughout the entirety of the group stages. And it's not just one or two of them, it's a lot of them. So today, I'm going to be keeping an eye on how some of these teams play, not just on how well they do today, but how well their adjustments, how well they've improved overall.
Yeah, 100%. These teams, especially now that they're in knockout stage 1 and 2, they definitely need a good performance, and you need to show us why they deserve to, get to the top 24, for that prize pool and for those circuit points.
Indeed. Here's the overview. It's going to look a little confusing for some of you guys. Don't you worry. The only thing at the top left you need to worry about for today is day number 3. We are here for knockout stage 1 and 2. As we mentioned, for those of you guys who are here on time, good job. You guys took heed of the note that we talked about yesterday. You are here at the correct time, so thank you very much about that. This also might look a little confusing, but in essence, we are done with the very far left side. Group stages, all of them are done. We are now here today for knockout stage 1 and 2, which means all of groups 7th and 8th place will be playing first for the first 4 games, and then the top 4 from there will move on into knockout stage number 2. Everybody else will be eliminated to join each group's 6th place teams, and then we'll do another round of 4.
Yeah, it's time for these teams to start climbing the ladder here. If you get knocked out, or if you did bad in the group stages, you're gonna have to play through almost about 20 plus games if you do want to make it to the finals. So it's gonna be a tough road ahead for some of these teams.
Absolutely. Okay, let's take a look at the teams that are going to be playing tonight. For knockout stage number 1, we got a Katsuki, which is very surprising. Rise Kangwon, also very surprising. Dabong, Affirmation, Specialist Insider, Usong University, as well as a Rukia. And then whichever 4 teams, I should say, end up getting that top 4 spots, they'll be moving on into knockout stage number 2, who will be joined by Checheon Cybers, Busan Vespa, Egoism, and the Demon Drive. For a knockout stage number 1 and 2, I genuinely think this is still pretty stacked.
Yeah, a lot of sponsored teams, a lot of well-known players on these rosters here. Unfortunately, not having a good performance in the group stages the last 2 days, and yeah, they're all the way down here. I 100% agree with you. You know, these teams are looking pretty stacked, and still in really anyone's game to crawl their way out here.
For sure. It's going to be a long ride for a lot of these teams. After all, knockout stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the finals if you want to go all the way to the end. How many games is that? 4, 8, 12, 24, and then you have another checkpoint system, so it's going to be 24 plus X, whatever the finals is going to be. It's a long road ahead for these knockout stage 1 teams specifically. If they want to go all the way to the finals, this is where it starts. We need to see some good stuff out of these teams tonight.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see, you know, if some of these teams, you know, adjust their team comp. Maybe, you know, whatever they were playing wasn't working in the last 2 days, and now they're gonna decide to maybe swap it up a little bit here. You know, we did see a lot of Yusina and Kadia being picked during the group stages, so maybe we'll see another ban, or maybe we'll just see, you know, a variety of different comps starting to mesh together.
For sure. I want to see, at least, even if you say different types of team compositions kind of clashing together, I also want to make sure that I want these teams to play their comfort picks. After all, if you're going to be running into situations where you're just not being able to do what you want to do, practice is what makes it work, right? Sometimes it's just not going to work. If you think you have to switch, then of course you will have to. But today is a lobby where a lot of these teams are ones that are kind of making their debut in the competitive scene as a team specifically. So today might be a bit more of where we get to see a little bit more of that communication, a little bit more of that synergy, not just team compositions clashing against each other and praying that the RPS works.
Yeah, 100%. But there has to be a balance, right? There has to be a balance of, you know, these teams picking characters that are good in the meta, and also, you know, characters that these players are comfortable playing. Because obviously, if you're not comfortable playing, you know, some of these characters, you're gonna have a really hard time, especially, you know, when you have so many prominent players here that are just masters on, you know, certain characters, like, you know, like Bongura that we see already locking in that Adina pick.
Yep, nothing too surprising, at least for Pungwa, but this is again a team that we are very, very surprised is going to be playing in knockout stage number 1. JCP, Pungwa, and Yoonhyung on Team Akatsuki gonna be playing the triple DPS, and I really like this. It's a bit more of an adjustment from what we saw on Friday night because we've seen these triple DPS comps working out. I love this swap up over from Akatsuki JCP, although it's a little bit disheartening we don't get to see his Fiora. We saw problems with the comp, they're immediately acting on it.
I like that a lot better as well. We saw how the triple backliner did end up working with the heart because of that Peacemaker. I think the Fiora, you know, Fiora solo frontline just really wasn't working for them, so they're going to try swapping it over here. Let's see how it does end up working out for them. I don't think we have any bans coming to fruition here. We have a lot of duplicates, but yeah, no bans coming out once again.
Yep, not at all. It's going to be double Yusina pick, double Kadia pick, and that is about it from the
exact same team comp, by the way. So it's Marcus also going to be a duplicate, hard as well. But yeah, looks like Team Insider and Team what's their team name again? It was Team
Insider as well as New Rise Kangwon.
And New Rise, yeah. So both those teams, they know the meta right now. So they're just going to be playing, the Kata Yusina that we saw that was showing a pretty dominant performance in the group stages.
Yeah, I want to say NRG, but it keeps reminding me of the other pro team that's around in
Yeah,
a couple
yeah.
different esports, so it throws me off every single time I say it. But yes, Urize Con1 plus Insider running the exact same compositions. It all comes down to the actual execution of it. So let's see how it goes, because here we go, Super. Game number 1 of the knockout stages is going to begin. After this, once again, 4 games, we will end up losing half of the teams inside of this lobby. So if you have a specific team that you want to see go all the way to the finals, make sure you guys encourage them in the chat. You probably won't see it during the games, but if they move on and they're like, oh, let me check the English stream to see how my fans overseas are doing. Listen, it might be cool.
happen, but who knows?
know
Who knows,
some of
right?
them
Maybe.
do. Some of them
Maybe,
do.
yeah. Maybe they actually check. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows, right? I mean, personally, if I was playing in here, I'm like, I would go check out the English stream, a little bit here. So, but yeah, I think Team New Rise and Team Insider, they're both playing the team comp that Auto Arms is playing, and they were the only team that did end up getting over 100 points during the qualifier. So, so surprised that we see this dominant team comp here, and they're actually both going to be ending in hospital and actually going to have a team fight already. It's going to be New Rise actually going to be able to win out on this 2v3 here. They're actually going to be able to get 2 members.
Oh, shot.
And now, yeah, looks like Magnani is going to fall as well, and they're just actually going to get a clean wipe on Insider already. A nice clean 3-0. I think they caught Insider off guard there. You can see the levels are all level 5, and then Team New Rise, they all have their ults already. They're all level 6, so they probably just had a nice item advantage to send it on that team.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw too though, but Nodenel, considering how long he survived, he only had 2 items completed. It was his weapon and his chest piece. So really interested to see how he was able to live throughout that, and he's still going because he's trying to aggress now over on the team of Katsuki. This time around he is full build, but Bunga is still sitting on the regular crown instead of the Imperial crown. It is going to lead Nodenel to unfortunately fall. Riori sitting on the backside. Phoenix Park also trying to do as much damage as possible. Astro Burst comes out, but this is going to be the return fire. Oh, the sharpshooter misses. JCP does get taken down by the in the blitz. Phoenix Park and Riori 2, I think, for 0. Yoonhyung,
3.
I don't know if that's where you wanted her as my guy. Punga also in a little bit of trouble right now. The heart should be coming up in just a moment, but how long can they survive? Just barely. The heart res is right in front of them, looking for a kill onto the Alex, but I don't think that's where you wanted to res either. Akatsuki, death everywhere for this team.
That is a lot of kills being fed into these teams here. New Rise already on 7 kills. They're just farming so many kills down here in hospital. Every team is just funneling in here. There's the ultimate. They are going to use the Soul Shield to get on to Phoenix Park. Phoenix Park is going to get pulled back, and Liet is actually going to be able to finish off the Kadia there. They're actually going to turn their sights to kill DeMarcus as well. Riori tried to look for an angle back, and maybe they get one. They do get the William here. Maybe they need to look for more. Yusina is one of those characters that has great 1v3 potential and has great kite and great dodge out there from Riori actually dodging out on that Estelle, and Phoenix Park is going to be back from that respawn timer, and they're going to be able to pick up another kill.
I like this ego play. It's what I need to see from some of these players. I talked about how well they're going to be able to improve for the overall tournament, more so than just today, right? This is what I need to see from
back
Team
in. You're just looking for more kills.
Yeah, they just want more. There's the stun onto Nodenel. Nothing to say. He misses the opportunity to jump onto the Marcus, and he gets the kill. There is the full wipe over onto Team Arukia. Unfortunately, it's going to be 16 to 17 seconds. They're going to be falling down. A lot of teams getting wiped earlier on into the series, and then considering the fact that we're still, again, on that 1.45 patch, the last day of the season that we're going to be on it. Sorry, the 1.44 patch. The fact that I'm seeing a lot of teams falling down early is not that good at all. I think day 2 and night 2 is going to be even worse for some of these teams. They're falling behind, and yes, you might get the res during those times, but...
Yeah, I mean, New Rise Gunwon, they're sitting on 11 kills already on night number 1. They're just farming this lobby here, and you can see the credit counts as well. They are accelerated. They're on about 250 each. I know there are some other teams that have just as much as well. You can see Team Specialists already sitting on 300 apiece, but they are gonna also be Team Inside actually gonna be contesting for this tree on the bottom side here. Looks like Magnani already getting choked down to half HP. The ultimate already invested from the Yusina here, so now Yusina does not have that safety net. Maybe they can look for an angle there. Sicilla gonna try getting a pull, not gonna be able to find anything. Bungo just taking so much punishment there from the Kadia, but a great trade back. Gonna be chunking the Kadia down to half HP. Seiko gonna get some damage traded back in, and there's a triple backline comp, so Magnani has to be a little careful. Knockup is gonna be invested. There is the third party though. the ultimate from Alex is just going to split the entire team of Team Insider, and they're just going to get completely wiped off the map here from the side of... Yeah, that was a great ultimate. Going to be able to connect, and Magnani is going to fall.
Team
Very nice
Insider
play
falls
from
fully,
Team
Arukia falls fully, like every team is falling down fully right now. Alright, here we go. Wusong University trying to pick up a kill up against Nodenel, but this Marcus is quite tanky even if it's early on in the game. As the Leon duck dive lands, I think that should be it for the Marcus. There we go. An extra kill going in favor of Wusong University, who is going to be sitting on 4 as we're going to start diving into the midway past number 2.
Yeah, and Riori is going to be on the back foot here. Can use the passive, but no speed boost anymore from the Lucina passive. Going to try kiting back. It is kind of hard to kite into the Lucina here, so maybe Riori can get away. Maybe he can just start dropping the abilities to slow him down, but it looks like the Emma is going to get that change and going to be able to connect that skill there. So great play there from Team Wusong. Going to be able to get the 1-up onto Team Nearise, who's been showing a dominant performance, but it's going to be slowed down a little bit here.
Really nice to see that some teams that we would normally not expect to be here are definitely putting in the work. We're seeing the results of why we usually would assume something like that. Love to see it. Gonna be Arukia in a little bit of trouble, has nothing to say on the backside of trying his best to get away, is not going to be able to do so. I think that William has something in his inventory, and Arita also in a lot of trouble. There's going to be the Leon also in a bit of trouble themselves.
I think that was a 4-score. You can see the credits.
That
is oh no, that is a disaster for Team Arukia. It's a -350. Gonna go to the side of Team Akatsuki. They're gonna get that. Looks like it was the Dragon Scale 4. That's a sellout gonna be online. That's so unfortunate. That is
terrible.
That just feels really bad. That just feels really bad. If you ever been in this situation where it's on the day swap, you call on a 4-score and you just lose it, it is such a huge tempo loss for your team. So now Team Arukia is just gonna be on the back foot here. Maybe gonna try getting some farm. Looks like it's gonna be an alpha contest here in Pawn. I think Shoichi is trying to look for an angle and does end up using the a change. That's like going to be invested forward, but unfortunately the bubble is just there to just completely deny any damage from Magician there, and yeah, they're just gonna immediately punish the Emma for jumping on forward. It's gonna be Akatsuki gonna be able to come out on top in that fight and gonna be able to get that alpha for themselves.
Looked a little bit finicky, but there's another fight on the southern side. Yangachi about to be taken down, even despite being in the coffin. It's not gonna matter at all. Down goes the Garnet. Kim Mueller also in a little bit of trouble himself. There's the pushback from Magnani. It is gonna be a 2-for-0, cleanly taken from Team Insider. Not that much invested from that team either. Kadia in the blitz still available, and a couple of those smaller ultimate cooldowns was utilized. Smash the Smithereens will be up in just a few moments. Astra Burst also back up in a few moments. Everyone should at this point have that level 2. We are Bing chilling for Team Insider on the left side of the map, who's also going to be able to get the meteorite.
They get a 4-score back. Oh, they get one. They get one. They have 2.
Okay.
So they're actually back. They're back in the game. It's not bad.
Yeah, and this is actually pretty good because these 4-score values are really high. You have a Leon on your team.
Yeah, especially since they lost the 4-score, they got the 4-score back, so they're basically just back to net neutral here. Unfortunately, it could have been a high roll game if they didn't end up keeping that 4-score, but it's just not going to happen there. There's a knock-up onto the Marcus. Looks like Team Nearise is just going to back away. The rear is actually going to prep their Q, going to get some extra poke damage. A lot of damage being sent over to the side of Team Wusong there. There's a knock-up, and the Leon is just going to instantly fall. Just way too much damage on the side of that Leon. There's really not much they can do. There is the ultimate from the Shoichi. Gonna get locked down, though. It's not going to be enough. Great stun there from the Marcus to deny anything that the Shoichi has to offer.
Narahara needs to die right now if he's gonna die. Okay, he's just gonna opt to stay alive instead. Because I was gonna say, if he didn't die and he died after day number 3, that would have been terrible. -200 at the beginning of the day, not something you want to deal with. And on the flip side, for Team Wusong University, I did like the fact that Suguru, despite landing an initial duck dive onto Nodenel, he didn't overreach, right? He didn't try to initiate any further, but he also started hesitating a little bit more inside of the actual fight. So I want to see a bit more confidence from Suguru right now. They are going to be able to pick up the meteorite, luckily, as nobody's within this area. Their item transitions aren't bad either, so let's see a little bit more confidence, Suguru.
Yeah, Team Akatsuki gonna get pressured down here by Team Nabong, and they're actually gonna get a nice meteor, so they're just gonna back away, maybe use that craft there. It looks like Magician's gonna get locked up. The totem's gonna be forced onto the Emma here. It looks like the Shoichi's gonna look for an engage in. Does hit the dagger. And looks like New Rise is actually going to respect the Shoichi and just going to back away there. But Donald is just going to maybe run them down here. Does have the smash of smithereens. Maybe gonna look for an angle. Is going to use it. And the Shoichi is going to go back and on forward there. Marcus getting chunked down on the great ultimate, but it's going to be buffered by the Kadia. Huge from Phoenix Spark. Is that going to be enough? But the taunt skill was big, and there is a double polymorph. And it's going to be Team Wusong actually going to be the one to come out on top here. Very nicely played by them. And I don't think the Marcus can actually get away here. The Shoichi can just stick onto a character like Blue and actually going to be able to blink on forward. Wait a second, Onalal is going to get the stun, but it's not going to be enough. There's the polymorph, and that's going to be Team New Rise. 13 kills. They had such a strong start, but they're just going to fall to Team Wusong. Team Wusong is playing amazing in that fight.
Confidence play, my friends. He is able to get the dub. Well played to Team Wuzhong University, knocking down one of the biggest competitors inside of this lobby. Team Insider also starting to struggle a little bit as two members on that team is going to fall. So this Marcus, Justina, and Kadia composition struggling at the start of this series. William standing up in the front. He's trying to get the damage down because the signature firewall ball was already invested. That's really good damage over on the team Akatsuki, but with the Peacemaker, from the looks of it, it is just going to be the disengage coming through for this team. Freedom also invested from the Leon, which means everybody on the side of Team Haruki is just going to have to immediately back away, look for a little bit more solace inside of Police Station, where there is a gold cube. So plus 50 credits. Let's go.
Yeah, and it's gonna be Team Akatsuki getting that Omega, and you can see their items already. They are looking really strong. The Allen's gonna be caught out, but it looks like there's gonna be no engage for the side of Team Akatsuki because they are playing that triple backline. So the pull was invested, but you know, nothing to really follow up there. Zillion can also just use the striking tiger to get on out of there. So looks like it will be Team the Bomb just gonna be able to get away. As we're gonna shift our focus to Team Specialist here, just getting some extra farm. We are gonna see the map slowly close here. There are still 7 teams alive, so teams are definitely gonna have to, you know, be a little careful for these third-party situations.
Yeah, I will say though, transitions across the board for most of these teams right now are actually really solid. So the macro player at the moment is looking pretty good. Specialist Kimyar is gonna get tagged up pretty early with the Fleeting Soul, but nothing really gotten from that ultimate investment. That means Team Specialist, getting a little bit confident, is gonna try to look for an initiation. Good damage return over onto the members of Dabong. Alex getting a little bit jiggy with an EMP barrage invested, and the Alex just has to run. His health bar is way too low, but look at the position of this Rio. She's going to be caught out. I like the sacrifice play, but I don't think it should have happened to begin with. A little unfortunate for Dabong. I think the Alex messed up his combos a little bit. It looked a little bit weird, got a little bit too close before he had to blow pretty much all of his kit trying to get himself away. The Dylan was already in. It just seemed... you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think it was a little uncoordinated there. I feel like the Rio still could have got away, maybe using the sword and then, you know, using the arrows to slow the enemy, but looks like they actually just opted to, you know, sacrifice the Rio. Maybe the Rio thought, you know, they had some angle in to get some damage back and maybe poke them down, but yeah, unfortunately it just wasn't enough there. Do we have Team Arukia here on the top side of Ali? They're going to be playing for this box. Nothing to say already on that Burgundy, so he's actually looking really strong on this William. Can he put this team on his back here? Because a lot of the damage for Team Arukia is going to be coming from that William. Looks like Leon is going to get stunned. Leon is actually going to blink on forward, but a little too far in, and now they are forced to back away. That is going to be the lead in. Actually dying just straight from the Ghost Light. The free at last was used to secure the kill, but actually wasn't even needed, and it's going to be Team the Bong. Unfortunately, another minus 200 for that team. Yep, they're getting cooked at the moment. The initiation from Dylan, it's weird. The macro plays from some of these teams are looking extremely solid, but on the flip side, micro is actually... Obviously, the sample size is kind of small because we have only seen one game from them so far, but it's kind of weaker than I've seen over the group stages for some of these teams. The decision making is a little bit finicky, but once again, I want to see the improvements from some of these players. It's just game number 1. Maybe I'll chalk it up to a practice game for some of these guys. It's all good. Just breathe. Dabong, your team name after all is like, it's good, right? That's what it is. It's like the thumbs up. Please. Yeah, I mean, it might be the nerves as well, because these teams are in that elimination bracket now, so you know these teams have to make sure they're playing onto their A game. The EMP barrage was huge, but the counter great pull from the Scylla, able to lock up the Alex, and there's way too much damage on the side of Team Akatsuki because they are playing that triple DPS team there. Now the DLN is going to be forced to back away. I think the item difference is just mounting for Team Dabong there as yeah, these other teams, they're just getting stronger and stronger.
It's really unfortunate for Dabong. They are changing things up a little bit because, as we talked about yesterday, their team composition was triple melee, and that's not going to fly up against a lot of teams inside of ERM. They did change things around and go for the Rio, but the biggest problem is your initiation is still so weird. You're running 2 bruiser characters, especially with an Alex who I saw going Ghost Pride Stress, so it's that weird hybrid
get
of a
anything?
tank.
Oh, they're out.
Ooh, luckily for them, they will be able to get out. But it's that weird hybrid plus damage kind of Alex build. You're not a tank with this necessarily. Yeah, you can get the Ghost Pride just bonus defense stats as well as the HP stats, but he will die. It seems to be like the case for quite a lot of these fights. They do have 6 kills. Their transitions are looking pretty good, as I mentioned earlier. But it's
I
night
wouldn't
number
say
4.
so.
Yeah, it was like it was good a day ago.
It was good. Yeah, it was good like 1 or 2 cycles ago, but now you can see all these other teams are already on 15 gold. They have the blood items on their carry, so looking a little rough, I would say, for that team there. As yeah, I think they're definitely going to be the weakest in lobby because they spent almost about like 400 to 600 credits already just for resing their team. Fortunately, Team Specialist can lose their Garnet here, as yeah, they are going to be caught out by Team Affirmation. Team Affirmation looking so strong. The Felix Bintum sitting on that Spear of Longinus and that Red Shoes. So gonna be a little rough, I would say, for these other teams to really deal with Team Affirmation now.
I love it, man. Yesterday we saw Bintum only sitting up until the, I think it was the Gentian Silver Gun. But this time around, he is actually able to build up into the Spear of Longinus. It's been a long time since I've seen this Felix being able to wield something like this, but the fact that they were able to do it, you can tell they've been keeping up with everything inside of the lobby. Mangnani is going to be able to burger flip JCP over the Peacemaker.
Oh, wait, he walked out!
The explosion shot actually ends up tagging JCP, which pushes him just barely out. Does this catch anybody? Yes, it does. Zico is going to get taken down. Good return from Bungwa. He's trying to do it. The third party coming in from the other side is going to ruin Mangnani's life. That's Insider taken down, fleeing, so landing onto Bungwa, but it's a bit too far away for Changwon to take advantage of. It's a good double sandwich trying to knock down Insider. Dabong and Akatsuki will be able to knock down Team Insider, but they're now facing up against each other. Changho getting stunned by the moon. There's a lot of damage still on the side of Akatsuki, despite the fact that they did invest the Peacemaker.
Yeah, you can't really push into that triple backline team, but yeah, I actually originally thought the Heart just walked out, but yeah, that was a great explosion shot. Is what you're saying. A great push to get the Heart on out of there, but the damage just wasn't there for that team, right? So you still have to push into Akatsuki to try to deny the res, but you're pushing into Adina plus that Sisela. It is a little tough for these teams to walk up without you know, immediately getting blown up.
Yep. They're still fine and then dandy though. At least, funny enough, actually, now that I think about it, it's our Marcus, Justina, and the Kadia team comps that are both dead. So, is it bad? Question mark. I'm not sure. Both of those teams did. Say so. Yeah, no, both of those teams got third party.
Yeah, they got third party, and also, you know, I feel like since they're like sort of copying another comp, right? Like they're not the original, you know, team comp. But I mean, who knows? Who knows?
Akatsuki. A lot of teams hanging around this western or this eastern side of the map, or at least for the eastern side of whatever is open. It's going to be police station and the gas station to be our 2 temporary zones for game number 1. 6 teams remaining. Everybody is still alive, but look at the credit counts. If somebody dies, the only teams that can probably get a res somewhat reliably is going to be Wuzong and maybe Affirmation. They do have enough credits to res 1 person, assuming it's the Adina that does it. But the fight is going to begin inside a fire station. Down goes Yoonhyung. Unfortunately, down goes the Cecilia.
They're killing the body.
The damage is done. The Cecilia is taken down. Delisal, he is just trying his best to get away. The damage is permanent now. Day number 5 needs to find the Lumi, but look at it. Lumi is just traversing across stream and leaving. Delisar is gonna get taken down. That'll be Dabong, unfortunately, taking their lead for game number 1. Bintum able to find a third party on that. But again, the damage is done. Akatsuki down a Cecilia. They put the blood sample item on that character too. They're going to be missing a lot of DPS.
That is very unfortunate, and you can see the timers as well. I'm surprised they're not maybe trying to Hail Mary and maybe like a teleport into one of the red zones to try to get a res off. But I think they saw the pings there. They knew Specialist was there, and now the zones are going to be finalized. Lumi is going to be leaving the map very soon here. So now Kokoski, unfortunately, is just going to have to play as a duo. They have 12 kills, so they have a good amount of points. But yeah, it's probably not going to be what they were looking for this game.
Everybody should have an idea that that is the case too. Look at the top right. It says 5 teams, 14. It's either a couple teams are sitting on 1 person or there's a team on 2. It's going to be Akatsuki trying to walk into gas station, but there's a team hanging around here. So much time being invested by that team as well, sitting on 2 members down to 10 seconds now. Wusong University has their sights set on the JCP. He should be able to get taken down in just a moment. Magician trying to 1v1 Bungo, but I don't know if you allow the Emma to do that. Yeah, there goes the Magician is trying what they can. Bungo is also dodging out pretty much everything in the books of that character too, but JCP is already down. Zuguru trying his best to keep himself alive. Executioner bonus is there, but 8 seconds left on the timer. Everybody from Wusong University needs to walk on in. They're gonna have to go to gas station instead, where they're gonna be joined by 2 different teams that are fighting right around this corridor. Are they gonna be able to take advantage of the Specialist? In a little bit of trouble. Health bar is not looking that good. Peacemaker is gonna go down. It will keep the heart alive just for a little bit, but they will end up getting taken down eventually. Narita sitting up in the front. The kill credit goes in favor of somehow Wusong University for at least 1, but they're still 3-man strong for Irukia.
Different angle.
Does get him, and he does get the kill over onto the William. Look at this. Timer advantage is on nobody at the moment. It's just about 1 second left on the side. Shiro about to go down. Oh my god, Wusong University. They can do it. They're trying to get the res. Emma goes into the stasis.
He does get it. He does get the res back.
They're trying to stay alive. Yeah, but the timer's
you have to kill them here. Oh, they get him. They get them all.
There's the return kill over onto the Estelle. What on earth is going on? Shiro's trying whatever he can. He tries to get the kill, but the dagger resets are there. Freedom. Get the go. He's gotta go. He's gonna get the kill. He gets the kill, and he lives. Irukia living by a breath. 7 kills now, looking for 10. 1 second on the timer. What a save from Shiro, as well as the Estelle of Narita.
That was so smart from the Estelle to just stick the res, because they knew that at the side of Team Wusong, they had no answer to stop the res there, because the Emma already used polymorph. They did end up going into that totem, and then there's just not much. Oh no, nothing to say caught out, and that's gonna be it.
I've seen this before.
Fortunately, the William just getting caught by the Adina, just stun combo, and that's gonna be it. It's gonna be Team Affirmation coming out with a huge win. Gonna be a 14 kill win for them. You can see their items as well today. They actually gave a blood to their Mai with the Blackfire, I think, headpiece there. So yeah, very, very nicely played by Team Affirmation.
Oh my goodness, GG's to Team Affirmation. 14 team kills. Ooh, 26 points after game number 1. Super GG's.
Yeah. Kind of sucks though. All that, outplay, and then you just die to an Adina, stun kind of vision play basically from the William there. A little unfortunate, but
he definitely mispositioned, right?
Yeah, that's just how it is. If Adina does end up catching you with that double stun, I think it was the so basically Adina can lock you down for about like 2 to 3 seconds if they stun you with the the moon like circle ball that they throw, and then they throw the moon Dorito under you, and then they add on to Star Conjunct. It's like you basically get stunned for like 2 to 3 seconds, and then you also lose like half your HP. So
and if you're squishy enough, then Ghostfire is also going to tag onto you as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But even before that happens, I think the Felix was immediately on top of him. Yeah, definitely just a little bit of a misstep, I think, considering they were walking into the zone that Affirmation was in. You do not let the William, of all people, get the bush check.
Walk first, yeah.
You let somebody with health.
You just can't let the ADC walk first, especially since, you got to make sure you clear those bushes. You can't be getting vision played like that. That was just easy pickings for that Dina to capitalize on that Williams misplay.
Yeah, it's not even something like a Rio or even a Nadine that actually has that immediate retreat with something like the Monkey Wire or the Soar. It's a William. He needs to have baseballs down on the ground if he wants to get anywhere. It's not like you can blink that fast either. Bunqua knows a little too much about it. So really good. That's not Bungo actually. That's a different Adina. But you get my point. It's a little bit too straightforward for the Adina to catch out something like that. So just a little bit of an oopsie. It's all good and dandy though. They've already farmed their clip after all for those players, right? Pretty good fight for Rukia inside a gas station. I like what you said about the call on the Estelle just getting the res over onto the Leon, but at the same time, I really hate being critical. I feel like I'm being really critical to a lot of teams nowadays pretty often. But what was that totem from the Emma?
That is true. That is true. I don't know why the Emma decided to totem just an Estelle there, right? It was because it was only the Estelle left, and then the totem just came out. So maybe to try to get some cooldowns back, but definitely wasn't needed, and I think that's what cost them the fight. Because I don't know if they had the polymorph back up, but if they did, then oh yeah, it's just a huge misplay. And I mean, even if they didn't, I think just Emma throwing a couple of abilities maybe would have killed the body. Because the Shoichi was actually doing a lot of damage to that Lien there.
Yeah, or even just hat trick change right on top of it. That's also crowd control that you can use to deny the res. Either way, a lot of big what ifs in the situation. Let's just take a look at what is instead. The score sheet available on the screen is going to be 26 points for Team Affirmation, followed right behind by Wuzhong University. Despite losing the fight inside a gas station, they still managed to secure themselves quite a lot of field kills. So 20 points overall for those players. That is definitely a pretty solid place to be after game 1. Arukia in third with 16. Right below them is going to be Akatsuki with 15. And then it just trails down from there. But you can see right here on the graphic, top 4 will be moving on into knockout stage number 2. So that's what you're aiming for. Everything else doesn't matter, just the top 4.
Yeah, just make sure you're in that top 4 spot to make it out here. So I mean, maybe we'll see Team Affirmation, having that dominant performance in this lobby here. They actually looked really strong. No, I don't think they lost any team fights, and at the end there, you saw the amount of items they had. They just look really comfortable on this team comp.
Yep, and that's what we need to see from a team like Affirmation. After all, you are bolstering Bintum on the Felix, and he is so good on that character. I don't think you and I have. You and I have definitely not shorthanded the amount of praise we've given that player during season 6.
Yeah, him and NCMP just know how to pilot, Felix to its peak, basically. So we'll have to see, how it might maybe change some of these teams, because Felix is a great character, especially into the auto attack characters, because he does have all those dodges. He is able to kind of weave in and out of these fights, and yeah, I mean, paired well with the Mai, right? Able to follow up on the Mai engage. We'll have to see, how these teams sort of play around them.
For sure. It's going to be one of those situations where it's all about navigating these fights. I don't think the team compositions are going to change too much, especially throughout the entirety of ERM phase number 1 to begin with, just simply due to the fact that the Kadia Justina composition is just way too popular right now. You're gonna always have at least one auto attacker that the Felix is going to be pretty useful into. So Affirmation getting a very solid start in knockout stage number 1 is a really good sign for this team, because in the end, it's just a best of 4. In comparison to, if you guys were watching earlier, ERCS qualifiers where it was 6 total games per group, it's 4. That's not that much.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a scrim set, so these teams should be pretty familiar with just playing 4 games, but they definitely need to bring their A game here, because 4 games means if you go 8, or if you don't really have that many points, one of the games, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be really hard to crawl your way back into the series, just because 4 games, it's not really that much to work with.
Absolutely. Here we go. Character selections for game number 2. There are no bans, as we talked about it in game number 1. That means everything is available to play. And from the looks of it right now, I don't think we... Oh, no, actually, there is 3 hearts. Yeah, Yona is going to be swapping over onto that. Kinyar on the heart once again. JCP on that character right now as well. Outside of that, don't see any other bans. There's an Ava that is being hovered by Taemyeon, and it will be locked in. Dial in Alex and the Eva. Okay. How do you play this? How do you play this?
I don't really like that, because Eva and Alex are sort of like
complete polar opposites.
Yeah, they're looking for the dive, and then Eva is that mage that usually wants to play front to back with their laser and stuff. So we'll have to see, how it does end up working for them. Maybe they're just going to the comfort picks because playing comfort, it's still gonna be pretty good, especially if you're really familiar with that character. I do like Insider. They actually changed up their team comp to gonna be the Suwa with the double backline. We saw this team comp actually win in season 6, and it was Team FN Sejong playing it, but they were playing a lot of different characters, or they're playing the Celine and the Kadia instead, or a long range ADC. The Heart not really having as much range, as the Rio or the Kadia, so very interested to see how it does end up working out for them. I think Magnani is also not going to be on, the Kitten side of Suwa, because I think he is going to be on that Siphon Maelstrom. Well, I think the Nana last season was on that. I think he was on Heal Factor at the very end.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that Insider can do to make this composition work, but it all comes down to them. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 is now underway. Halfway done after this one. After this, we'll also be going to a break just to give these players a little bit of time to strategize, as I really like to say, and also just a little bit of a break for us to relax our throats as well. I know it's still early, we haven't really watched anything from game number 2 yet. Are there any teams that you want to see even player substitutions coming out for, just from what we saw in game number 1? I'll probably ask again after this game, but off of just game number 1, what do you think?
I wouldn't really say so, because I actually don't really know the full rosters of the teams, so I actually don't know exactly who could sub in, but I think just off of game number 1, it's not really a clear indication on, who's maybe not performing that well, just because, could just be, one of those bad games here. Eva is going to get a lot of damage onto JCP here, but not going to finish them off, as it is going to be the Scylla going to be there as well. Maybe going to try look in to kill that Eva, as Eva is going to be alone on the bottom side here, but is going to be able to get that speed gate, and they're going to be able to get on out of there.
Now still sitting inside of hospital. We saw this earlier, but his
so
health bar
long.
a lot lower than what it was in game number 1. Phoenix Park though will be able to trade out the kill. Magnani's going to take the fall. Yona also needs to leave. It is a 1-for-1 trade in the end, but Zico is now caught out in the corner that we saw a couple of these players getting caught out earlier in game number 1. On top of it, Zico, I don't know if that blink was really worth it. He's going to take the fall. Energy will be able to pick up 2.
Yeah, and they're still looking for some more here. They want to get as many kills as possible, because why not? There's no risk here. Magnani gonna get poked out from Phoenix Park here. It looks like they are going to respawn back in. Zico gonna try using that blast wave. Actually not going to be able to connect. Phoenix Park now completely split, and it's gonna be no, they're not actually gonna TP on in there. There is the ultimate coming out from the Marcus, and it is gonna be able to pull back the Suwa. The Suwa's gonna fall. There's a third party coming in. It's gonna be Team Arukia gonna be able to get one, and another third party. This time it's gonna be Team Akatsuki on the bottom side here. Riori now kind of stuck on the bottom side here, but it's actually gonna be Team Arukia. Team Akatsuki is gonna fight it out here. There is the ultimate. The Peacemaker is gonna be used. They're actually gonna walk into the Peacemaker as well, but it's gonna end, and Riori is just there to pick up all these kills. Nira is sitting on 5 kills already. It's gonna be Akatsuki gonna get wiped off the map.
That is actually crazy. Riori just pops on in and says, hey, here's a hero's entrance. Tries to get a couple of kills, and he does end up picking up a few for himself. Eurikia, this is a little bit awkward as Shiro taken pretty low, nothing to say, trying his best to stay alive up against Riori, but Riori is still on a rampage.
Yeah, he is getting so much value.
And now the rest of his team is going to join the
fray. Oh my god, what is going on? Everyone's coming back, dude. KCP is here now, he's going in. Gonna get damage in, but
the corner! No way! Just never punished for Riori. That is absolutely
That was an explosion shot, right, I think?
Yeah, it was explosion shot, and attacked the corner of that little barricade. That is absolutely insane. Riori just popping off. Rukia also gonna get taken down again. Oh my god, Riori.
Yeah, he's just playing out of his mind here, just able to just navigate these fights so well, get so much kills and so much value for his team here. Looks like one was going to be caught out on the bottom side here, split farming.
Oh no.
And yeah, it's going to be Team Nirai is going to be able to get another kill again. They have such a strong start here, but is this the game they're going to be able to close it out? Because it did end up going in 8th place, unfortunately, in the last game. Maybe they're going to have a better game here. They're on 8 kills already, so they'd have to be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, the one difference that there is in comparison to game number 1 is that because of all the fights that they had, their overall credit count is actually relatively low. Compare New Rise Kangwon's credits up against Team Specialists. It's about 50 to 60 credits away. And while, yes, you do get the points, which is definitely going to be worth it in the long run, yeah, all these fights making it really difficult for you to just kind of get control of where your pacing is at. It's going to allow Team Insider to pick up the kill up against Noda now. 18-20 seconds left now on the timer.
Yeah,
I don't think they can fight for an objective.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty bad for Team New Rises. Now they're on a really bad respawn timer, so they're actually not gonna be able to contest for any trees, meteors, or even mutant packs if you know, it is contested here. But it looks like they're actually gonna be able to maybe walk down for that factory walls there. It's gonna be Team Arukia, or actually not Team Arukia, but Team Demong there, trying to contest for Team Akatsuki. And there's actually Team Specialists in the fray as well. The Garnet is actually going to try sticking the tree. It's going to get chunked down by both the mages there. Now it's just going to be Team Akatsuki going to be able to grab it for free.
Oh, the damage from this Ava looking pretty good. Tracing on the laser was solid. Peacemaker ends, Yangachi will fall. Can they finish off the rest of the members of Team Specialist though? That is the question. Damage exchange is actually pretty solid. Perry's going to come through. Does deny the exit point for Kinyar. It's a 2-for-1 so far. Can they get the kill? The execution? No, it's just not going to be there. Taemyeon trying to get the chase down, and Narahara, he is trying desperately to get himself on out, but this is a Haze up against an Alex and the Dylin. If they want to chase, they can definitely do it. Oh, and Nilizar just gonna pop them from the other side. There is a jump in from Phoenix Park as well. Third party coming in. I don't think this Haze is gonna live any longer.
There it is.
It's Phoenix Park to get the shot. Oh, the exposure shot.
Once again.
Can he get the kill? Yes, he can. Riori is on an absolute roll in game number 2 on this Justina. Somebody stop this man.
Wow. Yeah, Riori is playing out of his mind. Another great explosion shot. Actually going to be able to deny the Alex from getting over there, getting over the wall with that White Lily. And yeah, they're sitting on 11 kills now. They're getting their 4-score columns as well. So they have such a great tempo swing. Going to be able to contest for this Alpha in Warehouse as well. So they're looking really, really strong here and looking very well to winning out this game.
Yeah, 100%. These guys, man, dude. Again, everybody just needs to start focusing down a couple of teams in this lobby. They're way too accelerated. It's so funny because typically we see a lot of teams kind of distributing kills across the board. Maybe 2 to 3 teams sitting 2-3 kills above the rest. But man, Dabong is not doing that bad either right now. New Rise Kangwon is doing incredible. There's 2 teams with 0 kills on top of it. It is a focused fire lobby. People need to start focusing back up and getting these kill counts up. Otherwise, they're going to fall behind in points, even though they might place well.
Yeah, Riori gonna pull the Alpha to the side of Team New Rise here. New Rise actually gonna burst it down. It's gonna be the Phoenix Park gonna be able to secure it, but the Phoenix actually gonna jump in onto the backline here. Can Bintam find anything? Does end up getting Phoenix Park here. Should be able to kill him down, and that's gonna be it. It looks like it's gonna be Team Affirmation gonna be able to come out on top, getting 2 kills and gonna be able to get the Alpha as well. So New Rise, their tempo unfortunately is going to be cut short here, as it is going to be Team Affirmation going to be the ones to shut them down.
Good stuff. I love to see it. Affirmation getting kills. Specialist also needs to get kills now, but they ended up getting full wiped inside of that fight. Oh, it's going to be Team Wuzong University to pick all of that up. Narahara's corpse on the ground. Yangachi is also on the ground. There's another Terminate coming through as Riori will end up getting found out. That's the full-on Terminate. Extended death timers, man. This sucks.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge tempo loss for Team New Rise, but they're reaching 11 kills, so you just have to, you know, play the game out a little more slow now. Just maybe get to the late game and just slowly start to scale back up. Once you get, you know, the early, maybe 5, 6, for them, they have 11 kills, right? You just have to slow the game pace down now, and the kills are just going to start coming to you when you just start getting, you know, these objectives. You start just, you know, fighting for these items and just slowly getting your items up.
Energy still trying their best to also follow through on what the early lead they managed to get. I don't even know what I was saying. They're trying to make sure that the snowball actually happens.
Shoji is getting completely 1v1. Oh my god.
Isn't he supposed to be a drain tank? Like, what is that? that's crazy.
Really
well, insane.
Yeah.
Wait,
I mean, the Marcus does have like a decent amount of damage because he still builds like some damage items. Like he has a weapon, he has TACOPS. TACOPS is more of like a bruiser item instead of instead of like a tank piece. So that's going to be the Garnet actually going to be able to jump onto Riori there. Riori, unfortunately, going to be a little too far forward, but the amount of damage, amount of range. Oh, it's going to be the execute. Oh, wait a second. It's going to be the hard ult, though. It's going to stop him from going down, but it doesn't matter. They will just end up falling there. Surprised the hard ult was actually invested there. Actually ended up saving the market a little longer.
Oh, this is hell.
Maybe that might have cost Team Specialist here, as they just had to stay in there for a little longer. And now it's going to be the Garnet getting caught by Team Wusong there. Unfortunate third party for Team Specialist. That's going to be a -400 so early into the game.
But this is really big for Team Wusong University. This is a different look compared to what we saw in yesterday's group stages. I think Wusong University has definitely stepped up tonight. With the composition like this, I think we mentioned the swap over for Suguru onto Leon yesterday. They were originally playing something else in alongside the Emma and the Shoichi. I think it was the heart that they ended up starting out with. This Leon is making it work. I love the way that units. Okay, not bad. Never mind. Okay, breathe.
Fine. Yeah, Magician's okay here, but yeah, I do like the Leon swap, or just the Leon pick in general. You know, we saw this character also being really prominent, I would say, in the group stages and over the weekend. Just a great support type tank character almost. I mean, not really a tank, but you know, still having the damage and just having, you know, that surfs up and great peel with that knockup.
Yep. Down on the south side, potential fight between two different teams, Arukia and that's not Katsuki, that's Affirmation. That is going to be quickly interrupted by the fact that there is a third party standing right behind them. Dabong is going to deny any possible fights happening on the southern side, at least for now. But as we can see on the minimap, there is an Omega spawning on the western side of where a majority of these teams are. So in the end, it actually might have worked out for Arukia. Dabong and Affirmation trying to gain control over Doc at the moment. Range-wise, Chemian should have the advantage, but I think consistency-wise, it should be on Rakun. It's going to force every single member of Dabong out. That was weird. Alex is going to be able to get himself up too. Look at the damage though, over onto Yoonhyung inside his cemetery. That's a lot of good damage. Peacemaker was also forced now. There's the healing coming in, but everybody on the Team Specialist is going to be completely split apart. Akatsuki though, are focus fire down over onto this purple box. They want to go for the objective. Their plain sights and objectives are clear.
Yeah, and the item advantage is way into the side of Team Akatsuki there. You look at the items of these specialists, they already had to -400, so they're just looking really weak right now in this game here. Dabong actually going to look for the engage on in. They're going to get a lot of damage onto the Stell, but the Stell just going to back on out of there, and they get a pull, and they find the angle onto the Alex. And going to fall here from the Leon. Leon just going to blink on forward. Very nicely played. Going to be able to catch the Alex's mispositioning there, and that's going to be Dabong, unfortunately. Going to lose 2 members, so -400 for the side of them.
Yeah, Jarvis, Silent sucks. Unfortunate. Alright, here we go. Fight starting again. Getting taken extremely low, and the third party coming in. Blink invested from literally everybody on Specialist. Nyangachi doesn't have it himself, but is able to get themselves out. Specialist is getting really lucky in this game. A lot of these fights that potentially could have ended their entire lives is actually being dissuaded by a lot of third parties coming in. It's happened to multiple teams now, but for Specialist, a couple of times already in this game.
Yeah, I mean, New Rise, they had to respect the third party there. They couldn't full send it onto Team Specialist, so they slowly start to peel back. Fortunately, just not able to get any of the members of Team Specialist. So Team Specialist, all 3 of them will get out with their lives. Surprisingly, no one really falling there. I thought someone was going to go down just because it's such a really awkward position. Right, once you're in that sandwich position, you kind of just have to force your way through one of the teams. Looks like it did end up working out for them this time.
Very lucky, very lucky. We haven't seen too many teams being able to get out of those situations in ERM this season just yet, right? As soon as you get sandwiched, you just die for the most part because you use so much Yuto trying to kill people that you don't have any to lead. Now, New Rai is Con 1 trying to duke it out up against Dabong. Range-wise, I think in this case, Chemian should definitely have it, but that in a blitz is really good, and I like the split here from Riori. It fakes it so Chemian has to focus fire different points, and that's a lot of damage over onto the Eva at the start of the fight already. Ghostfire is already going through. Changho just barely living on a swim. And look
Wait a second, he's gonna get locked down!
But he gets locked down by the striking tiger, Changho. Oh my goodness, I thought that Ballistic Advantage was going to be able to snipe him down, but it's not going to be the case. Team NRG, Uri's getting knocked down the peg from Team Dabong. 9 kills strong. I do not know what that was from Nodenel.
No, I think tried to look for an end, use the smash to spin the reads, but I think the Sentinel shield from that Alex actually just kept him alive there. So that's really unfortunate. And a great response and a great lockdown. Able to just shut down the Marcus from the engage there. And yeah, I mean, there's not really much Team Neurize can really do once their main tank is down. They're actually gonna rest up, but there is going to be Team Akatsuki in the zone here. Team Akatsuki looking really strong here. Maybe gonna try looking to take this fight. On the top side though, gonna be Team Insider actually gonna be able to catch Team Arukia. Arukia gonna be completely split up now. The Willy Malt was invested, so you're just gonna have to back away, wait for that cooldown to come back. I think to say gonna use the VLA or gonna use the jump pad to get. Looks like they should be fine. Estelle is still available, so Estelle can just use her ult to get back to their team, but now they have to respect the blast wave from that Celine. It could cancel the alter. I think I would just rip it after seeing this thing use
did they
the
hear
ESL,
it?
but maybe they didn't hear the Celine going forward, but it looks like they could just reposition. No, they can't. Yeah, here's the cell. Is going to come down. They're actually going to jump on forward there. The Leon's down to 1 HP, and the Heart is actually going to walk out of the ult, and they're going to fall. And now nothing to say. He's just going to jump on forward, and I don't think the Celine can get away. There's the blink. Is the Celine going to be able to get out of there? It looks like I don't think they can chase the Celine, so Insider is going to be able to live, but they do lose 2 members, so it's going to be a -400 if they can get the reses off.
Fantastic return fire from Team Arukia. Wickeline going to go in favor of Team Akatsuki, but the blood sample stolen away.
They need items, and that's exactly what they need.
That's
exactly what they need, because they are looking really poor. And you can see Team Specialist as well. Look at their items. They don't really have anything to here. I would just send it on Team Neurize. But I think Team Neurize is also not that strong here. Yeah, we're going to get a lot of poke damage. Are already cooked down to half HP. Actually, the blink into the laser as well. But the third party is here. It's going to be Team Akatsuki. Is here to reap all the rewards. There comes the free at last. Is going to kill any of the members. It's going to do a lot of damage. Phoenix Spark is going to get slowed. Is the pull going to come out from the Cella? Oh, actually going to miss onto themselves there. And now it's going to be Team Neurize is going to be able to kite back. Going to be able to get the pull onto the Marcus, and Phoenix Spark is going to die to that bubble there. And yeah, it's going to be, unfortunately, Neurize is going to lose a member. They're going to have another -200. Look at their credit counts, though. They don't really have anything as well, so I think they're going to be out for the count for game number 2 here.
Everything just cascades, and Neurize Kanwon again. They get a ton of kills. We saw this in the group stages for this team, but aren't just able to finish the round out. And that's just terribly unfortunate. For what it is, they got third party. Yes, they did. But at the same time, I think the amount of utilities that they have to use in order to win fights that, quite frankly, they should be able to win a bit easier, in my opinion, is weird. They're using a lot more than they necessarily have to, and it's causing them issues if a third party comes in. Maybe they'll be a little bit more conservative with it. Maybe they'll try to catch up a little bit more instead of fighting in the future. I don't know what it is, but despite the high number of kills, they just can't stay alive.
They're just poor.
Yeah,
they're just poor. Like, you see their items. They unfortunately they have a really good early game, but they just start losing team fights in the later stages, and they just lose so many credits. And the Garnet actually followed them with the dash. That is actually how the interaction works. Is Garnet can actually follow you. I don't even know you could follow through the
jump pad, right?
Oh.
Yeah. It's a bug that you and I are relatively familiar with. We've seen multiple iterations of that thing.
I mean, I don't think it's a bug because it happens with a lot of
true.
Yeah. Oh, a 3-man route from the Leon, and third party's right here.
Again?
Are they gonna be able to get it out of? They're actually gonna turn their sights and actually fight it. And Team Affirmation is actually not gonna be able to push into that William, because William did have the fireballs open. And once the fireballs are up for that William, it's just way too much damage to deal with. It's going to be Nonal actually going to be sitting in the bush. Riori in that corner there. I don't know if Nonal is going to walk and give away his position. Actually, no. And Nani going to be able to catch the Marcus. The Marcus is not going to be able to get away here. Formation going to be there on the receiving end. And Nonal is just going to get sandwiched in between the two teams. There's not much he could do. And now it's going to be Eva, unfortunately, getting caught from the side of Team Affirmation. And yeah, all these rats are just getting picked off left and right here. It's going to come down to... It's still going to be 8 teams, because we still have 2 solos left for the side of Team Neurize and Team Dabao.
Neurize Kanwon, Nodinel sacrificed his life to actually pull the attention away from the Justina, who is still sitting inside of that building right on top of our screen right now. Actually didn't get found out either by the recon drone. That's going to keep them pretty safe, which is pretty lucky, but a -1 for Team Insider.
Wait, from the Celine as well. That is really bad, because they they were all alive, and what happened? I think
What?
I need to sleep. Maybe try chasing the members of Team Specialist off the TP or off the VLS, and unfortunately that is a huge mistake for Team Insider. They're gonna lose a member, and it's going unfortunately for Team Wusong. They're gonna lose their Leon there, and yeah, now we're gonna have two duos. Still 7 teams alive.
What is this game? What is this game, Super?
Yeah, a lot of
we're already
mistakes for
starting.
these teams.
Yeah, we're also already starting with the weird shenanigans. Wuzong University down to 2. Same thing for Team Insider. They're trying to play aggressive, maybe try to bluff the fact that they're down to 2, but it's going to be countered immediately with that Peacemaker. Taken down still regardless. 8 seconds left on the timer for Yana. It's a 1-for-1 trade between Team Insider and Team Wuzong University, but Pop Suksa on the Shoichi has nothing he can dash against. Wuzong University will end up falling down. Insider, Magnani still alive, but in the corner. Can he stay alive? There's the camera being caught, and that might have just given him away. The Zua trying their best to run away, but it's not going to happen. Magnani will fall, and yet another goes down. We are down to 5 teams.
Yeah, it's gonna be Team Specialists. They've been struggling this whole game, so they kind of need, you know, these kills. They will be able to get one. Priori gonna be the last one left for their team. Gonna have to just rat it out there, going into school. And our final 2 temporary zones, it is going to be Pond and School here. We got 3 teams down here in Pond, and it looks like it's gonna be 1 team up there in School with Priori sitting there in that corner. Team Specialists, they are sitting on the edge here. They're actually gonna walk into red. But actually, it's gonna look. I actually really like this play from Akatsuki. They're actually gonna use the VLS system or the jump pad system to jump on over and reposition and maybe look for a different angle in. It's actually gonna be Team Specialists. They're just actually gonna VLS system to the other zone, so it's gonna be a clean 3v3 between both of these teams.
I don't know how much timer Uri's Con1's Justina has, but if it's ample, maybe they can get a couple third-party kills. Try to go for that rat play. I'm not entirely sure. The fight's gonna start from both sides. Yep, exactly. At the same time, Pungwa, oh, not Pungwa, sorry, Raccoon getting taken dangerously low, but luckily the Star Shield is there to block out some of the damage. But Liguri now taking a huge brunt of the force. Bintum sitting on the front side. He's trying to get that, and the Tempest Hydra is in. Peacemaker actually ends up saving both of the members from Team of Affirmation. And look at that! The Sun content coming from Raccoon actually knocks down 2. Yoon Hyung, he needs to make this work. It's a Cecilia. Bintum sitting on the backside. He's trying to rest up to the best of his abilities. He needs to win this fight. The blocks are there. The Shadow Stab is there. It's not going to matter. It's going to be Bintum to take the win inside of that Pawn temporary zone. Affirmation will go into the final zone. 7 kills strong, looking for 10. Arukia was the one to win it out on the western side, looking for 17 now for this team.
Bintum just playing out of his mind, just able to find the angle in with those shadow steps, and just able to get the knock up onto, I think, the heart there, chunking them down to 1 HP, and then forcing the heart ult a little early. Just was able to swing the fight into Team Affirmation's favor here. It's gonna come down to Team Rukia versus Team Affirmation, though. They are on that William and that Lien here, maybe to shut down this Felix, but both these characters, you know what their main damage source is. It's auto attacks, and Felix can maybe look for an angle onto this William to maybe shut him down.
There's a lot of interrupts available for Team Arukia. This William needs to target fire correctly inside of this fight. He makes one small move, Raccoon will obliterate him to pieces. If that Stray Moon just comes out of nowhere and takes him down, that's a lot of damage over onto Raccoon. He actually gets tagged up by the Estelle. Narita is trying to force away the damage as much as possible. Shiro getting targeted with the Helitax stat. Unfortunately, it does not get
so much damage from the Felix.
But down goes Shiro. This Felix is doing an insane amount of damage. The Sun is not going to be enough, but the auto attack will. Down goes the William. We are going to have Affirmation taking away game number 2. 10 kills strong, 22 points good. GG's. Arukia sitting on 14 is not able to take away that first place yet again in the same final zone.
Yeah,
Fire Station.
Team Affirmation coming out on top once again, showing why they deserve to, make it over into Knockout Stage 2 here. Just such a dominant performance from them. Bintum just playing out of his mind on this Felix, just able to dish out so much damage. We saw at the very beginning of the team fight there, where Delian tried to go in. But Felix is such a great character to deal with these melee hyper carries.
Yeah, I will mention though, by the way, just a little bit of a funny thing. If it was gas station instead of school, we would have had the exact same temporary zones and the exact same final zones, I think, right? Because we had was it Pond or was it Police Station? Oh, it was Police Station. I apologize. In game number 1. But either way, the final zone is still Fire Station. Unfortunately, it's the same 2 teams again as well.
Same 2
Arukia.
teams and same 2 zone or same zone. So it's kind of funny that this is just gonna be those 2. So maybe it might be a pattern for the rest of the night here.
Yeah, now you're gonna have to start picking your entire team composition around the fact that it's just gonna be Fire Station final zone the entire series. That'll be funny.
Yeah, and I think this time around, Team Arukia had more kills. 'Cause I think the last time Team Affirmation did. So, but I mean, Team Affirmation just winning out in both games. So yeah, they're on a 2 win streak. Gonna get a lot of placement points. It's gonna be another 12 placement points that they're gonna be able to collect here. And I think with that, actually might just secure their spot for for Knockout Stage 2.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, yeah, it should be the case because it is a best of 4. I'm still, my brain is still on the whole ERCS qualifier thing because it was only, 7 hours ago. So, yes, you are absolutely correct. Just 4 games, 2 games in a row that they were able to win. Now, the amount of overall team kills that they have is actually not as high as you would normally expect for a first place team to have because the first game, they had a really relatively low kill count overall. Second one, it was fine, but it was just around that average point. It's just the consistent placement points that are going to make up for the difference. So I think you're right. They should be confirmed for that top 4 at the very best. Top 4.
Because it is top 4, only 4 games. So winning 2 games should guarantee you into that top 4 spot.
And now it becomes a battle for that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Although I will say, Arukia also getting 2 games in a row where they go second place. That's 18.
Place.
Yeah, that is 18 placement points they're going to be able to get with a decent amount of kills. Arukia is the polar opposite this time around for Team Affirmation, where Arukia is a team that's actually picking up a lot of kills, just not able to finish the game. So they're kind of making up for the small difference in the placement points by getting a good amount of kills. So I think Arukia is also in a pretty decent spot going into knockout stage number 2 as well.
Oh yeah, 100%. And now it's just going to be up to the bottom about 6 teams. Gonna have to try to fight it out here for that spot. I mean, it's just Team Arukia and Team Affirmation just putting on such a show here for Knockout Stage 1. I wonder, how they'll adjust to, the next couple knockout stages. Because obviously, the farther we go, it is going to be a lot harder for, teams to, have the same performance as they are going to be having today.
Yep, that's why I said yesterday. That's why I said at the beginning of today. Today has to not just be you making it through making it through knockout stage numbers 1 and 2, but it needs to be proof that you can definitely continue moving on. That's the big thing that I'm looking at here tonight. From the looks of it, Affirmation, extremely confident. Same thing for Arukia. They both have a game plan. Now we need to see more. Can you show this kind of performance in stages down the road? Because it's not going to get any easier from here.
Yeah, I think Team Affirmation can definitely play with the best here. There's actually not too big of a point difference between Team Affirmation and even 4th place. It's only going to be an 18-point buffer for them, just because their kill counts is actually really low. They're only kills. You could see Team New Rise are sitting on 27. I think they did end up going like 8th and 6th or 5th in both the games, so just not having that amount of placement points that Team Affirmation has. But they're definitely still in the running here. Team Wusang as well, 29. So it's actually pretty close between our 2nd to 5th place teams. Unfortunately, our bottom 3 teams, they need to change something, and they need to do it over the break.
And with that, I don't even think there is a possibility it still might not be safe for Affirmation. I think game 3 will be the really solid evidence that they'll be okay. But for right now, I'm going to disregard all that because we're going to go to a break. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4 for knockout stage number 1. So grab some water, go grab a snack, go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the latter half of this knockout stage.
Take care.
보안 콘솔 임시 안전모드를 활성화합니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다. 누군가가 연쇄 처치됩니다. 터미네이터 보안 콘솔
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형평없군. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니야. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠고. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 미래에는 교감을 표하지. 새로운 시대의 문을 여는 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연사는 끝났어. 이미 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험을 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지. 피하지 않아. 훈련이고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
같고요. 자, 이쪽은 대전 오토함즈랑 오너입니다만 와, 오토함즈가 진짜 침착하게 잘 밀어내고 있어요. 자, 초월 쓰지만요. 그 다음이 없죠. 이어서 시도놈에도 죽음의 연기력이 빠졌고요.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. Hope you guys had a great time getting some water. Please keep yourselves hydrated. I keep forgetting to do that during the game, so by the end of these rotations, I need to drink a hefty amount of water to make up for the hydration that I lack during the games themselves. Super, you do that too. All of you guys in the chat, make sure you're keeping up with hydrating yourselves, okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I got a nice bottle right next to me here to make sure I'm good to go. And yeah, I mean, a solid 2 games so far. We just had the same team winning it out 2 times in a row, but I think with the game number 3, we are going to have that ban coming to fruition here. So we have to see what these teams are going to be swapping to. It's going to be Team Insider. Ooh, they're going to be swapping to that Nikki Adela team comp, and I'm surprised they're swapping to it so late again, because we saw it actually did out for, I think, in the group stage in the last game that they did end up swapping to, and now they are going to be.
I'm okay with this though. I'm okay with it. In the end, they weren't starting today with Byung to begin with, so even if they wanted to run something like this, it just wasn't really in the playing field for their team roster. So it's all fine and dandy because of the fact that we are going to see substitutions. So I guess I should have asked again after game number 2 if you thought any substitutions were going to come in. Insider is going to go with it, so we will see their bread and butter composition coming back. Everybody else seeming to run a very similar idea of a composition compared to before. Despite the Heart being banned, who has been a very, very high value character that a lot of these teams have been prioritizing, we are still seeing some of these front to back compositions, especially on Team Specialist, as well as there was one more team that I was thinking about, but I'm not sure. Oh, I think Chemyon was running something else. Phoenix Park?
No, Phoenix Park I think was already
Oh yeah,
on
JCP.
Yeah, it's JCP that was on that Heart, them playing the triple backline, and now they're gonna be forced to swap back to that Fiora that we saw in the group stage. And personally, I don't really like the Fiora in that team comp just because, you know, Fiora's in solo frontline it's a little hard to play with, and it's just there to or Fiora is there to look for that look for those follow-up potentials onto maybe like a Cicella pull or maybe a Dina stun. So we have to see how it does end up.
Talked about it a lot during Friday, right? During the group stages that Akatsuki played in. There is definitive weakness points for Team Akatsuki's composition. I'm hoping that at least during the qualifiers, they're able to make it up. Here we go, guys. Game number 3. My goodness, I am already mixing up my words again today. Yeah, I know, right? What is going on for me? Game number 3. 2 more games to go for half of these teams, and that'll be it for, unfortunately, half of these guys for phase number 1.
Yeah.
That's the sad part about the knockout stages.
Yeah, remember, we are into our knockout stages now, so we're going to be dropping our bottom 4 teams here, and our top 4 teams are going to be moving on to knockout stage 2, which will be happening right after our next 2 games here, because every day we will be having 2 knockout stages right after the group stage. The play-in, so make sure you guys come out and watch some amazing Eternal Return. and watch these teams fight for the tournament.
Imagine if that Thunderstrike just landed from the Felix. That would have been super cool. Popsuksa has to run away. Seiko also trying their best just to get their build finished. No real early aggression that we've seen in comparison to some of the previous games we've seen. Hospital seems to be, and as I say that, never mind. Okay, Phoenix Park is dead.
Yeah.
It's less
Always Hospital.
aggressive than it has been.
That's always Hospital. Looks like it's going to be Hospital for this lobby, and I mean even for the other lobbies as well. JCP getting a great combo. They're actually going to be able to completely shut down the Marcus, so Riori is going to be the last on that team there. William is going to get caught out. Great bait there from the Theodore, and it looks like Team Specialist will be able to put that one pick up that kill.
Fortunately, it seems like Affirmation struggling a little bit, but Wusong University seeming to be doing pretty solid. An Executioner bonus allows Popsuksa to stay alive. That's a 3-for-0 clean sweep coming from Wusong University. Full death timers. Never mind, because people somehow got the res back on. But Double looking for kills themselves. Byung will get isolated and taken down. Yona trying to fight it out. It's a 1v2, now a 2v2. Let's see if Insider wants to continue this. No, they are not going to do that just yet. Does Seiko not have ultimate or something? Yeah, they're down to checkmate. So good idea on BattleRoyale. Though they're going to be
have
found
much
out.
here, and yeah, they're going to get forced on by the side of Team Nabang there. And a great block once again. This lead Alin is just able to deny both Sua and the Nikki from using their dashes, as both of their dashes have a hitbox that you can just stand in front of them and it'll get completely denied. So very nicely played by the lead.
Really good advantage taken for Team Dabong in the earlier stages of the game, right? This composition, as I talked about before, is really solid early, especially with Alex. Now that he's able to actually get his build done really quickly, he has access to 6-7 different skills. That's a lot more than usual characters do in the Paving, which is quite nice. Of course, all of those skills aren't exactly going to be the most damage dealing skills, but it's so much utility that gives Alex a lot more leniency in some of these fights. And then the Dylan earlier on, she's just able to kind of ram all of the attack power she has into these fights. They're trying to run. Can they get out? Yes, they can. But another fight inside of Factory.
Are gonna TP on forward there. Great ultimate, great striking tiger there from the lead out Lin, but a great ultimate coming out from this is still actually going to be able to secure the lead Allen from going in on forward there. So it's going to be Team Dabang there, unfortunately going to lose 2 members. But yeah, I mean, they do have a really good early game team. This time, they actually got caught out by the Fiora and SSL. I think they actually just end up losing the 2v3 there. Alex is going to TP on back in, but the damage from the Kali is just going to be way too much there, as the Sissela is going to fall there from the lead Allen. Nice. Should be able to take them down. Bongwa is going to be respawn in as well, so it's not going to come down. 3-2 execution bonus is going to go to the side of Team Dabang there. Alex is going to try looking for an angle in. The lead Allen is not going to have enough damage. The striking tag is going to come out, and it's actually going to connect onto the Dina, and that's what's going to come down to the 1v1, and Lead Alin having that early game team fighting potential, but it's not going to be enough, as the ultimate did end up coming back up just in time for JCP to use it with that amp drone, and he will be the one to shut down Team Dabang.
Dude, the change up into two-handed sword. It's what we wanted to see yesterday on Friday, right? It's two-handed sword for JCP. These parry values have been insane for both of the fights they ended up going up against Team Dabong. Another fight on the northern side. This time it's going to be a fight for an objective. Leader at spawn right behind them, so let's see who is able to win it. For now, the damage exchange is looking really good for Team Specialist.
Oh, there's a sell-out.
Nothing to say has already been taken down.
Did you get it?
The damage is looking pretty solid, and overall it'll be a 2-for-0 for Team Specialist. Tree of Life now being fought over inside a hotel, but 2 members already taken down from both of these teams. It's going to be 1-for-1 so far. Phoenix Park getting jumped on by Liguri on the backside. Raccoon getting jumped on by Nodanel is going to have to blink himself on out. Phoenix Park, for the most part, seems to stay alive on their end too. Oh my god, the damage output between both of these players is looking pretty good. Exclusive out, it's not going to be enough. Phoenix Park will be able to finish that out. Raccoon is still going to stay. We should see one of these teammates coming back in just a moment, but the third party from Team Insider, the Tree of Life, has been picked up. NRG will just get away with it.
Yeah, the problem is, especially in the early game, is H just doesn't have enough damage as a consistent ADC. Kadia is having no cooldowns, right? Just able to just auto attack the Mai down there. Was just able to just swing the fight into their favor. Unfortunately, it's gonna be Bintum gonna respawn back in and get caught out by Team Insider. So maybe Affirmation can be on really split respawn timers. So they're actually gonna be in a pretty rough spot. But you can see their credit counts are all sitting on a 400 credits, so they can get their 4-score buy-ins, maybe tempo out their bias to look for a contest here. But yeah, they're gonna have to wait for this Felix come back up.
By the way, look at the bottom side of our screen. Dabong again, 8 kills. It's day 2. 8 kills for these players. The amount of early game aggression we've seen from Team Dabong has been immaculate. They really are taking advantage of the fact that this team composition has a lot of aggression that they can prove with the amount of power that each individual character has in the earlier stage of the game.
Oh, gonna get a lot of damage on Riori. And the angle is going to come on the other side. They're actually looking for Phoenix Spark here. Ooh, going to dodge out on that stun. Phoenix Spark going to get locked up here by the... Is it going to be enough? Phoenix Spark does end up getting hit by that Odyssey. And Riori actually gets to lose a 1v1 to Seiko there. Seiko just playing the 1v1 immaculate into the Justina. And it's going to be Team Insider going to be able to win that 3v3 exchange. Very nicely played by Team Insider. Very nicely played by Team Seiko. And both the members of Team Insider there will get that as well.
Fight beginning inside of Cemetery, looking for the fight between this Alpha objective. Nothing to say, has these fastballs going, but he can't stay in the fight any longer. We'll have to back away. Alpha has
Look
to
at
pick
the
up
value that Leon is getting.
Nothing to say, getting taken down. Shiro standing up on the front side, trying to get the Mithril. I think he's got it, but everybody from
go!
Oh, the White Lily! It's gonna take him out. There's another one he can chain. I think Shiro is out. The heist of the century for Shiro. He's gonna be able to get out with the Mithril.
Yeah, oh, that was
the
really close there from the Felix. Yeah, nothing to say. Unfortunately, getting caught. The Leander getting so much value, it's so much AoE damage, but unfortunately it wasn't enough because the Estelle just wasn't there in time to really contest there. So yeah, we'll be Team Arukia. Unfortunately gonna lose a member, but they do end up getting the Mithril and they end up just getting on out of there. So not too bad of a trade for them.
In the end, nothing to say, just looked for a little bit more aggression. I think their overall goal was the Mithril. It does allow for the GPMVG to be upgraded. It's either that or something from the something from the Leon was built up, because I did see them trying to craft something. I'm not sure entirely what it was. This is a great start for Team Arukia. Might be sitting on just 1 kill, but you can see the transitions coming through for that team now. We just saw the Force Core being called Helix online now for the Leon. A couple items being built for the Estelle as well. Tactical skill is going to be upgraded for that player. Triple crit items for this William. They are eating pretty good. Everybody else, though, also transitioning on their own pace. Really good items for Team Akatsuki. We just saw it for a split moment.
Yeah, you can see Team Specialist here gonna take the fight into Team Bang. They're actually gonna be able to get a lot of damage. Actually gonna be able to focus down the Theodore. Very nice focus targeting there, Team Bang, and that is gonna be it for Team Specialist. Narahara is gonna fall very shortly. Actually gonna be able to stall out and wait out the timer. Gonna be a -200 for this side of Team Specialist. That is so unfortunate. Very nice heads up play for Team there, as they do end up just waiting out the timer and gonna be able to set one of these teams farther back behind.
It's been a while since we've seen something like that in a tournament, huh? Wow, a real heads up play from that side. That means Nyangachi -200 for Team Specialist, and that's gonna suck. They have the credits for it, but not something that you want to do almost ever in a game as soon as it hits day number 2 and day number 3. And the fact of the matter is, it's a Garnet, right? No matter how much they try to run, they're probably not going to be able to get away with it. So the fact that Dabong ended up doing something like that, Yangachi will remember that.
Yeah, Dabong there gonna get the res off. So yeah, an early -200 right on the day swap there. Not what you want, especially you know, in the early game. The credits matter so much, and once you start, you know, start losing your money, that you usually start not being able to get these items online. You're just going to be so much weaker than these teams, and you know, the snowball effects definitely works the opposite way as well. Really like this play from the Mai, but wait a second, no, actually just gonna use their dash to just instantly check, and actually is gonna be able to connect onto the Mai. They're actually down exclusive is going to be invested onto Bintum there, as now the retreat is called for Team Affirmation as they all end up walking away there. But the heal is going to be placed down from the Adina to maybe get them back healthy to take this team fight.
What is going on all of a sudden? Affirmation is the one that's being pushed back. I do get the fact that Uri's got one is pretty strong at the moment, but my god, I thought Affirmation would have been a little bit more confident, especially with the items they have. Same case for Team Doubling. They're trying to fight it out up against Team Specialist. Look at the number of kills they have. They're just trying to push it all as much as possible. Yangachi will not be able to find revenge.
Damage in return though. We get anything?
But everybody just barely lives. It's a 2-for-0 trade. Doubling is just going to rotate the aggression, and my god,
That
they're
was so
living
well played.
just barely. Look at the health bars on the Dylan and the Alex. Team Specialist taken down yet again. Yangachi will not be able to take the revenge for that delayed kill from earlier.
Living on a hair for Team Dabong there, and just very nicely played. They just know their limits perfectly as they slowly start to kite back when their HP bars get low, and that is usually what you want to see, right? So especially when you are playing this double melee sort of dive comp, is you just want to make sure you get your engage in, you get your damage, kill a party target, and you get on out of there.
Okay, so now that all the strategies for these teams are pretty much locked in, it's game number 3 now. You should have an idea of how to fight every other composition in the game. This is where the confidence play really starts to come in. For Team Specialist though, they don't have enough credits to get all the reses back. It's going to be Yangachi brought back. Quite interesting on that one. If I'm going to be real with you, I would have usually taken the Nadine. Maybe their credit count just didn't allow for it. I'm not entirely sure. About 30 credits to go for Specialists to get the res, but they're still going to be put on that back foot. Minus 600 by D4.
Yeah, minus 600 total, and you can see the items. They're actually not too bad in terms of items, but you know, getting set farther and farther behind. They're not going to be able to contest or anything on the next objective as well, and it's just not really looking too good for them.
Suck, but you have to deal with the situation on hand. Round number 3, we are still 8 teams strong right now. Unfortunately, as we mentioned, Specialist still down a member, but they should be able to get the res right now. There we go. I do see the Theo also getting tagged on something. I think it might be the Lumi, so if they can get the res, it'll be right there. But here we go.
Can get the
initial
combo,
burst,
they do,
and the combo
and
is in,
that's
the
it,
full
that's
send,
it.
nothing to say. Getting the
Second
Team
Lumi?
Insider experience. There's the checkmate coming in, a good amount of damage over onto Narita. I think
Should be able
this
to get
should
Yona
be the
here.
play, unless, wait, hold on a
No.
second. I mean, Shiro is still a threat right now. Shiro, are you going to try to fight this out, or are you going to try to leave? He's going to try to leave, but it's just not going to matter. Team Insider showing us what it is. This composition working out in the knockout stage number 1 perfectly. And we go back to the day-old question: why not earlier?
Yeah, it's the classic. Just Nikki, Adela. They find the angle right onto that William is a lot of Arukia's damage, and once the William goes down, there's really not much Team Arukia can do. The Lien can try to play for that 2v3, but you know, when you're playing into 3 players, especially at this level of play, it's just not going to work out in your favor.
Yep. All right, well, it's still working out in Team Insider's favor. They need the points anyways. 8 points for them. It's going to put them at 17. Wow, they're in 8th place right now. Never mind. They need a lot more points where that came from. This is why I love the fact that they are changing to something like this. We know they're comfortable with it. We know they have experience with it. That's what I need to see. They are binging all of their hopes on this composition. It's working out in Knockout Stage 1.
And the Peacemaker gonna be invested on the Suwa. Looks like they are just gonna be funneling the Bloods once again to that Suwa. Ooh, the Rapier as well gonna be coming out, I think, for that Adela. So they're looking so strong here. You can actually start looking to one-shot tanks, but I know Team Insider is not one of those teams that does end up just focusing down the tanks. They always look for an angle onto the backline. I think at this point into the game, when you have, you know, 2 Bloods, you can definitely look for those angles.
100%.
We'll have to see if they can look for that. And it's going to be Team Dabang on the bottom side. They're actually going to be able to get a nice kill on Team Nation. Wickline is going to be spawning in, I think, Forest here. So I'm surprised Team Specialist and Team New Rise here actually having a standoff. I think maybe they're just looking to try to look for this team fight here. You can see the items. I think both teams probably are in that spot where they just need to send it on another weaker team to get back into the game.
Yeah, what are they exactly fighting for? A little bit of a lead? Before that, they were really sieging out this for quite a long time. Ginyar not really landing any of those important spark nades, but the ascend is going to be initiated by Nodenel. A lot of good damage over onto Nyangachi. Unfortunately, that is a Garnet. We'll be able to stay alive for a long time, and the Maiden's Embrace comes out to get the execute. Down goes Phoenix Park, down goes Nodenel. Riori in a lot of trouble, will get tagged with the spark nade.
Third party.
Into place, and the third party is there. Astra Burst is good, but it's not going to be enough. Wuzhong University with yet another third party. Down goes a full team. There's another fight though. Wuzhong University loses out on the Emma. Bob Soksa trying whatever he can, but there is way too much. Great prediction on the Fury Jam. Down goes the Shoichi. 2 for 0 in favor of Team Insiders. These guys are moving along inside of Lumia Island. Wuzhong University in shambles, down 2 members. Will be able to get the res on one, but they're down credits for the other.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for Team Wusong University there. Got the third party, but unfortunately ended up getting third party themselves as Team Insider. I think just TPing back in from the lab there, probably coming up from police station. So yeah, they are going to be able to get that kill. And Wusong University though, they're gonna be able to get the reses off, and they're still looking pretty strong. You can definitely see their items on the top left there. But look at the items on Team Insider, sitting on 4 bloods already, gonna be able to finish off their items that they need. Definitely going to be looking at this lobby here.
Yep. Okay. We are going to go into day number 5 now. 6 teams remaining, 17 players alive. That is something that all of these teams have information on. So 1 player is still down. Dabong. This sucks. 14 kills strong. They are having a really, really successful game overall. But the fact that they're down the dial-in and we are going into day number 5, they're going to be slowly choked out of this game most likely. Specialist, try and fight it out up against Team Insider. We'll see if Byung is able to find anybody. Not going to look for it just yet.
Yeah, I think they want it. They see the items on Team Specialist, and they know we could just completely run this team down and not get punished for it. So they're just gonna try just sending it there, and the Theodore is gonna use the ultimate. Get out of there with Eco. Almost gonna land the Queen, and that is gonna be it. The Felix's or the Theodore is gonna get completely cut out. Nope. For the side of the Theodore. They're just gonna get a lot of damage, and the Maiden's Embrace is actually gonna connect, and they are gonna be able to get one, but the Shoichi ult is gonna be used in response, and they're gonna get so much damage back. Wait a second, a great explosion shot coming out from the Dean. He's able to dodge out so well, but it's not gonna be enough. And the Garnet is gonna VLS system, gonna use the VLS system to get on out of there, but it's already day 5, so they can't get the res off there. I'm surprised they actually didn't try turning that with the rest of the team.
That sucks. Lumi's on the northern side too. Look at where it is. It's inside a temple right now. So 4 team specialists, I mean, they're down credits. Maybe they actually do have enough to get everybody back if they do the calculations correctly. But that Lumi is going to start zooming in just a moment, and that's a Garnet. You don't have that much mobility on that character. So for Team Specialist, the fact that they just lost that fight, a big setback. Of course it is, but with the condition of this lobby as of right now, they're not really going to have the easiest comeback. Zico just jumps on in. There's the Fury jump cut to follow through. JCP in shambles. He's trying to turn things around, but the health bars for Team Insider looking a little too strong. Ghostfire is going to proc over onto Zico, but the fight's already over. Pungwa, he's just picking scraps at this point.
Zico on this Adela, I mean, we saw how strong he was on this character in the last season, and coming out once again, showing us why he's such a powerhouse on this Adela, just able to get that 2-man knockup, just completely wiping the floor with Akatsuki. There's really not much Team Akatsuki can do. There's a knockup from the Leon, and unfortunately, that's going to be Team Specialist. Going to go down in 6th place here. It looks like on the top side, though, Insider's here for the cleanup onto Team Akatsuki, and that's going to be Team Akatsuki going to be falling here. And Alex is going to be caught out, but going to be able to get on out of there. Alex, a really slippery character, going to be able to use that jump pad, and they should be good. I think Alex did end up getting a kill, so they're sitting on 15 kills now, so it's actually a lot of points for this team. But Alex is going to get caught this time. It's going to be by Team Wusong University, and they will end up falling. And look at the amount of kills for the final teams that are alive here. Insider 12, Wusong University 11, and Team Dabom with 15. And Affirmation, they don't really have many kills for themselves, but you know, they've already won 2 games, so they just need a nice consistent game number 3 and 4, and they should secure themselves for knockout stage 2.
Yeah, at the pace they're going, they'll probably be able to win this game anyways, right? It's the same strategy. It's the same kind of progression we've seen throughout the course of this series so far. For Team Affirmation, they're completely fine. where they are. Maybe we'll see them later down the road with like 6 blood items. I don't even know, but they're just playing their own game, which is all fine with me. Yep, look at their items. Not that bad. Gentian Silvergun, unfortunately, for Bintum, it's not going to be the second rotation of the Spear of Longinus just yet, but the items are still amazing on this team. They're definitely comfortable fighting at the moment up against Team Wusang University. This Shoichi needs to do a ton of work, but Raccoon, I don't think is going to let that happen so easily.
I wonder.
Same as going to be Bintum.
Oh, wait a second. We're gonna find an angle onto Suguru, but Suguru actually is gonna be able to jump on out of there. Claudia still just sitting there. I think he's been sitting there for about like 5 minutes now, and it's gonna get some more placement points for their team. It looks like I don't know if they're gonna come in. Maybe gonna try looking for a party. Maybe they might be the deciding factor there. Great knock up there from Bintum, and the great follow up there from the Mai. The Mai is gonna get that taunt, and it is gonna be the Emma gonna fall there. And Bintum is just wreaking havoc on the side of Team Wusang University there, and I don't think there's really not much to Felix can do. A great spear skill, gonna be able to push the Felix in CC out of his ultimate, and Team Affirmation gonna be the one to come out on top in this final zone here.
Yep, Chemian unfortunately was also not sitting inside the temporary zone. Their timer's in shambles. Affirmation will pick that up. And the next kill as well. Suguru not going to be able to find anything. Raccoon even using the moon to deny that kill. Affirmation going to be walking into the final zone again.
Team Insider is one of these teams that just sends it. Yeah, they just send it into the enemy team because usually people don't expect you to just get rushed down. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. They're actually going to go around here, maybe try to fly in a flank angle because they should see Team Affirmation. Yeah, they should see Team Affirmation, using the kiosk to buy, and now Raccoon's in a really bad spot here. If Seiko can find an angle in. Can he get it here? No. Oh, okay. That is going to be the Blink going to be invested from the Adina. So they definitely have an angle in here. The exclusive is still going to be on cooldown for the Mai. So it's not going to come down to the one-shot combo. They're going to be able to find anything. They get the stun onto Bintum, and there's exclusive already invested. But now they're going to set their sights onto the front line here. And there's the full combo onto Bintum, and that is going to be Felix falling down. No exclusive this time to save him here. And Asua is going to be able to jump in onto that Adina. That's going to be it. It's going to be Team Insider with their classic comp here, going to be able to win it out.
Christ, they used all of their defensive ultimates before the fight even began. That's Team Insider for you. Take your notes, everybody, in Knockout Stage 1. If you see this composition again, that will happen if that is the team in the final zone. Affirmation will finally be knocked down the peg with one of our teams that competed in, I believe, the season finals for Season 6. Insider running their bread and butter composition will be able to take away game number 3. With how many kills is that? It is 15. So 27 points for that team off of game number 3.
Yeah, solid game for them. I mean, it's just the classic Nikki ult into, the Adela damage, plus the Sua, Oddity's on top. I mean, I think the Mai didn't need to use the exclusive so early because the knockup or the Queen was missed, and then Seiko only got a little rook or a little pawn knockup, so actually wouldn't have gotten chained there. You have to save the exclusive for that Nikki peerage uppercut, I think.
Yeah. As I said, Blink invested, exclusive invested, everything was sent before the fight even began. Insider didn't even invest that much. That's the real problem, right? So just good setup from Team Insider. But off of that, I think every team should now be able to understand that if you're up against Team Insider in the final zone and you see the Nikki, you see the Adela, you see the Sua, gotta careful. You gotta watch out. Watch your flanks, watch your sides, watch everywhere, because Insider will be hunting you down.
Yeah, Insider is one of those teams that give the enemy no breathing room as soon as they win the final zone because they just start pushing into you. Like you have to make sure you watch out because usually what happens is teams, they just relax, they get control of final zone, they start setting up. But Team Insider, they just throw all that out the window and they just push into you and they catch you completely off guard.
Yep, and fantastic call on your end too. I completely forgot for a second there as well, but as soon as you said it, I was like, yes, you're right. Insider is the team to do this. Funny enough, we actually see this a lot of times as well, where it's always that school final zone from Fire Station. I feel like I was getting a sense of deja vu the moment I saw them trekking their way down through school. We've seen this exact similar situation before where I think it was the fire station and the hotel temporary zone and then the school final zone. So as soon as Insider started walking and you mentioned it, I'm like, yep,
Yeah,
it's over, it's over. On top of that, Affirmation even put a mobile kiosk down. That's
Yeah, I
a
really
one
like.
indicator that makes it so much easier.
Yeah, I really like the way Insider plays these final zones. It's giving no opportunity for the enemy team to react, just because since almost every other team play or yes, since the game is usually played in a certain way for most of these teams, most players are just gonna not expect team or another team to basically just run at them when given the opportunity. So kind of just throws in a variable there for these teams to kind of watch out for.
Well, at least you know now. That's the important part. It's always about the learning experience. If you are moving into knockout stage number 2, you'll probably end up seeing Insider anyways because they will most definitely be running this composition again if they want to. Right? I say most definitely, but I never know until the game actually will begin. If they go into finals, that's why as soon as the temporary zones end, you're gonna have to press tab. If you see that Nikki and the Adela, yeah, you know what's coming. You gotta prep yourself for it. But let's take a look at what the score sheet looks like going into our final game for knockout stage number 1 super, just to see where we're at. Affirmation, they are still maintaining that lead. This time it's going to be 18 points over Usong University. But now the lead between that second place to 5th place has definitely decreased. It's just 9 now between Usong University and Dabong.
Yeah, and actually no, it's 11, right? 11.
No, it's 9.
6 Insider? Oh.
Yeah,
Usong
for
and
Usong,
Dabong.
yeah, my bad, there
Usong,
you
yeah.
go.
For Insider, it's 11, and
Yes.
yeah, it's still really anyone's game. New Rise as well, with sitting on 34 points. They're only 7 points away from place. Any of these teams can still definitely make it into that top 4 spot here, so it's really close. Team Insider, they ended up winning that game, but still not even in the top 4 yet because they had such a bad performance in the first 2 games. You kind of have to ask again, why didn't they just play this team comp, in the very beginning? But now that they are going to be able to bring it out here, they have to close out this.
That's always the goal, right? Actually crossing the finish line. These guys just sprinted a good portion of the marathon. They just needed now. They can see the finish line in their sights. It seemed impossible earlier, but with that one banger of a game, sprinted all the way towards it. They can see it over the horizon. The finish line is right there, but now you have to just make that one extra check towards the end of the race. Team Insider should be able to do it. None of the characters that they were playing just now were banned after all, so they should be pretty okay with running the same composition again. It's just a matter of now whether or not the rest of the lobby can acclimate and adjust correctly. So let's take a look at what the character slots will look.
Heart is going to be back on the table, and I think Heart is a character that sort of counters the Nikki combo, just because you get the Peacemaker down to negate any of the full one-shot combo, and then you can slowly start to turn on Team Insider. But there's actually not going to be that many teams going to be playing the Heart. Actually, be no teams going to be playing Heart when Heart is going to be back on the table here, as every other team is going to be pivoting to these team comps that they're more familiar with.
Yep. Okay, 7 seconds to go, and these characters will be locked in. The final selections for knockout stage number 1. I keep trying to say group stages for some reason, but here it is. Narahara back on the Nadine, Theo for Kinyar, Yamachi on the Garnet. Will they remember that? Dabong, after all, was a bit of a menace in game number 3. Can they pull it out again? Interestingly enough, the EVA is working for this roster, right?
Yeah, the EVA did end up working for that game, and they're going to be back on it here. Looks like New Rise is going to go back to their Justina, Kadia, going to stick on that team comp on that end. And every other team, I would say, is basically playing the exact same team comp that they were playing in game number 3. As, yeah, no Heart's going to be coming out when it's available.
Okay, guys, final game for Knockout Stage 1. Let's see which teams are going to be able to move on into Knockout Stage number 2. After that, 10-minute break, and then we should have Knockout Stage 2 going along. Just because we're done with the first 4 games does not mean that the night is over. And after that, it's going to be it, right? Knockout Stage number 2 calls the end for the current point matrix that we have. It's the reality that we can actually start talking about a little bit now, because with next week's ERM, it's going to be on 1.45. That means no day 2 reses. These teams, you start playing like you do today, then yeah, you got screwed.
I mean, most of the farm and like the early kills are from day number 1 anyways, where you see all these teams just wiping early. There hasn't been too many full day 2 wipes, but we have seen it a decent amount this weekend. But yeah, I still think it's gonna be still somewhat similar to how the games have been played in, or at least for this weekend.
Yeah, 100%. All right, here we go, guys. Characters are spawned into Lumi Island. Let's start watching which teams are going to get that early lead. Are we going to be seeing a lot of the early team fights that we have seen across the board for majority of these teams? Will Hospital also be a fiesta once again, as most likely, right? Most likely we'll have Team Uri's Kangwon stacking up inside their team trying to contest them. Who knows who's going to get the advantage? Yoonhyung getting a little bit jumped on by Chaemyeon, but the rest of their team are going to start piling on in. There's the TP in from Bungwa, there's a TP in from the Dailin. 3 people sitting here so far. JCP now getting to jump on over to Chungho. Not exactly sure where this Alex's build is currently at the moment, but the Dailin is going to be able to get the range over onto the Cecilia. A lot of good damage in return, and the Dailin will go down. JCP trying to hunt down Chaemyeon. They will be able to get the
ultimate there.
Kill. Yoonhyung gonna get taken down. It's a 1-for-2 inside a cemetery as Seiko trying their best to run away. Blink invested, and the life for this Adela will be kept intact.
Yeah, Kat's gonna be able to pick up 2 kills. Gonna be able to get that Eva there, but it's gonna be a new rise here for the third party, and Team Dabang is just gonna be there in return to counter and just get so much damage back. But New Rise is gonna be able to get 2 members from the side of Team Dabang there, and actually gonna be able to pick up the Alex as well. JCP gonna be back into the fray though. I see Mikoski is here for the third party once again. It's gonna be these 3 teams fighting over and over again. Respawns are coming back in. It's gonna be Mikoski gonna be able to pick up a kill. Uri is gonna go back onto Dabang there. Gonna be able to get maybe the Eva. Riori gonna try getting out of there, and it's gonna be the Cecilia gonna be able to snipe that kill down, and Dabang now gonna go on a Kotsky, and JCP just gonna get instantly shredded down by the Eva there. Great double stun coming out from Bungwa, as Team Nira is gonna be able to join back the fray. The striking tag is gonna be used onto the Marcus there, and now it's gonna be Team Insider gonna be the one to join the fray. And there is just so many teams and just so many kills being traded in night number here. And yeah, like I said, I think you know, all this team fighting happening on night number 1, so it's pretty likely that, you know, it's still going to continue in the next couple of matches here. But now it's going to be Team Dabang here. Maybe they'll look for an angle on the Team Insider. Team Insider is going to be split off, as Seiko going to use the Queen combo, going to be able to connect onto Lidalin. Lidalin already getting chunked down half HP, as Ineki is going to be able to back away.
Finally, the fiasco that is Cemetery in KR will neuter down a little bit, but Team Insider is still looking. The Queen is going to miss, but the follow-through is there. Astroburst is just level 1. The damage is not that great just yet. Chaemyeon sitting around the corner. He's looking for a couple picks himself. Is now going to join the fray fully, as Nodinel getting taken dangerously low. Striking Tiger tags, and Team Dabong is looking for the picks. Phoenix Park
gets knocked up.
But there goes Yona. Take it down. Uri's got one. Phoenix Park was the one to pick it up, but Yona will be traded in turn. Dabong is going to be the one to pick that up. 8 kills again. Team Dabong is sitting on a massive amount of kills in the earlier stages.
And look at how many kills are already on this team. A great Sparknate. They're actually going to be able to connect onto 2. Going to be able to hit the Eva as well, but the Garnet so far forward is going to get chunked down. Great damage reduction from the Coffin there. They're able to keep them alive, and the Theodore is just taking so much damage from the Eva, but it's going to be traded back. Lionel and did use a Striking Tiger forward. Actually wasn't able to connect on anyone there, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade between both of the teams. But Yeah, just look at the amount of kills between all these teams here. I think it totals to about almost 30 kills already.
Maybe even 40.
And
Let's see.
is it 40,
There's
25, about
10.
30? Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's around 30. It's around 30. That's 20. Yeah, 30. You're actually right. It's about 29, actually. I think with the math that I would assume I did correctly, that should be that should be 29. Taemyeon gonna be denied pork chop to send that double agent away. I thought it was somebody else.
And there's going to be two teams fighting again, but both these teams, unfortunately, just going to take each other off the tree. It's going to be Team Akatsuki. They're able to get that for free. A great burger flip there coming out from 1ㅅKnockout. And a great follow there, actually going to just track the Adela, taking the rook there. 1ㅅKnockout actually just going to completely try running the Adela down, but is just going to get chunked down. Already chunked down half HP. Great stun there. Going to be able to lock Suwa into the wall there. And a great buffer there from Phoenix Park. Gonna be able to dodge out on the Peerage uppercut, but they are just gonna die to the Suwa and P over there, and they are just gonna trade 1 for 1.
Up on the northern side, inside of Hospital, Wusong University loses 2 up against Team Specialist. This is also another team that's been struggling throughout the series so far. They need to find some kind of solace. Narita gonna get taken down. It's gonna be a snipe down and a pickoff for Team Dabong, who is gonna be sitting at 10. They're currently at 48 points right now, a good chunk of points, leading away from the second place down, right? They're looking pretty confident for themselves. They have to please, for the love of God, stay alive longer than they have throughout the course of the series. They get a ton of kills early, but they can't stay alive, and these placement points really matter in the long run.
Yeah, sitting on 10 already, and they have 38, so they should be in a pretty comfortable spot right now. Liguri, it looks like he's waiting to maybe buy something. Doesn't end up buying the Meteor or the 4 score. Probably gonna go over to either probably the Felix here. They're probably gonna let the Felix get that dice online. So they're actually gonna be really strong here. Team Affirmation, you know, already having such a dominant performance, sitting in first place here. There's the Alexal actually gonna be used on to Nothing to Say, and the Lian is just gonna get immediately obliterated here. It was a 4 score pickup for this William, but the William's just gonna get caught, and it's gonna be a 4 score gonna go to the side of Team Dabong. Another 2 kills, sitting on 12 already. They're sitting really comfortable here.
That would have been sick, if the Striking Tiger landed. A bit unfortunate for Rukia, but it's still night number 2. I thought it was day 3 for a second, so I was just about to say, hey, minus 400 for Rukia, but no, we just had so many fights going on that I just lost track of time. Alpha gonna get taken down, 2 of them. There's a 3rd one going down over to Team Affirmation. Mithril's being picked up. That should be the Gentian Silver Gun for the Felix. There it is right there for Team Affirmation. Yep, the game pace has now finally gone to a position where you and I are a bit more comfortable taking a little bit of a breather between these fights.
Yeah, and Team Arukia, they're on a chopping block right now. They only have 2 kills, and you can see Team Dabong sitting on 12 already, and they're the 5th place team. So they actually might even be above Akatsuki as well with just how many kills they have. But unfortunately, Lidelan is going to get caught by Team Affirmation, and it is going to stagger their death times. But it's still only day or night 2 here, so you can definitely get back into this game.
Labs starting to be picked up by Team NRG. I think this is just the credit one, right? Because you were talking about it earlier where it's that... Or no, it might have been Big Serious that talked about it earlier, but it's that little pedestal in the center. Credit pickup for Team New Rise Kangwon. That's going to be pretty solid for them. A good amount of credits picked up. They also managed to get free calls for themselves, which is really, really good. Early Tack Stack invested from Narita to get themselves out, as Binton found a potential pick away with that ultimate. Noda now running away from Suguru. I'm not sure about this one. This is an isolated Marcus. 37 seconds to go. I think it's a bit too long to stall this out.
Yeah, I can't really stall it out just yet. Once he gets maybe to about like 10 seconds, you start looking for the stall angles. But Marcus now going to be on a really bad respawn time for Team Anubis here, and Ira is going to be in a really bad spot. You can see where they are on the scoreboard as well. They're sitting on the bottom side with them being in 7th place. So, you know, they definitely have to win this game here. His Magician is going to start chasing down Phoenix Park. Maybe, I think they're going to stall him out here.
No.
Oh, no, they're going to stall out Phoenix Park. I don't think Phoenix Park can get it out. Wait a second, Magician's actually going to jump over the wall as well. And now Rio wanted to try a great totem. And Phoenix Park did end up going down before the day 2 swap, so it won't be a minus 200 for that team. I don't think they could have stalled it. Do it and take him down.
Yeah, that's really lucky that Phoenix Park ended up getting taken down. I think it might have been a little bit of a panic moment for Team Woosung University, but it's all fine and dandy. Here we go, fight inside of Forest. Unfortunately, Theo going to get taken down extremely early on, and also the kill over onto the
that's
Garnet
so
as the
unfortunate.
embrace was about to happen. I guess Team Akatsuki doesn't like hogs. Yoonhyung trying to chase down Narahara. The Monkey Wire and the Squirrel Traps have to go turbo. It's not even going to matter as the Monkey Wire is enough to take him out, but man, the Garnet embrace was cancelled out.
Yeah, you're untargetable when you use the Maiden's Embrace, but because the Sicela ult was already placed above the Garnet, the damage from the free at last ended up killing the Garnet, and that's what basically took the and just canceled the Garnet ult. And yeah, that is very unfortunate because if the Garnet ult connected there and actually killed Fiora, they actually had a chance.
Yeah, it would have been really, really nice to be able to see it. I think the Garnet still would have died because as soon as she comes out, it might have been the counter focus instead, but still, that's a big what if. We've been talking about a lot of what ifs throughout the course of the series, and that one was a big one. Team Dabong looking for the aggression. They found the aggression that they can use. Narahara sitting inside of the EMP barrage, but look at that. Kinyor is already down. Dabong looks like a different team altogether in knockout stage number 1. 2 kills in favor of that team. Dabong trying their best to catch down
get out of
Yamachi.
here.
I
It's a
don't
Garnet.
think so either. It's going to take forever to try to get the kill on this. The Hyperloops might just start to come in, but look at the minimap. There's a couple teams inside of Hotel 2. Yangachi can stall out quite a lot of time, taking that Sandstorm down towards the south side instead.
And Leon is going to split off there because they don't want to enter a zone where, especially when they don't have any vision in this, but Yangachi, I think, might get caught up by another team here. I think that's going to be it for Team Specialist. Team Specialist is actually going to walk away here and actually not going to for this Omega spawn in, as Team Akatsuki looking really strong here. Going to be able to get this Omega for free. It looks like Team Insider just want to get that to box on the top side there. And now the Garnets, you can see, already in that corner. Just going to have to bide their time here. Maybe going to try getting a res, but it's not really looking too good for that team.
For sure. Okay. With it being night number 3, Omegas have been spawned and a couple of already have been picked up. But on the flip side, Akatsuki picking up those blood samples for themselves. It went over onto the Sicila. That should be, I think, the Chaser, right? It should be. Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
Throw Sicila available for that. That's going to be the armor penetration going in. And on top of it, the Sultan's Embrace picked up. Yoonhyung is disgustingly strong right now. Night number 3, and most of the members of Team Akatsuki has the items that they need in order to get the fights going in their favor. The question is, are they going to be able to pull it off? They're also in danger of getting relegated from knockout stage number 1, so they have to make use of all these items.
Yeah, Team Akatsuki, or sorry, Team Insider is looking pretty weak, and they spawn in a red box here, and yeah, I was going to say Team Akatsuki was going to be able to contest, but it looks like they actually just found an angle onto Bongwa there, just instantly killing them. That is the Adela Nikki combo there. I don't think there's really much Team Akatsuki can do if you get pointed at by, if the Dina gets engaged on, or if the Cell gets engaged on, instantly blow up. So will be Team Insider going to be able to pick up a nice kill. The meteorite is going to be dropping here in about 30 seconds, and they do end up securing that red box as well.
I got scared there for a second because they might have greeted over onto the mutant check-ins, JCP and Bungwa. Yeah, JCP, actually no, it was JCP and the Sicila, sorry, Yoonhyung, that tried to greet for the mutant check-ins. I thought Insider was going to chase all the way into the kiosk to try either denying the res or maybe get a kill immediately after the res. Luckily for Team Akatsuki, that wasn't going to be the case, whereas Specialist, they're in a bad situation again. Look at their credit counts. We got about 60 credit for Team Specialist before they were able to get the res back over onto Narahara. Specialist, they're just not having it at all throughout the course of the series.
Yeah, and Team Insider, they definitely need some kills here, so they need to start chasing some of these teams down. They have to start taking team fights here, because you can see their Team Insider is only sitting on 36 points there, so definitely have to look for something. Team Specialist as well, they're only sitting on 8. They don't have the res for their team here. It's not looking good at all. They don't really have them as well. Yeah, there's such a big point difference between this team, but if they can somehow maybe get a wick or maybe get some items back into this game, get enough kills, and maybe win out the game, they can definitely still are in contention to qualify here.
Yeah, the only problem now is that it's day number 4 and there's still 8 teams alive. If you start falling down now, you're not getting any placement points, right? It's gonna be a problem for some of these players because it's always gonna come down to the wire for most of these guys. A lot of teams that are on the lower side of the score sheet, despite the fact that you are saying there's not too many kills going for them, they're the ones with a good number of kills in comparison to a majority of the teams that are in this game, right? Look at it, Akatsuki, as well as Insider, Specialist, they're all trying to make it out of the knockout stage number 1, and they have a decent amount of kills compared to the rest. Fight's gonna begin, and the Eva just completely isolated. Taemyeon's gonna get taken down. Dabong again on the back foot, and here's another fight as Kinyar gonna get taken down. Team Insider just full sending it. Yangachi stuck in the middle of nowhere will get taken down. Specialist is down and out. Our first team eliminated from ERM phase number 1 is going to be Specialist. Thank you so much for playing here, but that will be the end of your story for the beginning of Season 7.
Yeah, it's just just a little bit unfortunate. I just don't think the Garnet was really working out for that team. A lot of poke damage coming out from Team Akatsuki as the Wayfind is going to be flipped here, and it is going to be, I think that was Team Affirmation going to be able to pick that one up, but the items are going to go to the side of Team Akatsuki. I think they did end up getting the blood here. And the fight on top side here, Team Arukia is going to be able to get the one up onto Team New Rise, as New Rise is going to be completely split off here. Now they're just going to have to look for the res. Maybe down in school, they still have a minute left, as Team Arukia is going to be able to guard the archery res here. Nothing to say, just able to find an angle in and just able to completely kill Phoenix Spark there.
I can't believe that we're in a situation where New Rise Gangwon is potentially in relegation for knockout stage number 1. We saw this in Season 6, and all of us were surprised that some of these best teams were getting knocked out extremely early on into phase number 1, but this is a new season. Everything is up in the air, and they're getting third-partied at the worst time possible. They just invested their mobile kiosk too. Phoenix Park is going to be down for a very, very long time.
Oh, they're running straight into the hands of
looking straight in towards nothing to say. Signature Fireball is down. The dashes are going to come through. Riori is isolated. The auto attacks are just unstoppable. Astra Burst is there, and the Helitack stack comes out on top of it. No Danelle left by their lonesome. 20 seconds to go. I think you are right. That might be it for No Danelle. He might be looking for a Lumi at this point, but there's another team to go in again. No Danelle falls down, and that's it for Team New Rise Gangwon. Our 7th and 8th place teams going down immediately off the get-go. Thank you so much for playing. We will hopefully see you in the next phase.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate for Team New Rise. They're just not able to find anything in the games. They had such strong early games in all of the games, just not able to close out these games, and just getting sent farther behind. They keep losing these team fights. So yeah, definitely have to work on something. Safe for the team.
It's absolutely insane that a roster like New Rise Gangwon ends up losing in knockout stage number 1, but that is ERM for you, right? The new format, it really opens up different possibilities for teams like Dabong to start stepping up in a situation like this. 14 kills strong for those guys. They're still looking for more kills. I think they're really in good position to make themselves go to knockout stage number 2. Now the top 3 have to be scared.
You can see Arukia and Team Akatsuki. They're still in the game, and they're still in that top 4 spot. Team Wusung as well. They don't really have that many kills going for their name, so these teams need to defend their top 4 spot. They need to get kills. They need to start winning out or getting some more placement for their team as well. And they need to maybe try knocking out Team Dabong. Here's Dabong. They're already sitting on 14 kills, so they just need a consistent placement here, and they should secure themselves into that top 4.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Day number 5 about to turn into nighttime in 25 seconds. Remaining teams are now being real careful about this, right? This is where the end game is for these guys. Any additional placement point might be just barely enough for you to make it into that top 4 spot. So you can see everybody just kind of sitting around their spots, cameras going down all over the place, making sure vision is ample for your team. Wusung University sitting inside the gym as of right now. Archery range is open, so they still have to watch their flanks. But I like the way that macro is being played right now from all the teams.
Yeah, 100%. There's 6 teams left, 6 full teams actually. So these teams have to be a little careful because, yeah, I mean, their tournament life is on the line here. They gotta make sure they get enough placement points. They're not gonna get third-partied here. I really like the play from Team Wusung. They're sitting in that corner. Don't really think too many people are gonna check that that little wall there. So could catch some of these teams off guard. and Team Affirmation just sitting on the top there. They're just chilling with the wick buff, just gonna try maybe zoning these teams out and letting these other teams to decide their fate in the other zone.
It's gonna get real claustrophobic soon for these players, though. Eventually, you're gonna be forced into archery range and forest. Archery range is gonna get real problematic if there's a ton of teams inside of that zone. The only team inside of forest is gonna be Insider, and I don't think that's a team you want to walk into, specifically with compositions that are remaining in this lobby. Barukia trying to fight it out, but Shiro with a whole heap of trouble. Freedom is going to be invested to get themselves off.
Third party.
Who is right here? The recon drones are being activated. Dabong knows there's a fight going on right now. Akatsuki looking for kills. They're trying to grade it inside of Fire Station. The timer is actually in advantage on the side of Team Arukia. Walking back into forest. This is not looking good at all.
They need to take something here. Look at the timers. Look at the timers. They're going to start exploding soon. They are going to get 10 seconds back because of the zone swap, so they should be okay. But now they're just going to have to force onto a team here because they're not going to have any time within that final zone. Insider going to be able to secure the top or the bottom zone, and Forest going to be able to set up a nice spot for themselves down here. Arukia going to have to fight Team Affirmation, as it's actually going to be going to be fighting them first here. A lot of poke damage from the Emma and from the Leon here. The Leon is going to get to engage in. They're actually going to be able to find it, but the greatest Bintum out. Totem is going to be invested by the Emma, and Bintum is actually going to be able to get out of there, but the amount of spell damage coming out for the side of Team Wusong is going to be a little too much. It's going to be Team Affirmation going to be forced to back away.
Yeah, the problem is, look at on the western side too. Dabong in a whole heap of trouble. They're about to start losing a lot of timer. Changho sitting on 4 seconds.
They gotta go.
They
don't have any
can't
timer.
be sitting in this spot. They're going to start winning all over the place right now if they don't walk in fast. 25 seconds now for Team Akatsuki. They have a decent amount of time, but Insider is sitting on 40s right now. There has to be something going on. 5 seconds left for the Alex.
No,
Dabong has to send. Who gets the kill credit? It's going to be going over to Team Insiders. No! It goes over to Akatsuki. Nelisa are also trying their best to stay alive. The kill credit, that one's going to go over onto Team Insider. I don't know what ended up happening to the last one, but here we go. The Queen lands over onto JCP. There's the combination coming down over onto Bungwa. He's trying to get away, but it's not going to happen. Oh,
wait, Diva's
it is in shambles. Seiko taking down. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Yeah, you're right. Check out. If he can get the kill. Oh, JCP's about to get it. They just need to walk back into the zone. Maybe the executioner bonus could be going through.
Yes.
There it is. Bungwa ends up popping. Seiko's gonna pop down too. Okay, so it comes down to the Suwa and the Nikki. We've seen this happen time and time before. Let's look at the fight on the right though. Timer is so close, but in the end it will be Wusong University to take it away. JCP trying desperately. Their timer is not looking that good. Both people need to start walking up against the Suwa. It's not good at all.
He misses the stun. He misses it.
JCP goes down.
He whiffs it.
There it is. Oh no, the combination.
Oh wait,
a second, the kill. What the hell is going on?
The knockup connects. The knockup connects, and that's who the Insider coming out, and that's exactly what they need. They're in 6th place to get 3 kills and to get some extra placement points.
Oh my god. What is Knockout Stage 1 Super? My heart cannot take this any further, my guy. Goodness gracious.
I think Akatsuki are okay though. I think they also secure themselves in 3rd place. I think they should have enough points over Team Dabong there, but wow, I mean, JCP unfortunately just whiffs that last ultimate, because if he ended up hitting that stun, the Suid goes down for sure, and it should be, I think it should go into their favor there. But yeah, just slight misplay, but I don't think it's gonna matter too much. I don't think JCB has to feel too down about that, because I think they do end up making it out here.
They've already pulled their weight. Now it comes down to Wusong University. I also think they're pretty much guaranteed at this point. They were in 2nd place before we started here anyways, and they're already going to go to that 2nd place spot, but that... Okay, do we even need to be surprised anymore about that? That is just a huge misstep from Magician, and we are down to a 2v3. I don't think Insider is going to let you in that zone anymore. Wusong University, that might be it for you guys in game number 4, but we'll see you guys in Knockout Stage number 2. There is the combo going in. Do they get the kill onto the Shoichi? Yes, they do. Popsuxa goes down, and that Tompa Leon has absolutely nothing that he can live for. Suguru will get taken down. It is a 17-kill bomber for Team Insider. Changing over to their bread and butter comp. Why the hell did they not do it any earlier? Who the heck cares? They are punching their tickets into Knockout Stage 2.
And I think with that, they are probably just gonna start off with this team comp for the
Yeah.
next group here because they ended up working out very well for them, winning both of the games. Did end up swapping to it. You know, it's just the classic Nikki, Adela, and then Yona. You know, on that Sua, just there to hold the team together. So yeah, very nicely played by all three of them. But yeah, I mean that team fight. It was so close. It came down to the wire, right? If the Sua did end up going down, I think they actually would have got eliminated because team Dalbang would have had in them.
This score sheet for that fourth place spot is going to be so close. We know Usong University made it. Most likely Affirmation made it through, but I can't tell because so many teams that stayed alive towards the end actually had a ton of points. So now even Affirmation might be the one that's in trouble right now for relegation. Third and fourth place, it's a little finicky. I think you're right though. Akatsuki might have made it in. It's that fourth place spot. I have no idea who it is going to be. Super. This is going to be a real close one for the score sheets. I am so excited to see which teams are going to be moving on.
Yeah. I think I have a pretty good idea on which teams are moving on already, but I'm very excited to see how they pair into the next couple of teams in Knockout Stage 2 because we're going to have a completely, well, not a completely new set because we're going to have 4 teams from this stage, and then we're gonna have a complete or half of the teams are going to be completely new. So we're gonna have to see how these teams pair up into the other teams into Knockout Stage 2.
Okay, we've got a feel for it. We have gotten a feel for what the teams are getting prepared for, getting us prepared for going into the further points of phase number 1. Which team was the one that surprised you the most, though?
Which team? I would say, I guess it would be. I mean, Team Wusang, because I feel like they looked really bad in the play-ins, but they actually looked pretty solid here, and actually I think they did end up making it out into Knockout Stage 2.
Yeah, let's see if that actually is going to be the case. For me, it was Team Dabong. They looked really lost during the group stages, but this time around in the knockout stages, the sheer number of kills they were able to pick up was astounding, quite frankly. I think the fact that it is still day number 2 until where they are able to just pick up kills allows them to play really aggressive. And with their team composition, that aggressive gameplay, if it ends up working out, is extremely rewarding. So really good plays from Team Dabong. We'll see if they're going to be able to pull out a performance like this during knockout stage number 2. And assuming they do continue moving on into 3, 4, 5, and 6, are they going to be able to not get punished for these aggressive plays? It is risky still inherently, no matter how well it worked in knockout stage number 1, there isn't a guarantee that it's going to fly in any future phases or future stages of the knockouts.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's just going to get harder for you. It's just going to get harder from teams. They're going to have to go into, stronger and stronger teams, considering, where they place is from where they landed in the group stage. So, yeah, it's just gonna be an upload battle. But I mean, both Team Insider looked really strong at the very end after they swapped the comps, and also Team Affirmation just looked really solid overall because they won the first 2. I don't know if they secured themselves in first place. I think they should be in first. I don't know if Insider actually outscored them with that game because it's a 17 kill game. I think just overall, just very nice consistent game or very very nice consistent series for Team Affirmation.
That's what we need to see too. I'm gonna say this one last time because I can. It's our stream and we could yap about whatever we want. But today's knockout stage really is meant for me as a gauge to see how well you're going to be able to adapt to later stages of the phase. So for Affirmation to be able to consistently get into that top place spot and even win a couple games straight during knockout stage number 1, it spells really good news. But here we go. Let's see what it's looking like. Affirmation, Insider, Wusong University, and Akatsuki Dabong didn't make it out. Oh no! By 7 points, Dabong is not going to be able to make it out. Akatsuki is going to be able to clutch it out.
Yeah, Akatsuki and Wusong, they already had a pretty big point lead from Team Dabong, and they just had a better consistent game. They had a lot more points in placement. Dabong Fortunately, they had so many kills, but they really didn't get any from placement. You could see the amount of field kills they had. They had 46, but only 10 points from placement. While all these other teams, having a lot less amount of kills, just having a more consistent game.
Yeah, it's always going to be that inherent risk when you're fighting that much, and for a team composition that needs to play aggressive, dang it, did they try. GG's though, we know 4 teams that are going to be moving on into knockout stage number 2, so that means we are going to be going into a break in just a moment, and as soon as we come back, knockout stage 2 will be there, so make sure you guys stay tight in your seats, but go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 1 and 2 of the next set of knockout stages.
There you go.
생존자가 사망했습니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차
절차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형평없군. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니다. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠고. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 미래에는 유감을 표하지. 새로운 시대의 문을 여는 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연사는 끝났어. 이미 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험을 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지! 피하지 않아. 훈련하고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
같고요. 자, 이제 이쪽은 대전 오토함즈랑 오너입니다만, 와, 오토함즈가 진짜 침착하게 잘 밀어내고 있어요. 자, 초월 쓰지만요, 그 다음이 없죠. 이어서 시도놈에도 죽음의 연기력이 빠졌고요.
일단 사거리가 워낙 짧다
네.
보니까요. 오더 입장에서는 한 번의 기회로 원딜을 터뜨렸어야 했는데 한 발 더.
그렇죠. 이젠
노컨!
두 발로 끝나지 않거든요. 패치 후로 세 발입니다.
예.
본인들의 밸류는 따분히 여전히 또 함께 같이 살아 있었다라는 거고요. 오더가.
맞아.
자, 웨이더 미아먼트, 에고이즘. 자, 요거 보급 상자 놓고 한번 보겠다라는 건데요.
둘 다 밸류는 비슷비슷한 것 같거든요.
자, 일단 엘레나 성격 안쪽으로 파고 들면서 뭐 하나라도
자,
얼리는
빈결
순간.
걸렸거든요. 이어서 들어오는 라우라. 자, 하지만 엘레나 빠져나가고 에고이즘
그런데
먼저 잡아냅니다.
유민의 궁극기 위치가 너무 예술이었어요.
네.
그렇죠.
상대가 들어오는 곳에 절묘하게 깔아주면서
이어서 자, 우측 성당엔 경남 스파클과 대전 오토함즈고요.
그래도 한 번 걸렸을
오.
때, 군중제역이 걸렸을 때
예.
위협적인 수단이 많다 보니까 유스티나도 앞에서 이렇게 과감하게 교전을 걸고 있진 못합니다.
그렇죠. 근데 이거 에키온이 갑자기 경남 스파클
그렇죠.
쪽으로 걸어주는 걸
오토함즈가
선택하면서
아니라 자,
오토함즈
경남
이러면
쪽으로
너무 큰 기회인데요.
잠시만요. 근데
그렇습니다.
파도 타기로
밀어내면서 와.
결국에는 막꿈꿈까지 왔던 게 지금 너무나도 고마울 것 같거든요.
그렇죠.
그런데 일단 조합을 보시면 아시겠지만 너무 유스티나한테 휘둘리기 좋거든요.
그렇죠.
웨이더 마먼트 같은 경우에는
네.
먼저 건다고 하더라도 아스트라 버스트 같은 것도 있고 레온이 파도타기 이어서 강로 같은 것도 연결될 수 있다 보니까
그래서 자,
그래서
하지만
아스트라버스까지.
그렇죠. 자, 한번 뛰어내고 이어서 알렉스가
유스티나한테
먼저
너무 많은
잡히고
어그로가 끌리고 카치아가 계속 프리드를 넣어주고 있다 보니까 로컨이
정리합니다.
그래서 다
이러면요,
정리하고
엘레나 마지막 한 대 체크
네.
메이트. 대전 오토함즈가 이번 첫 번째 라운드 17번째 킬로.
력을 또 깔아주면서 완전히 유스티나를 무력화시키는 데 성공을 또 해줬고요.
그렇습니다. 그렇기 때문에 대전 오토함즈를 저지해내고 보급 상자를 가져갔던 팀은 웨이더 мя우먼티 팀이었고요.
자, 일단 아군이 한번 돌아오기는 했습니다.
네. 자, 오더 그리고 올웨이즈 인천 민재 선수를 한번 밀어내고요. 우측은 따봉과 웨이더 мя오몬인데 오히려 연이은 교전 속에서 따봉이 또 1킬을 가져간 상황입니다.
자, 블링크가 지금 활용이 되었고요.
아 이거 레니가 굉장히 잘 버텨주면서
와.
전선 유지를 시켜주고 있었기 때문에
네.
인천 입장에서도 더 들어갈 수가 없었고요.
그렇습니다. 일단 물론 올웨이즈 인천도 프리아를 가지고 있긴
자,
하지만
여기는
와 스프링 드랙 대박.
쉬는 시간을
와.
주질 않아요. 왜냐면 여기는 힐이 있거든요.
네, 이러면 오더가 그냥 이겼죠. 너무나 큰 승리를 가져갑니다. 여기서 한 번 더. 와.
와 스프링 트랩에 접하고
그래서 일단 지금 체제를 유지하게 되면서 혼자 남아 있는 최면 선수의 비앙카가
그렇죠. 멧돼지가
나
누가 먹을지를 결정해줬어요.
그렇습니다. 경남 스파클 입 쪽으로 쏙 넣어주게 되면서
침착하게 해야 됩니다.
그렇죠.
저 엘레나 먹겠다고 갑자기 각을 주면
와,
곤란해지거든요.
너무 아파요.
이제는
너무 아픈데요?
밀렸거든요.
이제 그쪽으로는
와,
갈 수가
이거-
없는데요. 금지구역 갈 거 아니라면은 오이즘이 순식간에 정리가 됩니다.
그렇죠. 경남
여기
입장에서.
선수도-
네.
여기 선수가 눈 깜짝할 사이에 없어졌는데요.
자, 그래서
그런데
오더가 이
그렇죠.
틈을 타고 이때다 하지만
지금이다.
오!
자, 그리고 안쪽으로 파고 들어왔더니
네.
하태 궁극기를 한번 버티는 판단까지 너무
자,
좋습니다.
소아랑 한 번만 더 버티고 다음 싸움 보면 경남 스파클도 충분히 할만할 텐데요. 자, 일단 한번 그렇죠. 자, 체력
필요하고.
채워야죠.
피스메이커가 일단
오.
없기 때문에
예. 자, 경남 스파클 HP 채우고 다시 한번 더 교전 보러 갑니다. 오더 쪽으로요.
자, 오히려 이제 페나 선수가 나가게 되고 알콘 선수가 들어오게 되면서 하트가 기용이 되다 보니까 이게 본인만 무적공이 아니라 아군을 위한 전체적인 무적공이 되면서 이렇게 한 번 더 살 수 있었고요.
네, 자 시간 얼마 남지 않은 건 시간 부족한 건 경남 스파클입니다. 한번
그렇죠.
오더 밀어내는데 오!
그런데
자,
자 이거
스프링 트랩이 들어가게 되고요. 이어서 3대 2
레니가 한 건 제대로 해줬습니다.
오더가 이번 라운드의 전반적인 팀합이 너무 좋습니다.
네.
점수 하나 감사합니다. 이러고 이제 오고 있죠.
그렇습니다.
그렇죠.
이제 난 할 일을 다 했다.
3등.
할 일을 다 했다. 여기도 할 일을
자,
다
그리고
했습니다.
여기도 할 일이 다
예.
있죠.
자, 이쪽은 시네마 선수의 유스티나가
그래서 에키온이
견제.
뭔가 맞기는 하는데
네.
안 아프고 자 이번에 결국 진영을 잘 흐트러뜨리고 있다가
한 번 밀고 그 다음 턴.
자 스프링 트랩
그렇죠.
정말 중요할 것 같습니다.
예.
자, 여기서 체력은 레니를 통해서 빠르게 채워주고 결국 이제 오토함지의 전략은 완전히 꽝 붙는 것보다는 이렇게 시간을 소모를 많이 시켜서 금구 때문에 어쩔 수 없이 계속 빨려 나올 수밖에 없는
네.
그걸 받아먹는 생각을 해주고 있습니다.
자, 그래서 다시 한번 교전각을 보고 있는 오도와 대전 오토함즈.
그래도 사거리는 너무 짧다 보니까 한번 이렇게
자,
파고
민재, 와,
들어가서
민재가 확
민재!
들어가서. 네.
아니 민재 아까랑은 좀 다르다. 아까는 너네 안 아팠지
자.
이젠 아프지.
두 명의
이렇게
원딜의
얘기하고
데미지를
있거든요.
오히려 받아내고
이러면
있어요.
오도가
민재.
로컨 잡아내고 마지막 시네마까지 체크 메이트입니다.
와 빗나갔지만
자, 우송과 대전 오토함즈.
이거
버니가
갈린
먼저
상태에서
걸리고.
너무 좋은 상태.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a great break. 10 minutes for us to refresh our minds, get situated, and get ready for the next knockout stage that is coming. We just finished knockout stage number 1. All 4 games have been played over there. We know which 4 teams we're moving on, and now we are here for the other side of today. Knockout stage number 2 is up and coming. So, Super, let's take a look at the teams that are going to be playing here and which teams they're going to be going up against next week on Friday, assuming that you do move forward. From knockout stage number 1, Affirmation, Insider, Usong University, and Akatsuki moving up to play up against the teams that ended 6th place for the group stages. Stage1 Cybers, Busan Vespa, Egoism, and Demon Drive.
Yeah, you could see the rosters for these teams in Knockout Stage 2 already. Such powerhouse teams, Cybers and Busan Vespa, both with players that are really well known. Fortunately, they got sent down here into Knockout Stage 6, so just goes to show you, how competitive this phase is going to be. And yeah, all these teams are going to have to play it out for only the top 4 spots here. And we're going to have to see four more teams going to be getting sent home very, very shortly.
The fact that we're going to be losing 4 teams when it's already looking pretty stacked. I talked about this when we were starting out knockout stage number 1. We saw the graphics for which teams are going to be playing in knockout stage 2. It's already stacked, man. We're losing half the roster after this one. It really makes me wonder how competitive the rest of the stages are going to be for the knockout stages. Oh my goodness. But what are you waiting for? What are you anticipating? What are you looking forward to for knockout stage number 2 before we even begin?
Hey, I'm a big Rosner fan, so
True.
I'm really hoping he plays. But I don't think. I mean, in the group stages, he didn't get to play, so I don't know if he will. I'm really excited to see how the top teams did in the previous knockout stage. I'm always really excited to see if they are going to be able to repeat the amount of success they had in the other lobby, just because it is going to be a complete set of teams, right? 4 new teams going to come in. They're going to be a lot stronger than the other teams that they just played into. So I really want to see, how the top teams in each knockout stage can, slowly continue their journey, and if they will be able to, have that same success.
Yep, that's what I'm looking for today as well. For the teams in knockout stage 2, it's still going to be continuation of what I mentioned for knockout stage 1. But it's going to be slightly worse, I think. A lot of teams that are here right now are not teams that, in my personal opinion, should be in knockout stage number 2. But during the group stages, they either faltered or just were unlucky for the entire series. So for right now, the teams that were not moving up from knockout stage 1, but the teams that ended up in knockout stage 2 because of the group stage performances, these guys need to step up. That cannot happen once again. If we see some of these teams like Busan Bespa, for example, falling down in knockout stage 2, it's going to be another fiesta again that we saw during season 6, phase number 1.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have a bad day and a bad series because it's only 4 games, right, for the group stage. So, who knows? Maybe some of these teams are teams that are contenders to win the whole ER Masters, but they just got an unlucky day, and we have to see if they are going to be able to bounce back here and maybe try to crawl their way back into the ER finals for phase number 1.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part too, right? I think you put a really good point there. Some of these teams that are playing in knockout stage 2 are some that can also be considered the season final contenders, man. And that's why it's so crazy. The new Eternal Return Masters format honestly creates for such a weird style of story that can be built throughout the course of the phases. And man, oh man, have both of the phases 1s in each of the season ever since the debut of this specific style of format been crazy. It is so weird that this is the kind of universe that we're living in right now.
Yeah, 100%. And really excited to see the team comps that's going to be shown. Are we going to see, the same Yusina Kadia? It didn't really work out for the, first group, or at least the teams that did end up utilizing those 2 characters didn't really do as well. Obviously, we know Auto Arms, they are, I think they look the most comfortable on that character. Obviously, they're already in the finals, and these other teams that are trying to, recreate their success, it's not really working out for them. So maybe teams are just going to stick with, what they're comfortable with, or maybe we might see these teams, shift towards what the meta is calling for.
Mm-hmm. All right, getting ready for that for the knockout stage number 2. Not entirely sure why we're still waiting for it, but might as well give the players a little bit more of a chance to get ready. But for you guys in the chat, I saw somebody, I don't know if you saw it during the break, but somebody said in the chat that they're going to start cheering for whichever team is in the second slot. If there's anybody else if there's any other people in the chat that are specifically cheering on for any teams in knockout stage number 2, give them a shout out, right? Show your support in the chat right now. Tell us what teams you guys are specifically going to be looking forward to watching, because we're going to dive straight into game number 1. So let's see what kind of comps we're going to see. Let's see what kind of ideas we are going to be seeing.
Yeah, the Yusinas are going to be locked in already for the side of Dina and Sonia Soul there, and we're going to see 3. We're actually going to see 1 from Egoism as well, so 3 Yusinas, all going to be from the same group here. Actually, it's going to be hovered, so maybe they want to try avoiding the ban. We're going to see the Mayas being picked up as well. Are we going to see the Yusina locks? Is Dina going to be locking the C? The Yusina? No. It's actually going to be Dina just going to be swapping over to the Adina, the classic. Oh, I don't think I've seen Dina on a Dina in actually quite a while,
Yeah.
surprisingly. You know, despite him having that name. And it's going to be Revolu going to be on that Nadine.
I hate to bring up the past, but Dina kind of got clapped by Pungwa back in Season 5, man. It wasn't even a close contest. Pungwa, when he was...
Oh,
So-
I think
Yes.
Dina swapped to for the ban because
Yeah.
Raccoon and Bungwa are both in this lobby, so forcing the Adina ban. And I actually don't know what else Bungwa is going to swap to because I've only seen Bungwa on Adina.
There has been times where Adina has been banned. I think he just went on to other majors. I think he's brought things like Celine out in the past before, maybe Hayes as well. But without this Adina for the remainder of the series, oh, well, not the remainder of the series, but at least for game number 2, Affirmation is going to be, not Affirmation, sorry, Akatsuki is going to be in a little bit of trouble. I do wonder what their possibilities are going to be like
Affirmation as
now.
well.
Yeah,
Affirmation, I've
will
only
lose out
seen
Raccoon.
Raccoon on the Adina as well, so I'm really interested to see what these Adina mains are going to be swapping to because, you know, now that the character is getting banned, you're basically forced off the character. Dina with the perfect read to just, you know, try or to basically get this character off the table for both the Adina mains, basically force them onto something maybe they're not as comfortable with. And Dina, I mean, we've seen this player play a lot of different characters. He's probably just gonna swap over to that Yusina that he was hovering originally.
Yes, sir. Here we go, though, guys. The second set of tonight, knockout stage number 2, round number 1 has begun. After this, we are going to start looking into which teams are going to move on into knockout stage number 3. We're going to be seeing that for quite a long time now because we have up until knockout stage number 6. Affirmation, Insider, Wusong University, as well as Akatsuki, looking to continue their story in Eternal Return Masters. But all the other teams that are joining us now in knockout stage number 2, they're trying to deny that story and create their own. So let's see which teams are going to be moving on into that next week's set of games.
Affirmation going to be able to get an early kill there, but I'm also going to try getting the Cicella, but not going to be able to find anything as Busan, Vespa is not really grouped up, or they are going to group up here in Hospital. We do see Hospital and Cemetery being quite the hot zone for the early game here. It's going to be Team Akatsuki going to try getting this Leon here, and Leon is going to go down. And on the top side, though, it's going to be Team Akatsuki, or sorry, Team Affirmation going to try going on to Team Wusan here, and it looks like a lot of damage. Bintum is getting a lot of damage onto the Felix. Felix is used ultimate, but not going to connect any of those daggers. Bintum just going to slowly back away there. Blink is going to be invested, and Team Wusong is not going to be able to find anything. As Team Affirmation, they're going to slowly start to build up their items. As yeah, the fight was taken pretty early into the game here, so all these players not really having their full items just yet.
You're seeing a lot of early fights from both knockout stage number 1 and knockout stage number 2. It might become a pretty common occurrence where teams are fighting even without full items. Luckily for the Justina, was able to at least get a trait kill over onto Yoonhyung's Cicilla. That is good for egoism. Most of these teams are looking for fights right now. There's a lot of them that don't have any kills at the moment. Akatsuki is the only one that is sitting on 3 at the moment. Puza Vespa sitting on 2. But here's the Peacemaker coming out from JCP. It's a pretty early one. That means the Heart will unfortunately get taken down. It's a 2-for-0 in favor of Chechen Cybers. A great start for this team inside of Chapel. Now moving their way into Cemetery, maybe for these Mutant Dogs.
Yeah, you're just gonna be able to get back into this, just slowly get back into this game here, get a lot of credits. Nothing really gonna happen as, yeah, just early respawn timer is gonna be able to get them back in here. Bonghua gonna be able to regroup back into their team in Hospital. Akatsuki is gonna be over here. Game actually is gonna be slowed down quite a bit. No teams are really gonna be taking any team fights on this night cycle.
That's okay. Day 1 was already kind of chaotic enough with a lot of these teams ending up fighting. Now, the overall kill count is definitely not as high as we saw in knockout stage number 1, but this does create a bit of more of a stable environment where I think a lot of teams are just going to be able to figure out what the heck is going on. Dushiman, he's still going to be
he goes back. Okay.
Ooh,
Dushiman getting pulled. Yeah, Dushiman getting pulled off the jump pad at the perfect time, but then just using the camera hop to just get back right on top of it. And yeah, the jump pad was still charged up by him standing on it, so just was able to get on out of there. And it looks like Team Affirmation unfortunately going to lose 2 members there from the side of Team Busan. Busan sitting on that Kadia Yusina that we've seen time again. This time it's actually working out pretty well for them. Kariya, Yusina, Marcus. I think we'll see this team comp quite often during phase number 1 here, but we'll have to see if anything is going to get changed, because it is going to be the new patch next week.
Yeah, if there's anything that I'm surprised about, I'm surprised we're not seeing the Leon combination with those double backliners that much yet, right? We're seeing the Marcus being the priority pick when it comes to the front line for these team compositions. Really excited to see when the Leon is going to be the one that comes into play instead. Affirmation and Egoism looking for control inside of Factory. Not sure if there is an objective spawning here anytime soon, but the fight in Hotel is also going to go through. Popsoksa looking for a kill onto Dongye, but he's a little bit too tanky. Popsoksa now fighting it out up against Shinhawar, but oh no, he walks straight into the Papyrus, will take the fall. It's a 2-for-0 in favor of Demon Drive. That should be the Tree of Life going in their favor, as Villainy unfortunately falling down too. There's a lot of deaths as soon as we hit day number 2. Right as soon as we get to the objective, teams are looking for that blood.
Yeah, everyone's just looking to fight for these items here. On the bottom side here, they are going to be fighting for the walls, and it looks like it's going to be the side of Team Egoism. The Yusina getting chunked down to 1 HP. The ultimate from the Sill is actually going to be big and will secure the Adina from Team Affirmation. Lugari going to try looking for Yusina, but just getting kited. There's not really much a Mai can do.
Wow.
But Bintum just going to spawn back on top and should be able to get the Yusina. They are going to be able to get them, and they should back away here. So a 2-for-1 trade going to the side of Team Egoism.
That's a pretty heavy investment though, I think, from Bintum, because he isn't going to be able to get the Executioner bonus for killing the body. That means that Blink is going to be on a pretty long cooldown. It's not going to be available for Affirmation for a decent amount of time. And we've seen the way that Bintum initiates in a lot of cases. He typically does end up using that as the additional initiation tool. So without the Blink, Bintum's effectiveness for the next maybe minute or so might be a little bit neutered. So don't expect too many fighting capabilities from Affirmation until that comes back up, which is completely fine. We saw them doing this the same thing during knockout stage number 1, where they get a couple of kills early and then stay pretty quiet all the way until the end. But the pick's gonna come through. That's the 4th kill of Team Affirmation.
Yeah, Kotsky, unfortunately, the Cell getting caught out there. Affirmation is going to be able to get that. I think Lumi was fully charged there, so Lumi is going to be used on that side there. Wusong going to try looking for an angle onto Team Egoism. There is going... Wait a second. Wusong's actually going to just straight up buy an item straight in their face, but it looks like they are going to be able to get it safely. Alpha is going to be spawning an archery here. I think Team Wusong definitely wants to look for an angle to take this team fight.
OTA built up for Popsoksa. That's a really big power spike for the Shoichi.
Egoism doesn't really have any items here. You can see at the top, they're only sitting on 3 items, and looks like Magician finds the flank angle and a great Compass skill to block out on all of the damage from Tina, and Team Wusong should be able to close out this fight here. Great 2 kills from the side of Team Wusong into Team Egoism.
They're looking so confident. Even in knockout stage number 2, they're looking as confident as they did in knockout stage 1. Pyong? Yeah, not just yet, my guy. Start backing away. Poongwa's gonna eat you alive with those Sun Conjunks. Insider will just have to back away from the fight. Wusong University picking up the objectives inside of archery range will be able to get a couple things going. They are also gonna buy a couple transitions for themselves. I saw the Kotie being built earlier. I talked about that. Now the Glacial Shoes online for the Shoichi. Egoism, unfortunately, Yohi gets found out and taken down. That's a full wipe onto that team. Extended death timers for all 3 members.
Yeah, and look at the credits counts for Team Egoism. They still haven't got their buy-ins yet. Just so far behind right now. It's one of the reasons why, you know, Team Wusong was able to run them over. Shoichi getting that buy-in. They just had quite a bit of an item advantage to just you know, easily take that team fight and win it out for them.
Yeah, unfortunate, but it's fine. They're alive. Now look for the transitions. The call-ins are coming through. 95 credits for the Justina. The 4 score obviously going to be bought in. It should be 4 scores for everybody else too. I'm just wondering where the priority on the items are going to go. We've seen a lot of priority on both the Justina and the Cecilia. So when you put them in the same team, who do you go for?
Yeah, that's a good question. We're going to have to see who they do end up deciding. I think maybe they just might split it. Looks like an engage is going to come in from Dushiman. Is going to get the stun onto the Cecilia. Is going to get stunned up by the Adina as well. And Dina just able to connect so many of these skills and just able to lock down that team. Very nicely played by Adina there, as Cybers is going to get a nice 2 kills from people.
Dina still got it. He still got it. Moon Doritos all over the place, locks down the Sicilla despite the fact that the surfs up from
wait.
Villainy was also
they just-
invested.
I think they stole a 4 score as well because Yushima just got a 4 score, I think, off of the body. So that is a disaster for Team Egoism. Team Egoism, I think they tried to buy down here, but yeah, looks like 4 score was given over to the side of Team Cybers. That's going to accelerate Team Cybers to maybe even save up for these Bloods here into night number 3. Egoism, though, they didn't get their buy-ins and they lost the 4 score. That is devastating.
Considering the fact that their early game so far hasn't exactly been the greatest either. Yes, they have 6 kills, but they took a full death timer because all 3 of them died into losing a 4 score. It's not the greatest of start for Team Egoism, but if we saw, you know, we took a look at what happened earlier in knockout stage number 1. You lose the 4 score because somebody else steals it. Apparently, a bear just gives it to you. So look at who that cares.
Yeah, let's see if Team Egoism can get that luck like the other team. I think that was. Yeah, I think that was which team ended up getting. I think it was Team Affirmation actually. No. It was Team. It
was William, wasn't it? Oh no, it was Double. Oh yeah, you're right.
No. It was William. It was William.
Oh yeah, you're right. Because we saw the GPMVG.
William. Yeah. William did end up losing it. Blink already invested from the Sicilla there. Nikki is gonna try looking for an angle. This is that triple back team comp that you can maybe just look to get any peerage uppercut on, but you gotta remember they do have that Peacemaker to that they have to watch out for.
Yep. A lot of good damage dealt over onto Suguru, taken down to half HP. Jinhawar, he should have the unleashed power in just a couple moments. Do Team Demon Drive want to send it right now? Sheer is ready. They have full fuel available. That's dice combo sent over onto Suguru.
Oh my god, there's the combo.
Too, but Magician is trying to get the knockdown onto Jinhawar. Unfortunately, it is going to be enough as the Shoichi is going to be able to get the kill on that. Sheer as well as Magician, they are trying to deny the kills as much as possible. But the Emma is just taken down. Bob Suksa on the Shoichi is going to have to run away. Well played from Demon Drive, is able to lock down the Emma. And Emma of all things.
This Estelle is just doing so much damage for their team. I've been saying, time and time again, Estelle might be a tank, but she just does so much damage as well because you still build full damage on her and you have that damage reduction as your tankiness. And the Estelle, just able to lock down these targets there. The Leon instantly fallen with the Estelle damage and the Sylvia combo, and then the Emma as well. So very nicely played from Team Demon Drive. Going to be able to steal those kills away. And on the top side, it is going to be Busan. Going to be able to get I think that was I don't know which member fell there, but the hard alts just not connecting for the side of Team Akatsuki.
A frame too late. We've seen that in the past, actually, during phase number 1 already, where teams are just kind of like a frame or two late on placing that Peacemaker down, and it already loses out a member. You already put your Peacemaker down, so you can't really use it anymore. It puts people on the back foot. But luckily, actually, no, it's night number 3, so that was minus 200 going over to Team Akatsuki. This team, wow, they are just struggling tonight with making sure that all of these team members are constantly being had to be called. But look at that, Suguru gets a huge surfs up. A good chunk of the Astro Burst is actually blocked away with the quick spin, but the damage is already dealt. Down goes Magician as well. Bob Soaks, he's trying to get the kill, but no, Bob Mosa on the flip side. Both Bobs will be able to fight it out, and in the end, it will be the Marcus to win it out. Busan Best by sitting on 10 kills now will be able to knock down Wusong University. The confidence play is just not enough.
That's a little unfortunate there. I mean, Shoichi, he just couldn't find any of the kills there. They ended up finding the Justina, but it was just a little too late on the Kadia. It's not enough damage. It's barely not enough. So we'll be Team Wusong University going down in 8th place. So early into the game, it's devastating start for them for the series.
This ain't good at all for Wusong University. But this is this kind of start that they had in the last series as well, right? They were able to bounce back, and that's the opportunity that I'm waiting to see if they can have. 4 kills, not that bad. They did play pretty aggressively. Up against Vespa, it's a bit more difficult to do that because we did see this team composition during group stage on Friday, making waves, just denying any single type of composition from getting the kill over onto the Justina as well as the Kadia. That's exactly what just happened to Wusong University. So a bit unfortunate, but that's just Busan Vespa playing the fight right.
Yeah, I mean, Justina just a character that just has so much range with the Kadia as well. But Moss actually coming from the flank, gonna hit a double burger from there. And it's gonna be complete. It's gonna completely isolate Revola, and Revola is just gonna go down on the other side here. Great find there from the Cena, and we'll be able to get that kill. And oh my god, the Nick Peerage uppercut is actually going to connect with the D jump there from the Leon, and they canceled the duck dive. You are correct, and it's gonna be Egoism going down. That is so unfortunate and very nicely played by the side of Team Insider. Just channeling the Nikki ult the second they jump over with the jump pad.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for the Leon. It's day number 4 now too. That's minus 400 credits for Team Egoism. Dude, day 4 deaths are just resulting in so many teams pulling themselves back from a lead that they could have set themselves up for. 6 kills for Egoism, but minus 400 now. Stage1 Cybers, 5 kills, but minus 200 for them now. It's all these teams that are getting decent early game stars that are constantly losing these mid game fights to very, very small, minute differences in how the micro goes. Bob Malsa gonna get taken down in half, also eating the Ghost Fire. It's actually gonna end up proccing the healing drone. Not exactly the best case scenario, I think, for Team Vespa. They want that utility in order to make sure Bob Malsa can stay alive in some of these fights, but they are going to be forced to fight it if they want this red box. Bintum trying to pick it up. Which one is it going to be? I think that looks like
just
boots for affirmation. Is it?
Yeah,
I see.
No, it's chest piece, yeah.
Oh, it's a head. Demon Drive got a chest piece. I think affirmation got a hat.
Oh, I'm actually not too sure the symbols and exactly what they look like. Great dodge there from Revola. They are going to be able to get the wick buff and the items as well. On top side here, it looks like Team Demon Drive actually going to just send it onto the side of Team Egoism. Team Egoism going to lose a member. Cicella is going to be forced to stay in that corner. Happy 9 is going to be able to get away, but now they are going to be down a member as Team Akatsuki is also in the fray here. Maybe Team Demon Drive is going to look for an angle in. They should have a pretty decent matchup here if they could find an angle. Maybe kill the heart before they are going to be able to get... But no, they still have that hard ult. It's going to be a little... They do have to be a little careful that they don't send it too far in, as the damage from Team Akatsuki is definitely quite the threat to, dive into.
But at the same time, I also think Demon Drive should have the advantage there, because Jinhao on the Arda should be able to withstand a good chunk of the aggression, thanks to the fact that Arda's crowd control is a lot more permanent, in my opinion, when it comes down to it, up against Team Akatsuki's composition. Like, you catch one person out with a good dice combo, they're going to be stuck there, and then Seer jumps in, you get the Estelle jumping in. It's going to be a lot more devastating than what Akatsuki can do up against that Arda, especially with the Sylvia healing him in the background. Should be okay. So I like the decision from Akatsuki to back away from this, but they're walking into archery range that's going to be closing in a few moments here. The decision has to be made.
Any timer. I wonder where they're going to go. They're probably going to have to go all the way around that White Lily there. And oh, the Sylvia gets perfect cancel on the White Lily, and that's going to be the Cicella going to go down. Team Egoism, look at their credit counts. They don't really have anything to go, and look at the amount of timer on Team on Happy 9. Only 2 seconds left. It's a disaster for Team Egoism, and they're just gonna have to try riding it out here for some extra placement.
Yep, that's about all they're gonna be able to get, and we see that Justina back in the same corner that we saw in knockout stage number 1. Happy 9 this time will be the one to take that corner for themselves. Northern side, it's a fight in between Team Affirmation as well as Team Vespa, looking for control over Temple. Now, this zone is gonna be closing in a few moments, but if you gain control of this, it'll be very beneficial for you. Rakun take it dangerously low. He has the Ghostfire proc on him right now. Does he have a star? He does.
Oh, wait a
not,
second.
But traded back for Bob Malsa. Yeah, Rakun gets taken down, but Bob Malsa's corpse is already gone. The health bar for Hohenzollern is not that good.
Bintum binds it! Oh my god!
Is fantastic. Bin's not going to be able to do it, and Bintum just shreds them a new one. Akatsuki on the backside, unfortunately, is just not going to have it up against Team Stage2 Cybers. The kill, third party coming in from Liguri to get the kill as well. Affirmation looking so much more proactive than they did in knockout stage number 1. They're at 8 kills for themselves. Down goes Happy 9 as well. Demon Drive to pick that one up. It's 2-2 now between knockout stage 2 teams and knockout stage 1 teams. Affirmation and Insider looking for more.
Affirmation just looking so strong and still so comfortable on this team comp. Yeah, Bintum just finding an angle and just completely obliterating the backliners of Team Vespa there, and I kind of want to see more from this team.
Yeah, 100%. The Demon Drive, despite not having the Felix anymore on this roster, I think Jinhao sitting on the Arda is so much more pressure, and you can't really kill him either unless the huge mistake of missteps come through for the Arda, and even then you still have a little bit of leniency with it because the Sylvia is sitting in the background. And with the Arda, Well, guess what? Sylvia also gets healed if she decides to step up a little bit. This is a really good all-around composition. I talked about how I was worried about this team's DPS output, but Jinhauer is playing that artist so well that I don't think it's a problem. A double taunt coming for Dushiman, a lot of good damage dealt over onto Liguri. I think
Rocking Strike on here. Yeah.
The pathing, not like this. Liguri, he has to run away. It's night number 5. 50 seconds to go, but Lumi slowly making its way up. But Bintum gets caught out, and that's going to be it for the Felix as well. Down he goes.
Ooh, I think Bintum baited him in so they can get maybe the Lumi res here, but yeah, that is a little unfortunate. I was talking about the indecisiveness, right? If you're indecisive just very slightly, it'll just cost your team the fight there, and that's exactly what happened. Rakun unfortunately misstepping and just immediately just dying there. And I really like this play from Liguri, actually letting Lumi come all the way in so they get the res off safely. As you can see, the other team slowly starting to split away because of the zone closing here. And it looks like they will be able to get the full res for Team Affirmation, so they should be able to get back into this game.
That is absolutely huge, but at the same time, that's a lot of risk because look at the timer for Liguri. 21 seconds now, he does gain a little bit back, but this is not that great walking into an Adina. You have an Adina of yourself, but it's much easier landing skills when you're walking into them in comparison to the other side. Bintum is the one that gets charged on by Dushimen, but Bintum is in the middle of the frame.
He just gets
stunned by the moon. And Liguri just doesn't use the exclusive. It's going to take down Bintum, and we are down to 2 for Affirmation. That is brutal. Liguri just didn't react in time for the exclusive, and it does end up getting the Felix killed. That is a really, really big advantage going for Titch and Cybers, but there is still Demon Drive around. They do need to be careful just in case a sandwich situation happens. We saw it yesterday.
Yeah, I think they were just a little too pressured there to make something work, but they still had time before the zone ended up closing there. Ended up just sending it and just didn't really work out well for them because the angle that they sent it at was pretty bad there. Great double dice there coming out from the Arda, and the great follow up there from the Sylvia and the Estelle, but that just puts their team in a really bad position. Here comes the third party. It's going to be Cybers, going to have full control of this team fight. And they wait a second. It looks like they're actually going to be able to get out of here. Team Demon Drive actually going to be able to kite back, and they got some of the kills, so they have full timer that they can utilize, and they can just rest up and reset.
Yeah, but this still sucks because Sheer ended up getting tagged by the Ghost Fire. That means it takes a lot longer for Sheer to try getting the rest in because of the dot damage that was taking away on that Sylvia. Look at the timer on Team Demon Drive. Titch and Cyber should know they have the advantage on this. Oh no, their timer is actually relatively low as well. We got 14 seconds left on this
Here comes
mine,
engage with
to try brute forcing it. Jinhauer, does he have the damage?
Oh, they gotta kill something.
The question. It's about to run out. 3 seconds, but pushed back into the wall with the explosion shot, and that does it. Titch and Cyber is 12 kills strong, will be able to make it into that final zone. But against Team Insider, they're starting to move up already. Look at their positioning. They're coming.
Yeah, I really like the heads up play again coming from Insider and Team Cybers. They don't know. They're just buying, and Insider is just gonna push into this this kiosk here. Gonna get the Queen charge. It looks like Team Cybers, I think they did end up seeing them on the cams there, and they should know if they ended up playing into the team quite a bit. And they're actually going to use the VLS system to get on over. But then Team Insider, I think they see the VLS system in response. They're going to walk back into the zone as well.
This is still really good. Now there's no setup necessarily for Team Insider. Unfortunately, the landing zone for Titch and Cybers, it is going to force them to eat a few seconds of timer. But now what is the game plan? You have a Nadine, you have a Nadina. Young is sitting in the corner right now. He is getting ready for himself to jump on in, going
There's
straight
engage!
for the Revolut.
What
The
the
exclusive
perfect-
is good, but the taunt is still there. The stun lands over onto Revolut, and then Nadine is down. Dina trying whatever he can. Seiko is taken down, but we're back to the Nikki and the Sua once again. Trying to get the res. It's not going to happen. Dina on the other side is going to get
Dina gets hit by the Odyssey.
Oh, the blink comes out too. Dina, he's trying to land, but
he
the
gets
blink
popped.
and the Don Quixote is there. That'll do it, ladies and gentlemen. Insider is going to take away game number 1 of knockout stage number 2. There it is, Dushimen. He will eventually fall. 10 seconds on the clock does not matter. 6 kills on their side. Not that much, but that first place will take them away to 18 points for game number 1. GG's.
Team Insider with only 6 kills, but a fantastic win from Team Insider there. Yona actually playing really well in that team fight, able to actually connect, that double Odyssey onto Dina there, putting it in the perfect spot to make sure Dina can't really dodge out on that. And hitting that last Don Quixote at the very end to close out that team fight. I mean, yeah, once it goes down to the 2v2, once you lose that ADC, it's gonna be really hard to kill, that Sua with just that mage and that tank.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering, by the way, what ended up tagging the Nadine, because they got out with the exclusive. That was really well done from the Mai. But then he got stunned by something, and it allowed the rest of Insider to jump.
I think it just was the Nikki stun, right? I think Nikki had the parry.
No, he got Night Forked, and it landed on him.
Oh, so it's just Seiko with a great read on the exclusive, I think.
I can't tell if it was a read or if it was just one of those like straggler pieces.
Oh, is it just a random piece that just knocked into them? I think.
Wait, hold on. I need to keep. I'm trying to watch this, but it's like there's so many things that are happening on the screen here. Let me like try watching it again. Hold on. Let's see.
I think it was the.
But Night Fork knocks up people, right? So let's see.
Yeah, wait, what did he get stunned by? Actually, I need to look back at this as well.
I can't tell. It looks like Night Fork, but Night Fork should be knocking up, not stun. So he gets pulled away. By the way, for those who get in the chat, I'm watching it through a different source. So you guys aren't going to be able to see it, but let's see. So, is it a?
Oh, it was just a queen. It was just a queen. I think the follow up was there from Seiko, and he just used he didn't use his. Oh no, he did use his queen.
Right? Yeah, that's what I mean. It's so weird. The only thing that looks like it hit him was the Night Fork, which shouldn't be stunning him, which is slightly strange. I'm assuming since we can't really see from the Adela side of was it a Fury jab?
No, it was the Sua Double Odyssey.
Oh, he had a bookmark on him. I did see the second one just tag him barely at the outside.
It just barely tagged him. Yeah, I just barely tagged him.
Oh no! Oh no! That sucks. Yeah, that's really brutal because again, the exclusive timing was absolutely fantastic from Team Titan Cybers. It's just there's way too many things you have to be looking out for when dealing with Team Insider. One thing catches your backliner, they will immediately pounce on that. That's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, it's just a great follow up there for Team Insider, and I mean they did kill the Adela in response, but yeah, it's just a little rough when your ADC goes down. Just not enough damage to kill the Sua, especially when you're just getting pressured by both the Nikki and the Sua. It's just two characters that can just slowly just dive down onto your backliner.
It's still a really good wake-up call, in my opinion, for Titan Cybers, because despite the fact that these players are pretty experienced with teams like Insider, I think the harsh reality of how many things you have to keep track of is really just kind of standing at them in front of their face now. So the fact that they were able to deal with it in game number 1, I think might be a blessing, if anything, at this point, because if they're up against Team Insider starting from now on, they'll be a lot more careful about it.
A lot. What? Sorry.
They'll be a little bit more careful about it. Did I cut out there for you?
Yeah.
100%. Blessing.
Cybers is still going to be in first place, despite them not winning out that game, because Insider, unfortunately, they only had 6 kills, so they're actually not even in second. They're in third place because Demon Drive is also going to be outscoring them with 11 kills for themselves, and Vespa going to be sitting in fourth with 13, and Affirmation with 13 as well. So it's actually going to be a pretty close lobby here. There's actually not really any team that's completely dominating Insider, winning out that lobby. Daeyoung Cybers coming in first, but unfortunately they did end up falling short in that final round.
Yeah, when it comes to the overall kill count, though, I will definitely say that there is a reason why some of these teams are in knockout stage 2 and not knockout stage number 1. My God, that's a tongue twister and a half, but yeah, the majority of the teams that are in the top 4 right now, because of the team kills, are mainly from knockout stage number 2. Insider might be the one exception from that, but they didn't get too many kills and they actually ended up winning the game, which is why they're up there. So knockout stage number 2, a lot more aggressive when it comes to the teams that are fighting, but they're doing it correctly. I think that's the biggest difference we've seen so far from knockout stage 1 and 2. We'll have to see if that's going to flip things around. Wuzhong University looked pretty confident in the earlier stages, but a misstep in a couple of the fights towards day number 2 and day number 3 led them to their downfall pretty early on into the game. So let's see if they can change things up too.
Yeah, I'm really interested Really interested to see, and also going into game number 2, we are gonna have that Adina. So really, really interested to see what these Adina players are gonna be swapping to. Like I said in the past, just because Adina is one of those characters that kind of fits a lot of archetypes for a team, right? It's having the consistent damage with the Sun Conjuncts, having the extra sustain for your team. It's not really like another character that could replace Adina, but Adina is going to be off the table now, so these teams are going to have to adjust.
Yep. What's the replacement? What do you think is going to come out? I personally think something like a Priya could be a decent alternative, but I don't really recall Raccoon or Bungwa playing those.
I don't think Priya is enough damage because Adina just has backline mage damage while also having the utility and the sustain. So I'm guessing they're just gonna swap to another mage. Maybe they might even swap to the Justina if they're comfortable with it, but most likely maybe just the Haze or the Celine, just like another backline mage. That should end up being a pivotal point for their team.
In the end, because the Adina is gone, no matter which mage you go, sustain is not exactly going to be the name of the game for this one. So let's see what ends up happening. For Bungwa, he's still deciding on where he wants to go. Raccoon going to be swapping over onto the Justina, which will signify the Justina is going to be banned. Bungwa coloring the
four, so
yeah.
We have 4 Justinas. Justina's going to be banned for the rest of the series here because Dina is going to be hovering as well. So we're going to have a 3-round ban. But Dina gonna be swapping over to the Cicilla. Is Cicilla? To get the Cicilla banned this time.
Okay. Cicilla is gonna be banned, you're right. Yohi as well as
Playing
Dina
the villain
and Yunhyung gonna be... Oh, that's actually really bad for Akatsuki. I don't know if you remember from when I told you on Friday about why Akatsuki is there. Yunhyung is a Cicilla one-trick. If they're not gonna be able to play the Cicilla for the remainder of for game number 3, that's gonna put Akatsuki's potential of winning in game number 3, or maybe even being confident in their gameplay a little bit down. There is a possibility that Akatsuki ends up subbing out Yunhyung entirely just because game 3 is a possibility where Cicilla is just not going to be able to be played.
Yeah, Dina just playing the villain, just forcing out these bans, forcing these players to get off of their comfort picks here, forcing these one tricks off. As we do have like you said, the Justina I think being picked from Raccoon, and it's going to be Carla from Bongwa here from Team Akatsuki.
But this really goes to show you that Dina has turned into a really, really flexible player. We used to love this guy all the time because he held the moniker of his IGN being Adina before he had to change it to Dina thanks to the rules changing. And he always used to be that Adina one trick that we always loved to see in ERM. His performance was immaculate. But ever since that incident during Season 5 up against Bungwa, he has turned into a lot more of a flexible player. And that's what's directly leading to a lot of these bans. So really, really big shout out that I want to give to Dina for making sure that this kind of lobby is a possibility when you get good enough to flex some of these picks. So let's see how the result of that is going to look like, because here we go. Game number 2 has begun for Knockout Stage 2. After this one, we are halfway done with this specific stage and the break that will be coming up for you and I to take a bit of a break too.
Yeah, I mean, I do love Dina's flexibility here to force these players off their comfort picks, as he's still gonna be outputting almost 100% on these characters as well. He's very comfortable on these mages like Cicilla. That's obviously his signature Dina, and that Justina that he was hovering as well. I'm surprised he actually didn't pick the Justina here to actually get it banned out for the rest of the series, and then maybe swap to the Cicilla for the next game. But looks like we're gonna have Cicilla and Justina gonna be banned forward for game number 3. Ooh, JCP unfortunately not going to be able to connect that ultimate and is going to get caught out here, I think, by Team Egoism. Should be able to get some damage off and maybe deter the Leon from jumping in, but looks like yeah, both members are going to be able to get away.
He's still perfectly fine with it. Wuzong University looking for a potential fight back in. Tempest Hydra was charged for Bintum, but Magician heard it and dodged it immediately away. That's a lot of utility for Bintum gone, but the damage return is actually pretty decent.
Ooh,
Surf is
great
fantastic,
Surf,
though. Bintum gets taken down. The Guru trying his best to run away. Unfortunately, the E from Shuichi not going to land. That means the chase down is over, but a fantastic return fight as the reinitiation with Sursa was fantastic. Cemetery becoming a problem once again for some of these KR players. Villainy is going to get taken down early. Astroverse coming down early too. JCP is going to get taken down by Wilson. Can Boongwa turn this around? The explosion shot going to be dodged out of, but the Ghost Fire is already proccing. Yoonhyung back alive. Can they get the kills, or is it going to be Villainy on this Leon to deny it all? Not entirely sure. He misses the dump dive. Will get taken down. The third party from Dushiman
jumping on
in as well. The
Oh,
kill
missing
on
out on
Happy
some of
Knight.
these.
Not going to find it, but this.
Oh, the free at last, he's dead.
What a clean free at last. It picks up 2 to 3 kills for that Cecilia, and Jetchan Cybers just walks in and dominates the cemetery zone.
Yeah, I think it got Kotsky as well, so it actually wiped two teams with one button, which is kind of funny there. As yeah, Cybers is gonna be able to pick up a nice 2 kills. Egoism gonna just respawn back into beach, and Team Akatsuki is gonna follow them,
dude,
because it is gonna be Bongwa. We might just have another fight on our hands here, because I think they both saw the zone was completely free. Try to get some more farm. Rockin, unfortunately, not gonna be able to connect any of these skills onto Justina, and Dongyi is actually gonna be able to solo kill Raccoon here. Raccoon is gonna be in that recharge form and is gonna fall there, so we'll be Demon Drive gonna be able to get a nice kill for himself.
Yep. But what a crazy start to game number 2. This is kind of funny. I didn't expect this to be the way that we were gonna start our second match of knockout stage number 2, but we've seen it all already. Cemetery being a problem yet again. Fights all over the map. Picks all over the map. You got a triple kill from a Cecilia that just walks in and third parties with a free at last. I'm getting PTSD from like early access Cecilia ultimate. But
engage
on
another
fight. There's the clean kill over onto Seer. The Sylvia had absolutely no chance to survive that. Dongye also gets picked off. 2 kills for Team Akatsuki. It looked really
Yeah, I mean, Demon Drive, they tried to look for an angle in. The Sylvia looked, they used your blink, but unfortunately it's a Carla that you're pushing into, and a Carla just has so much damage in return, and it will be Team Akatsuki gonna be able to get that kill onto Scylla. Bongwa actually looking pretty clean on this this Carla here, and it's no surprise, you know. You could play, if you could play Adina, you could probably play, you know, a lot of these other premier mages.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, here we go. Fight for the objectives going to start in just a moment. They've already begun for some of these teams, as we're going to see Egoism and Team Demon Drive looking for the fight, but the third party coming in. Luckily, Helitax stat will be enough to take Dongye out of the fight, but this is still a problem as Jinhwa getting caught out. The duck dive is there to secure the kill, but this opens up an opportunity for Akatsuki to just get the objective. If Team Egoism is able to pick up the kill onto Dongye, this might be worth, but the Estelle has already made the distance. I think she might be out. There's a lot of open area for the Estelle to get out. Never mind. Sure, the last one alive on that team. Egoism, 2 kills for an objective. I think they'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, 2 blinks invested, but it doesn't really matter. You do end up getting that kill. And now Demon Drive is in a really awkward spot. You can see their positioning. They don't get the tree. They can't get any of the farm up in our tree there. They don't really get any kills as well. So they're gonna get sent pretty far behind there. Bintum actually in the 1v3 here. Gonna get a lot of damage. Is gonna be able to kill the Leon. And is gonna try looking for some more here. Gonna get double poly, but a great exclusive there from the Mai. Actually, ain't gonna be able to stop any more damage from Magician there, and they will be able to pick up that kill. They're gonna be able to get 2 kills from the side of Team Wusong there on the top side, or on the bottom side here. Cyber is gonna be able to get that Cicella. Dongyi gonna try getting Dina here, but unfortunately not gonna be able to connect any of the skills. He's gonna be able to kite him back in a great shield, but it's not gonna be enough. This now comes down to a 2v2 between both our tanks here, and it's gonna be Revolu versus the Cicella. Great engage is gonna connect the shield bash, and I think that's gonna be it. Revolu is gonna go down. Now it's gonna be up to Mai to get away here. There is way too much time on the respawn, so it's probably gonna be a day 2 wipe, and yeah, the respawn timers are gonna go up for the side of Team Cybers.
That just sucks, right? The sword getting cancelled out by the shield bash. You never like to see that as a Rio, but this is still early game Rio. I knew it was going to be a problem the moment they started fighting it out. Sylvia has a lot more impact this early on.
I mean, it was fine. it was fine if Revolu just used the sword a little earlier, but because it got cancelled by the Stell Bash, I mean, that happens quite often, right? It's just you just have to have better reaction than that there. And the Magician gonna use the double polymorph to get onto the Lucina. Lucina is actually gonna use the explosion shot to actually get the Shuichi away, but Shuichi is gonna be able to follow up there. On the Bob side, is gonna be Min, gonna be able to win the 2v2, as the Kalia auto is just gonna be too much for the side of Team Busan or Team Wusan there. As on the top side, it's gonna be Seiko gonna try getting the Lucina. Lucina is gonna fall there, and Yona is actually gonna be able to win the one in the back here. There's not enough damage for the Sua, as looks like the Sella is gonna try getting away. Dodges out on the Don Quixote. Can actually probably kill the Sua and turn it here, but the Nikki is just there to just win that 1v1 and is going to be able to close out that kill. So Egoism, unfortunately, going to lose 2 members. Insider going to be able to pick up 2 kills. We have a random TP here from the side of Team Busan. They're actually going to be able to look more. Seiko does end up getting hit by the ultimate, and they do end up getting pulled back. I don't know if they have any ultimate. Yeah, checkmate is going to be on cooldown, and it's going to be Busan going to be the one to come out on top.
It's a fiesta, man. What is going on? Every single one of these players that are just living by a little bit of a thread, it's because these people who are trying to kill them just missed something by a very, very slight thread. Liguri looking for an angle over onto the Justina, who's going to be forced to use the Astro Burst. Unfortunately, the Wind Scar not going to land post the Tempest Hydra. Pull back onto Bintum. I don't think Egoism wants to fight. But man, again, somebody lives very close because something just barely missed by a thread, right? The Wind Scar, if it had landed onto Happy 9, I think that Justina might have been dead, but it just barely by a couple pixels missed.
Yeah, just a little unfortunate there. I think Bintum could have had that, but yeah, I mean, just barely not connecting, and it will be. Ooh, look at the items on team. I think that was Team Akoski there. They're sitting on almost 12 gold items across their team, and already on night number 2. So definitely set up in a situation to win this game here, but it's gonna be up to the players to close it out.
Okay. 5 seconds to go until day number 3 is going to begin. Team Matage in the chat, because we're going to start having 200 credits being the cost to res a teammate starting from now on. Tree of Life inside of Forest, from the looks of it, is going to be contested. A taunt over onto Liguri. Good reaction from Rockin to not get taunted by that. Dushiman taking a whole lot of punishment. He's going to be forced to use his exclusive first. Liguri trying to run away. He's not used it just yet. Rockin in a little bit of trouble, but Bintum is going to jump in. Double knockup, but straight into a taunt. Down goes the Felix. It's going to be a pretty huge fight. 1 out for Team Jets on Cybers. They'll be able to get the tree, and now Affirmation has to deal with Team Egoism. Viliani doesn't want to let this go. Raccoon trying his best to run away, but that is a Justina. Leon trying his best to chase it down. I don't think... Oh my god, wait, never mind. It could happen now.
Yeah, I mean, Bravolo just playing really well there on that Rio, just able to just space it so well, get a lot of damage, but unfortunately they got third-partied, looks like by Akatsuki there, as they will lose 2 members, so it's going to be a -400 for Team Daeyoung Cybers there, and Affirmation gonna lose, I think, about 200 credits for themselves as well. They do end up getting the res, actually. I think, did the self-res come through for Team Affirmation, or I think they just ended up buying back here. Egoism gonna get sent on by Team Cybers. Damage going to be exchanged. There comes the free at last for both teams here. It looks like Wusong saw this team, but saw Team Egoism, but not going to send it because they do know there is another team nearby. They have to watch out for that third party.
I also don't think they know he ended up using the bubble, because if they did, I have a feeling they would just full sent it, right? That's a very vulnerable Cecilia, the ones that don't have bubble, at least for the time being. It's the last skill that you upgrade as well, if I remember correctly, so the base cooldown for that thing is quite long, even if you might have 30% CDR. So lucky for Team Egoism not getting caught out in a very, very tight sandwich situation that could have been. Vespa looking to fight it out up against Wusong University inside of Hospital. Bob Malsa taken down to about 3/4 of their HP. Good dub dealer lands from Magician, though, is going to poke out these members of Vespa a little bit more and more. Bob Malsa taking down a little bit, Solenzer taking down a little bit, but the fight is going to begin with Magician actually sending it towards the backline. He's trying to get as much damage as possible, but it is going to be the early expense of that totem. Been about to get taken down, but he is dodging skills left.
He's going in. He's treating too much damage. He's alive.
How is he still alive? He wasted no time knocking down the members of Wusong University, and despite the confidence play, they just miss everything. Min with the side step.
Yeah.
Happy feet. Oh my god. Wow.
Yeah,
Busan best
that's just
buy.
so unfortunate because Shuichi had like tried to get on in onto the back line there, but unfortunately missed that dagger, and then just had to force the dash in on onto the Kadia without having a dagger down, so just had no resets and just had to walk back. So yeah, Busan best by just playing so well there, Min, just somehow able to just live and just navigate so well, dodging out on so many skills, and just, you know, auto attacking down team Wusong there. Just very nicely played. Just walked back into his team as well. I think most players in that situation probably would have tried to walk away, but ended up just walking back, cutting back in, and then just autoing down that Shuichi.
That takes a lot of dedication, right? That takes a lot of discipline as well, walking into a fight when you know death is right away imminent. Bintam finds an angle onto Jina where he blinks away, but the Arda just caught out by the Felix. I think the decision making from Demon Drive a little bit iffy right now. She is gonna get taken down. Dongye in trouble. I don't think you leave the Arda alone up against a Felix. That's not how you play the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it looked pretty good for the side of team Demon Drive, because he forced out the Justina ult, and then you forced the Justina in a really bad spot, but yeah, the Justina just able to navigate the fight so well there. Here comes the ultimates from the side of Team Insider. Nothing is really going to take fruition, and it looks like that Nikki's going to be completely in the back, just completely in the 1v2 here, but Min is just going to be able to kill the Nikki here, and so now it's going to come down to the 2v2. Actually looks like Team Busan is actually going to give up the Justina there and let them res, so it's going to be a 1-for-0 for the side of Team Insider. Team Busan was able to get the kill, but yeah, they are going to have for the res now, and it will be a -200 for them.
Insider was a little bit too healthy after that fight, and now the Nikki, she bought plenty of time for Team Insider to actually end up killing the flip side of the Justina. But because the Justina goes down now, you have a weird situation where you gotta deal with a Kadia sending it into a Sua. That is usually not enough. I think Sua deals pretty well with someone like a Kadia in comparison to a lot of other DPSs, just because their damage is much more kind of, each individual hit is impactful more so than a continuous stream of damage. So really good call for, I think, Busan Bespa to just back away. They are going to get the res back onto the Justina, and we'll just casually move on. -200, not that bad when it could have definitely been worse.
Yeah, I think they did. They just wanted to play it safe there, because yeah, the Adela could have been anywhere in, so looks like they're just going to back away. Looks like Quickline is going to be spawning in force here, so we're going to have a lot of teams probably converging on the bottom side here. Team Cybers are actually looking pretty strong. I wonder if they're going to want to take this fight into Team Insiders here. You know, no, going to use a spell shield. It's going to get poked down a bit. The Queen is going to go a little wide there. We'll try getting some poke damage. Toll is going to go through, but a great spell shield from Bjorn. Actually going to deny anything, but a great angle here coming from Nikki. Here comes a full combo, but a great exclusive is going to be able to get Revolu out. And Revolu actually is going to be able to dodge out on the Sua, and they're actually going to get a lot of damage. Sua is going to go down here.
God!
So well played by the side of Team Cybers, just able to just kite out the Sua, and I think the Adela is going to fall here very shortly as well. They actually do get the res instantly with the mobile kiosk. I wonder if they are going to be. I wonder if they are going to decide to retake the fight there.
That's how you live up against that combination. Exclusive was perfect, Revolu's reactions were perfect, but down goes Happy Nine. Never mind, somebody's gonna die in price for that. He will also fall in just a moment, as the Cecilia cannot get away from this. I guess there's somebody in the chat that's gonna say this character looks a little bit weak. Sheer will be able to secure the kill. There it is. Their transitions also looking pretty nice for themselves. Credit count wise, 305 on the Arda. Are they looking for 4 scores on this? I don't think so. Maybe Hermes on the Estelle, but that's pretty low value.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Team Demon Rep is going to be able to win that one out there. Got the perfect angle, got the perfect blink on in, and Team Egoism, they're getting sent farther and farther behind. They already lost so many credits, and now they're just going to lose so much more. Team Insider, though, I wonder if they want to take the fight again into Team Cybers there. I mean, Revolu just playing out of his mind in that team fight, just able to kite out the Sua, dodging out on all of the Don Quixotes, and, you know, once the Sua jumps on in there, and, you know, if they don't really connect to Don Quixote, she's kind of just there, you know, sitting, not really able to do much. So yeah, very nicely played by Revolu.
This is part of the reason why Revolu has been such a revered player for such a long time. His reactions are incredible. His belief in his team is also incredible too, because I think his reactions post the exclusive was actually so much more better than what we've seen across the board. A lot of people, when the exclusive comes in, they immediately just kind of sit there for a second, just pondering what the heck is going on with their lives right now. But Revolu, as soon as he sees the exclusive, immediately pounces back into action, switches back over to the Hankyubo and starts pumping out the auto attacks. This time around though, the fight's going to begin. Bintum finds an angle on the backside, but he only finds one with the blinking. Good reaction from Sheer, but this is a Felix running amok on the backside. Liguri trying to jump back in onto the fight too, but the dice is going to catch Liguri out. Damage output from Bintum looking pretty high. Isolated again is going to be the Arda. Astro Burst coming out. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Beautiful blink from Rockin, but Sheer is the last one alive now. He's trying to get the kill. Will be able to find
no,
one.
third party.
And it's day number 5, Super. There's going to be people corpses
That's
laid
so
around
unfortunate.
everywhere.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. Both teams, unfortunately, just losing members, and a third party strikes at perfect time. And unfortunately, it's going to be Team Egoism actually going to get cut out first. They will go down in 7th place there. The reses are going to come to fruition. Both members, Team Affirmation and Team Demon Drive, are going to get one backup a piece there. But look at where Team Affirmation is. They're caught in the middle. PCP sees both of them. But wait a second. They catch just Acela here, and Acela is going to go down. The Wick team was completely split, and Team Akatsuki is going to lose a member. Bintum, can he do it? Can he look for an angle here? Exclusive is good. Going to be able to pull him out of the shackling anchors. JCP is going to try getting some damage off here. The ultimate is going to come down, and the Maya should fall very shortly. Now it's going to be 1v1 between Bungo and Bintum. Bintum is going to be able to get... He's going to be able to get out of there with the White Lily, and unfortunately, it's not going to matter. They do get this Acela, but wait a second. The Acela is actually going to get caught by Team Insider, and now... Oh, wait a second. Oh, the self-res comes through, and Team Akatsuki is actually good.
It's actually really funny because I got scared there for a moment for Pungwa. We saw him do that Oomba Stomp attempt on Friday. Yeah, on Friday, and it just completely fell flat for him. Remember, on that pond bridge near the CCTV, he tried jumping in up against the Chloe, and he just kind of fell right flat. But up against Bintum, because of the Wickelham buff, it was just enough pressure to actually push away the Felix instead of making him try to turn things around after the grappling maneuver was in. So really nicely played for Team Akatsuki, sitting on 10 kills right now. A very proactive game for that team, but a lot of other teams are still remaining in this game. 6 teams alive as we go into night number 5. The map will definitely start to feel a little bit claustrophobic. Luckily, Beach is open. If teams want to start moving over there because it's a bigger zone, they can definitely do that. Insider, Seiko looking for a bit more. Not going to be able to find the Queen.
Yeah, they have a good item advantage into the scene though, so I think Team Insider definitely want to look for an angle here. Actually, it's not too big of an item advantage because Insider is also not really that strong, but a team fight on the bottom side here. Demon Drive unfortunately going to lose her Sylvia as a third party after third party is coming in. This time it's going to be Team Busan, gonna third party Team Cybers here. A lot of poke damage going to be traded into Bamasa, but it looks like nothing's really going to come out of it, and both teams are going to walk away. Just going to be Team Demon Drive going to be losing a.
Basically, everybody ended up using big cooldowns.
Oh, he has a knockup!
The Queen dodged out by Rockin, but this creates
the Queen
problems,
connects.
right? This creates problems. Byung is on
They
the
don't have
chase.
exclusive. They don't have
He's got the
exclusive.
chase down. There's the bookmark
There's an
landing
engage.
in. Rockin is next to dead. Somebody breathes on this guy. He will die. There's the lockdown onto Bintum. He's trying to stay alive, but he
there's
can't
the
block
checkmate.
the checkmate damage. Down goes the Justina as well. Liguri, the last one to stay alive on that team. Team Insider still doing what they do best, which is just kill somebody, find the picks, and wipe the rest of the team out. Well played. Demon Drive, Dongye is sitting on 5 seconds. I don't think he's making it over to that zone. Instead of -1 or is it a kill? It's a kill credit, at least. No -1 for Dongye just yet.
Yeah, you can't be getting hit by those raw queens because once the exclusive is down, it's just free reign for Team Insider to just go on in and use their combo without really any response from the enemy team there. Looks like we're gonna have 3 teams in the zone. I'm surprised Cybers is actually gonna be pushing into Team Busan and Team Akatsuki here. Gonna actually be in that sandwich position. Looks like Team Cybers is gonna just stay in the zone to try to force their timer out there. It looks like Yushimon is gonna be able to get out of there. They need to rest though. Look at the timers. The timers are ticking for all these teams.
This is terrible.
Cybers is staying in there for a little too much. But oh my god! Masa hits Revolu into the wall and does end up getting the stun. The Revolu just not able to react in time, and that is going to be Busan going to be able to wipe out Team Cybers, and it's going to be Team Akatsuki going to be the one to come out on top.
Oh my god, Akatsuki, they're only able to find some tail end kills here and there, but it doesn't matter. They're going to be able to knock down Team Vespa and take away the temporary zone for themselves. JCP next to dead, but it doesn't matter. They're going to have plenty of time to start regrouping, plenty of time to start re-strategizing what they want to do in the final zone. It's going to be Uptown, the first Uptown final zone of the night.
It's going to be, I mean, they have an item advantage, but this Nikki Adela combo is going to be pretty rough, I would say, for the side of Team Akatsuki. They do have the Fiora on that two-hand, so they can get the parry off for the combo. But, you know, the Carla, the Cicella, they don't really have an answer to this combo here. Maybe the Cell can use that to bubble. But right as she comes out of the bubble, I think she's just going to get blown up.
Yeah. Okay, Akatsuki, what have you got to show us? There is no tanks on this team. JCP only has the parry to deal with, and that's about it. Seiko's going to get caught out first. That's a lot
oh
of
my god
going in. There's the parry.
Hey, parry.
Very easily predictable.
Can he kill him?
But Seiko's about to get taken down, and yes, he will. Suwa and the Nikki, we've seen it time and time again, but all the DPSs for Akatsuki is still alive. A beautiful pick from JCP. This should give them an upper edge when it comes to dealing with the final zone, but can Yona
as well
and Byung do it? The damage output is way too good. Explosion shot invested, and the Siphon Maelstrom gone from Yona as well. This might be cooked at least for the next maybe 10 to 15 seconds for Team Insider.
Yeah, they just have to wait for the ultimates to come back, but Boogwa is not going to let the Suwa and give her any opportunity to rest her. They're actually just going to jump on straight into her there, and it should be the Suwa falling very shortly, and that's going to be it. So patient from Akatsuki there, and very, very well played, and they're actually going to be able to win it out with Boogwa on the off character, going to be winning it out on that Carla.
All right, GG, 17 kills for Team Akatsuki, the best performance they've actually shown us all night, and it's on, you're right, the off character for Boogwa. JCP with an incredible pick.
Yeah,
over
just able
to that Seiko.
I mean, that just shows you, the power of Fiora when it's piloted by, such a talent, right? Just able to find that Fiora and just win it out for his team there. Just forcing the ultimate out early, and then they're just able to get that Adela down quick.
And that's why whenever JCP misses skills like we saw in the previous game, it's uncharacteristic. Right, there's a reason why this guy his name is monikered after Fiora after all, because JCP is basically enemy Fiora that finds enemies. That's what so enemies in Korean would be pronounced with like a J sound. That's why the J is there. C is the find part. That's what it would sound like if you were to pronounce it. And then P is the Fiora part, but instead of Fiora, we say Piora in Korean. That's why it's JCP. He has JCP as his name for a reason. This guy is insane on this character, has been so consistent on it. The one person that has never diverted away from Fiora, no matter what weapon is good, no matter what playstyle is good. Like, I remember this guy playing Crit Fiora back in early access when that still used to be a thing. Yeah, he is a dedicated Fiora player. He is Fiora's top player, man. This guy is crazy.
Yeah, just very nicely played overall for the team. And yeah, I mean, they didn't get greedy as well, right? Suwa is one of those characters that can still probably turn in that team fight with the Nikki as well. If they get that Nikki Suwa, combo, maybe they could try killing one and then going down to the two. Just playing perfectly, dodging out on the Odyssey. It's just very, very well played from all three members of Team Akatsuki.
Yep. Okay. Wow. That is going to be game number 2 for us in knockout stage number 2. We got 2 more left. But with that kind of performance, Akatsuki might have genuinely done it for the teams that are coming up from knockout stage 1. They have set the precedent that they can do it. Akatsuki has what it takes in order to make sure they can move on into further points of phase number 1. They still need to pull it out yet again though, right? Doing a performance like that in game number 2, great, it's amazing, but you still have 2 more games left. It's all about finishing and crossing the finish line.
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely going to change up the scoreboard here, I think, for this team. I think Team Akatsuki was actually on the lower end, and they got such a such a great win for themselves. It was like 17 kills. Insider, I think, already had a pretty consistent game since they won game number 1, but again, you know, didn't really have that many kills to their name, so they're actually not going to get that many points going into game number 3, and we're actually going to get the scoreboard for you guys right here. It's going to be Team Insider in first place with 35. Look at how close it is between the top 6 here. 35, 34, 34, 32, 29, 29.
What is this?
Yeah, only a 6-point difference between the first place and 6th place here. So, yeah, all these teams, they're all in contention still to make it into the top 4. And even the bottom 2 teams, Team Egoism and Team Wusong. Unfortunately, Team Wusong, I really wanted to see them do well here, but, you know, it's just not really working out for them so far. But they still got 2 games. Maybe they could nice pep talk after the break to get themselves hyped up for the last 2 games here.
Yeah, that's the crazy part about all of this. Because no team is top, no score. Well, I should say the scores aren't top heavy. That's the words I wanted to get out. It's still possible for teams like Egoism and Wusong University to turn things around during the next couple of games. So don't fret if you're those 2 teams fans or anything like that. There is still a lot of chances left for those 2 teams as long as they turn things around. But that's only going to happen after the break, so make sure you guys go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. It's going to be the last time you can do it for knockout stage number 2 and phase number 1. We'll see you guys back here for the latter half of knockout stage number 2.
Take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블 L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형평권. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니다. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠군. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 무게에는 유감이 필요하지. 새로운 시대의 우리는 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연사는 끝났어. 이미 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험을 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지. 피하지 않아. 훈련하고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
같고요. 자, 여기서 이쪽은 대전 오토함즈랑 오너입니다만, 와, 오토함즈가 진짜 침착하게 잘 밀어내고 있어요. 자, 초월 쓰지만요, 그 다음이 없죠. 이어서 신호놈에도 죽음의 연기력이 빠졌고요.
일단 사거리가 오나.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here back now for games 3 and 4 of Eternal Return Master Season 7 Phase 1 Knockout Stage number 2. We had a lot of fun watching games 1 and 2 for stage number 2. It's been quite interesting. Akatsuki with a massive game during game number 2 to show us that Bungwa on a different character aside from the Adina is able to still do what it takes to win out on the game. So does that mean we're going to see it once again?
I wonder if they're going to just stick with that team comp because, I mean, it ended up working out for them. Wait, are they going to stick on it or are they going to swap over? We will have the Cicella and Justina ban. Oh, right. So Cicella's banned. So Akatsuki is going to be forced off of that Cicella pick. So they're actually gonna be playing a standard front to back here. We're actually going to see a lot of Mize being swapped in here. That's not 5 Mize. It looks like being locked into this team because 6 Mize. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what happens when you're forced off of your comfort, so you just have to default into the front to back team comp with the my pick. So exactly what's going to be happening for a lot of these teams here, because Justina and Cicella are going to be off the table, so it is going to be 5 my picks. So my going to be banned out for the rest of the games for today. It would be a 4-game ban. 3-game ban? I think it... No. 4-game ban. It would be a 4-game ban.
Well, let's see. So it'd be it sticks at 3. That's it. Because once you start going into 3+, I think they just lock it down to 3 anyways.
Oh, is it locked at 3?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So it would be a 3-game ban, but I mean, there's only 2 games left, so
it doesn't really matter. On that point too, one of the things that I was talking about during game number 2 that actually happened, where Yoonhyung for Team Akatsuki is actually going to get subbed out. Elade is now going to be playing, and this is because of the fact that the Cicilla is banned. I talked about it, right? Yoonhyung is a Cicilla 1-trick, and if it's banned out for 1 game, the fighting prowess of Team Akatsuki gets taken down way too hard. They're going to opt to sub in Elade instead, so they'll be sticking with that player for the remainder of the series. This puts a little bit of a question mark on what kind of comp Akatsuki wants to run for game number 4. Adina is banned once again. It's going to be Dina back on that character. We have Rakun on it again too. Bungwa in, which means... Yeah, they're
probably just
gonna
swap back to the Carla again, and like Bunga's probably just gonna play Carla again. But the problem is the Mai's gonna be off the table now. So now we're gonna have to start to get even deeper into our team comps here. Gonna have to maybe swap over to maybe the Estelle or another tank pick. I think we did see the Lennox over from Akatsuki, so maybe they might just stick with that for the next upcoming game.
This is where everything starts to get a little weird for a lot of these teams. Bob Balsa, he's late to the party. The Arda already grabbing some boxes. That's not going to be good for Bob Balsa. He tries to grab as much as he can and is trying to book it.
There are so many people down here. But yeah, I don't think it matters too much, just because, you know, they added so many more items into these distributions now that even if you spawn with the player, you should usually be guaranteed most of your items. If you only need 1 each item, you should be guaranteed to get all of it. So it looks like Bamasa did end up just walking away. Probably got all of his items, and they're going to be looking to group up with their team very, very shortly here.
Yeah, I guess that entire bottom right side is just so popular no matter what. If factory isn't popular, it's dock that's popular. If dock isn't popular, warehouse is popular. Are the imports coming from the bottom right side of the map just that good or something? What's going on over there? The raw material value is insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a nice loot distribution there. You just are able to get all of it fairly quickly, and it's on your way out as well. Just walk up, because it looks like all those people that did end up starting in dock did end up using that TP in chapel.
Yes, sir. Yohi in a little bit of trouble. He is going to get found out. There's the duck dive and the surf sub to bring Yohi back in. Ultimate from the human, trying to get away from the fight, and he actually does end up doing a good utilization of the blink to get himself on out. But there is a full range combo over onto 2 members of Affirmation. Bintum down, Rakun down. Happy 9 about to try getting himself away, but the speed gate take gets taken by the Shoichi. Down goes the Lenny, and a lot of picks for game number 3 in day number 1. This is actually something that didn't happen during game number 2. Really glad to see it come back. These players need to get points. These teams need to get points.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of these teams are on their off comp here, so just gonna have to be a little careful because, yeah, they're definitely not familiar with, or probably not as familiar in their team fighting here. Looks like Min is gonna get caught here. The facility is just gonna bike on forward with that blink, and I think Min should just die here. The Stella is gonna come down, and the focus is just gonna be focused onto Mai there. Mai's gonna fall as well, so there's gonna be Demon Drive getting a nice 2 kills on the bottom side. Here's gonna be Team Egoism, gonna get sent on by the Shoichi. The Shoichi is just gonna be able to wreak havoc onto this team. Gonna be able to get that Lenny, and the human gonna fall very shortly, but the human damage is actually going to be big, great damage back, but the knockup from the Leon is actually going to stop the human from getting any more damage on that team, and it will be Team Wusong going to get a nice 2 kills, this time from Team Egoism.
Was that Sentinel or was it the the cannonball? I can't tell. Either way, the shield just barely keeping the Shoichi alive, and it allows him to actually join back in the fight. deal a little bit of extra damage that is the turning ground for how the fight continues to go on. I think it might have been a combination of both. I actually do see
Sentinel,
Subaru sitting
yeah.
on Sentinel, and he has the cannonball. So the shield value on that team is going to be absolutely massive. Villainy getting chased down by Bintum. He's not getting himself away. Down goes the mine, picked away by the Felix. Yohi picked away by Seiko. There's still a lot of picks going on, despite it being night number 1.
I'm surprised the Leon is on cleanse, but I guess it sort of makes sense because Leon is one of those characters that, you know, is going to have to be a little far forward, and you kind of don't want to get caught and locked down at any type of CC. So using that cleanse, you can maybe utilize that to, you know, get away from any taunts or any maybe stuns, maybe like the Adela stun, or that that Mai taunt, that pesky Mai taunt. Because there are quite a bit of Mai's in this game. There are 4 Mai's, I think even actually 5 Mai's in this game, so gotta make sure you are gonna have to watch out for that.
Yep. Yohi getting caught out once again. Seer is on the chase. He has the speed gate, and this is a pretty early game. Sylvia, the finishing line, that's a lot invested to kill one human. Can they actually get it? Yes, they can. Everything invested to kill Yohi.
Helitax stat.
Yeah, Blink invested, you got Helitax stat invested, you got all your fuel invested. My god, did they want that kill.
Yeah, I mean, they ended up getting it. They need kills as well. You can see they're only in 5th place, so they want to kill as many people. Fortunately, that's going to stop their progression in this game because Team Demon Drive is not really near any objective. Ooh, you did see Team Busan. They actually got a meteor and a tree from that wolf there. So actually going to be pretty accelerated in this game. Getting a nice 2 transitions fairly early on is it's pretty good. Team Demon Drive, they are going to take you down and get these wolves on the bottom side here, as Akatsuki is going to be here for the contest. Here comes the engage from the Mai. Is going to be able to land a taunt onto the Arda, but the focus is going to be shifted onto Bongo on the backside there. It's going to be a 2v1 on both sides, and the Arda is just going to be able to use the Nimrod's Gate to get them to safety. The SL is going to come down in time, and they're actually going to be able to lock up or any more damage from the Fiora, and the Fiora is probably going to go down here. Great stall out from the Arda. Great jukes as well, able to dodge out on skills, and it will be Team Demon Drive is going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills. Very clean play from Team Demon Drive. I think they're actually going to be able to get the Maya as well, so actually going to be it's going to be a team wipe for the side of Team Demon Drive onto Team Akatsuki. Very, very well executed 3v3 by them.
Pungwa had 4 seconds and then it turned to 18. This is the one thing that sucks about the fact that your team dies. If you're the first one to die, then that
you are stuck there for a while.
So bad. Yeah. He's level 10 too, so his base death timer was somewhere around 15 to 16 seconds. And then he has to deal with another 15 to 16. That's like what? A level 14 death timer towards the end of night number 2. Absolutely insane. Akatsuki, they're on the back foot, and this is the one last game they're going to have of Pungwa sitting on this Adina character. It's not going to be the greatest of looks when you have 0 kills early on and you get wiped out like that. Revolu getting jumped on pretty early. Good use of the monkey wire. Bintum already invested the Tempest Hydra. Now he's just stuck in the middle of nowhere. The taunt is going to lock people down. Bintum trying to blink on over towards Dina, but he's not going to be able to find it. Rakun gets taken down as well. Dina playing these matchups expertly.
I'm surprised at Unconnected. That was so well played from Dushima, getting that max range taunt, and then just the follow up there for the side of Team Cybers was just perfect. And it looks like the side of Team Affirmation, unfortunately the Mai wasn't able to get the TP off. They ended up getting cancelled by the Mai from Cybers, and yeah, it looks like they are gonna just get wiped there. It's gonna be quite a bit, or quite long respawn time. It's gonna be about 20 seconds. It is gonna be cut down to 10 now, and yeah, they should be back into this game very shortly.
Yep. Okay, well, labs being taken by Team Jetson Cybers. I think that's the credit lab. I see it crossed off at the top side, so credit's going to be going in favor of Jetson Cybers. We should see the cube being picked up, I would assume, by the Mai, just to start making their way over towards the force core a little bit faster. But we'll take a look at what their credit situation looks like later down the road. Liguri caught out by himself once again late in Pungwa. Going to be able to pick this one up for themselves unless Liguri gets out. Now
there's something like, corner too. Yeah, GCP there to pick it up there, and it's going to be Himakatsuki going to be able to get their first kill of the game here. Going to be able to break in, get some more points. You can see how close it is between the top 6 teams. They need points as well. Every team needs points here. And it's going to be the Shuichi actually going to get full comboed by the Adela. Unfortunately, the Sua is actually going to get chunked down by Magician. Magician just needs one more auto attack, just one more ability there. The Sua is actually going to jump back in, but they are just going to get hit by the card there, and they are going to fall. But on the other side, the 2v2 is going to be won by Yona and Seiko there. And wait a second, Magician actually gonna go back in. Maybe gonna be able to get the Adela here. There is the spell shield, but it's not gonna be enough as Magician is gonna be able to get a kill. Gets a great change and is gonna be able to get Yona as well. A huge outplay from the Emma. They are gonna fall, but gonna be able to get 2 kills. Very nicely played by.
That was sick. Yeah, it just feels bad for what is it, Popsuksa, because he has to deal with the really long extended death timer. But that was sick. 2 points in favor of Team Wusong University. This is going to be a pretty decent start to what they need to do in order to get back into the series, right? 6 kills now, 6 points for that team guaranteed. 13 is where they are going to be up now. Egoism, 0. This is going to be a really close fight for that 7th place spot between those 2 teams. And of course, with overall the kill counts and the scores just not looking too high thanks to nobody being that one dominating force, you still have a good chance for Team Wusong University if you keep pulling stuff like this off. Another fight on the southern side, Demon Drive versus Team Stage1 Cybers. This mine sitting up on the front side is still alive. Revolut trying his best to stay alive in the side too, but these dice and cube combos are just way too good. And the third party from the backside comes in. Dina has already invested the blink, and that's gonna be it. Stage1 Cybers taken down.
Trying to get the res here? No, not gonna be enough. Yeah, the Stell res, I think it was a little indecisive because, I mean, they just had to back away because Busan was in the area. They couldn't really seek the res, but yeah, they went back a little too late and they weren't able to get the res off. So Demon Drive, unfortunately, gonna lose. Remember, gonna be a minus 200, but they ended up getting some kills there. It was a really nice play from Team Demon Drive. You just saw the HP bar slowly go back up because Team Demon Drive, they just have so much sustain. The Arda, the Estelle healing, they have the Sylvie healing as well. So you know, you sort of saw Team Cybers there trying to get some damage in, but none of it was sticking, and unfortunately, that's gonna cost them. Gonna cost them an 8th place here. They're gonna go down in 8th, and they're not gonna really get that many kills this game. So it's gonna open up the door for a lot of these other teams to make it into the top 4. And Bintum completely soloing the Shoichi there. There is the combo there from Seiko, able to get the double stun and double knockup there. And Egoism, they're trying to do some damage back. They're getting so much AoE damage, but it's just not gonna be enough. They are gonna be able to get out with their lives though, and they should be able to get the res back up in here very shortly.
I love the fact that Insider has just found that it's like their eyes have been opened, right? This comp is the answer for the lower knockout stages. Once you start moving into knockout stage 5 and 6, of course, this kind of composition, other teams are just going to know how to deal with it a lot better. But when it comes to the lower knockout stages, it just works. And what works, you do not change it. That's a taunt over onto the Shoichi, but not that much follow-up on the backside to actually submount that taunt to make any sense. Popsuksa still waiting for the opportunity. Liguri looking for that second taunt rotation going in. It's going to tag onto Suguru, who's going to use the
double polymorph. There is the full ultimate from the Shoichi. Are they going to be able to get any of the members of the side of the Affirmation? And yes, Bintum is going to go down, and Liguri is going to go down as well. Now it's going to be Rocken. The last member alive is going to be forced to back away. Great combo there. I really like the double polymorph into that Brutalist there to just deal so much AoE damage. And oh my god, look at the items side of Team Busan here. They already got that Fail Not sitting on full items already for that team. There is the VLS system actually going to be used to get onto Rocken here. I don't think Rocken can get away, so it's going to be Affirmation, unfortunately, going to go down in 7th place. Another team that is in the contention in 6th place, but they're not only going to get 2 kills, so now they're going to be pretty far behind between the rest of the lobby here.
That sucks. That just sucks. It is what it is for Team Affirmation. Wusong University, they are stepping up to the plate once again towards the latter half of the series. They're trying their best. They want to continue on into this knockout stage number 3. By the way, while we are watching this team, Suguru is running cleanse. I will just leave you at that as the fight is going to begin. There's a taunt over onto the Emma, who is going to unfortunately have to invest that totem pretty early. Ruthless has been invested for Team Wusong University as well, but the reset has been made grenade. Egoism about to get third-partied on the bottom side. Egoism one way in. They gotta just keep going straight, otherwise they will also have to face Team Akatsuki's power. They're trying
Movement
to chase
speed.
down Wuzong University. Look at this, but they don't want to get
Akatsuki,
sandwiched. Will immediately run away. Wuzong University, I think they may have gotten out on a crutch, because without the Ruthless, the Shoichi effectiveness goes down significantly.
Yeah, and Egoism would have continued to chase, but unfortunately Team Akatsuki is right behind them, so they know they don't really want to be put in that sandwich position. It looks like Team Akatsuki are going to look for the engage here, going to look for the fight. Oh no! It looks like the human actually got stunned up by the Adina stun.
Oh my
and it looks like it's just so much AoE damage. JCP just hits everything on the Fiora with the taunt as well, and that's going to be Team Egoism going down in 6th place with 0 kills. They're going to get no points for this game.
God, dude, what is going on? These teams, they are just getting completely lost at this moment. Egoism, it looks so good, but Akatsuki just rolls them over. Sheer, gonna get taken down as well. This Arda is not running away from Yona at all. There's a lot of tight corridors, but there's the double Odysseys. Down goes the Arda. Demon Drive, who's also on 10 kills, is gonna get taken down. Insider on 9. They're just making it much more difficult for some of these teams to catch back up to these guys, and are still continuing to snowball as they go down the road. Tongye and Sheer. Oh no, never mind. I said Tongye and Sheer, but it's just Tongye.
Yeah, I mean, they have the credits. They are going to be able to get the res here, and probably just going to have to walk into Research Center with their timer. It's a little unfortunate. Yeah, great. Nimrod's going to get their still back in. They should be okay here. Wick line looks like it is going to be spawning in force. That's the only spot for it to come up left, and I wonder if Team Demon Drive is going to wrap around to maybe try contesting. But look at the items on Busan. They have 2 blood items for both their carries already. They're looking well on their way to win this game. And here's the Queen combo. Unfortunately, it's not going to connect. I think that was the cleanse invested from the Leon to actually keep them alive and to make sure they don't get comboed. There is the combo gonna come out, and that's the Nikki Adela classic, and it will be Shoichi just instantly falling there. Shoichi not gonna have the cleanse because they're on that blink.
Yeah, that just sucks. That just sucks for the Shoichi. Suguru not going to be able to cancel this out. There we go. Luckily for these 2 members of Wuzong University, will be able to get themselves on out. Maybe look for a res. They have the credits for it. Lumi is going to be looping around, but there's a team right underneath them. Suguru is going to be able to find that out. Luckily, the timing is going to be enough. JCP lands the Venti. He's trying to get out, but the slow lingers. Is that level 1? It's level 1 cleanse. It's useless.
The items on the side of Team Wusong University just aren't there. They're so poor, and they're just getting sent farther and farther behind. Another minus 200. They're in the middle between Team Akatsuki here. Team Akatsuki, I think, can probably look for this fight here. I think they want to look for it, and they actually get off the VLS system, so now they can't get away. JCP is going to be there in response. The Shoichi should... Oh, I'm surprised they might have actually didn't send out the Shoichi there. Shoichi should be able to walk away here. Actually, no, I think the Mai can just engage, get the Quake down. Oh, they're actually not going to pull the trigger here, because I think they see another team on their console vision. It is going to be Demon Drive right under them.
20 seconds to go until resurrections are going to be impossible. They have the credits for it, but Shoichi locked down. Oh, everything invested from the Shoichi to get out. Same thing for the Emma as well.
Wait, they get the rest in Chapel there.
Chapel is going to be opening in just a few moments.
So fine angle. Oh my god, this Stella is just getting bursted out.
What the heck, Tongye? But he has the ghost light on him. He needs to res.
Oh, JCP hits him.
JCP with the Fenty is going to lock down Tongye, and that does it. Tongye is going to be dead unless Lumi is an opportunity for Team Demon Drive. Unfortunately for Wusong University, they couldn't get the res over for the Leon either. Suguru is going to be down until Lumi comes around. That's going to be pretty bad for Late, as half their HP is going to be taken down immediately. Min's just pumping out auto attacks one after another. Fleeting Soul is going to be shot and goes completely wide. Lucky.
Thread the needle there.
Yep.
Thread the needle right in between those members, but look at the items from the side of Busan. They're sitting on 4 bloods already, 2 for each of their carries. They're just gonna have so much damage that any of these other teams can really deal with, but they gotta close out this game. You know, they need points as well. They're only sitting place. They gotta make sure they get a nice consistent game here. Kotsky gonna call it on blood for themselves as well. Ooh, and look at Insider also looking really strong. 2 bloods on the Adele and 1 blood on that Suwa there. they're just gonna be able to look and even one-shot any of these tanks if they ever do decide to go for that option.
Drive still down 1. Same thing for Woosung University. Who is going to be the one to pick up that Lumi res first? It is inside a cemetery right now, but both of these teams are kind of focused away from being able to get the res. Akatsuki hanging around. The Woosung University, they're being driven away from that entryway into cemetery. That Lumi is getting blocked now by Team Busan Bespa 2. Never mind, sorry, Team Insider. We've seen this before from Team Insider. They'll be psychos if they want to be. I don't know if this is good for Team Woosung University. That looks scary
Team
for us.
Akatsuki here is here for the third party. Insider send it. They actually don't pull the trigger. They're actually really disciplined here. They know there might be another team nearby, and they actually don't fully send it with that Nikki and the Adela. But on the bottom side, it's going to be Busan going to be able to pick up the Shoichi from Woosung University. Now it's just going to be Magician. The last one alive. Trying to get the res off Lumi, but Lumi is just going to speed right past them. Even Drive might be able to get it, but it looks like they're going to get caught as well. Lumi is going to get stopped now, but wait a second. Can the Arda actually get the Lumi res here? Sylvia is going to be able to get away, but not going to have any timer left. Magician there. Maybe going to take the 1v1. A great double poly is going to be able to... Well, should or is Sylvia going to die here? Great sidesteps. Is going to be able to dodge out on a lot of the skills here.
Nice.
But... Magician is going to be able to get that card trick, and it's going to be Demon Drive. Unfortunately, going to go down as Insider will be able to pick up the Arda.
Wow, okay. Emma can actually rat in these zones relatively well, especially inside a factory. There's a lot of good corners that she can take, but there's so many people hanging around, and Seiko right around the corner is going to miss out on the cast on the Queen. Magician sitting on 10 seconds left for themselves is going to have to try their best to get back into factory. Team Akatsuki, the camera just ran out. That's so big for Magician. Able to slip on through the vision and maybe see if they can ride out just a little bit longer, but their timer is not doing so good. Gonna have to look for that third party really quickly.
It's going to come down to Team Akatsuki versus Team Insider here. They have to be a little careful because, you know, they could just pull the trigger on Bonghwa. And Bonghwa just dies. It's not enough damage, I think, for the side of Team Akatsuki. And there is the Queen combo actually going to be connected onto the Mai. The Mai is actually going to slowly go back. And a great double stun from the...
He's dead.
Yeah, from the Nikki. And there is the full combo. It is going to just connect onto... Oh, wait a second. They get the Suwa. And that's big. Once the Suwa is down here, Bonghwa can actually win this out for his team here. There's the ultimate. Della ult is going to connect. And the Queen is going to connect from Seiko. And Seiko just plays the fight so well. And Bonghwa is going to get completely outplayed there. And that is going to be it. I think it is going to be the side of Team Insider going to be the one to come out.
Oh, the Emma left. The Emma left. I thought this was going to be possible for the Emma to just walk in and get the third party. It would have been the perfect opportunity to do so. Magician is not going to have that opportunity as they ended up jumping into, into Warehouse instead. We'll end up taking the fall, unfortunately, for this Emma. So University gonna end up in 4th place with 10 kills. It's definitely not a bad result. I think that's what, 14 points overall, but man, with 7 they're gonna be at 21 after this. Game number 4 has to be an absolute banger for this team if they want to continue their story. Alade will also take the fall without the Emma, not gonna have the opportunity to turn it around for Team Insider. They are gonna get the kills, and we have Busan Bespa versus Insider to round us out for game number 3.
It's just a double backline versus the full dive team here. Can Insider look for an angle once again? I mean, if they just trade off the Suwa, I think it should be good. Or, I mean, even if they trade off the Nikki or the Adela, it should be a good look for Busan here. You just have to make sure they don't get fully combo there. A lot of poke damage from the Haze already chunking the Suwa down to about 60% HP there. They get a lot of damage. Gotta make sure they don't stay in that range for that Nikki combo. Nikki did end up charging the stun here. Here's the full combo, and the Haze is fully caught up, but there's no follow-up there as the Mai actually gets a perfect angle in. But the Suwa is gonna go down. It's gonna be a 2v2. So it does end up getting the knockup on the backline. And the Haze does end up going down as well. But Moss actually playing is phenomenally able to get the perfect stun there to lock up the engage to deny the Haze from coming in. Min just getting so much damage. Yeah, I think they just have to wait for the ultimates to come back, but not able. Oh, but Masa trying to block the Nikki, but unfortunately just wasn't going to be able to connect it there. And yeah, they just have to wait for the ultimates to come back. This is still the Nikki Adela. They have to be a little careful and they have to respect the full engage to try to kill that Rio. Once the Rio goes down, there's not going to be any damage for the side of Busan Vespa.
Yeah, but Busan also knows exactly that's the case too, right? The exclusive is available for Bob Malsa. Min needs to play this perfectly in order for this fight to be won.
He's just letting them go in, and yeah, he just has to play the range perfectly here. But they're just getting so much damage. Wait. Yeah, the Rio just fully running away. He knows. He just has to play it safe here, as the Mai is just doing so much damage onto the Dell. The Dell is down to 1 HP already. The ultimate does end up coming in. Great juke from Min, and Min is going to be able to take one down with him, and it's going to come down to a 1v1. Here's going to be the Adela versus the Rio. Can Seiko do it? He has to land a queen. He has to land some key skills here, get some knockups. Min can just walk up and just start autoing him down here. The timer. I think there's already enough timer for the Rio to basically run away here. The Fleeing Soul is going to connect. The Queen is going to come down, and Min is just gonna auto him down here. There's just really not much the Adela can do, and it's going to be Busan Vespa going to come out on top. Very, very well played from this team. Min just playing it perfectly.
Yep, and you know what? Sometimes that's just the answer. Don't do anything but run up against a team like Insider.
Yeah, you just have to play patiently, and I love the way Min just waited and just let the Mai just completely just go in there 1v2 them, because they know that they're just never gonna pull the trigger. If they use all their key abilities on the Mai, it's just free reign for the Rio to just auto attack them down.
I don't know why, but Team Insider usually isn't the team that targets the front line, no matter how strong they are. I talked about this, I think, during season 6.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I think they should have just pulled the trigger earlier onto the Mai, then they could just slowly reset once they kill the Mai and just win that 2v3. But yeah, they always just look for the angle onto the back line, and Min just playing it patiently, just waiting for the Mai to slowly, do her thing, stay in there in the 1v2. I think basically got the Adela all the way down to 30% HP by herself. And then at that point, it basically forced Team Insider's hands to just pull the trigger on the Mai. And once the abilities are down, it's just free for Min to just come in there and just rain the arrows down upon Team Insider there.
Yeah, after all, that was the biggest difference between Team Insider and Team Ultimate last season, right? The few number of times Team Ultimate did end up running the Nikki and the Adela combination, they tended to target the front line as soon as G-Work was extremely strong on the Adela. But for Team Insider, they just never do it. So when they had to turn their focus over onto the Mai, it almost felt like they were like,
it was forced.
Squirting, at the Mai. Like, oh, why do I have to target you?
Yeah, why do we have to target the tank here? And then, they kind of scrambled after. The Nikki tried to go back in, and then just got bursted down by the Rio. And it was just easy pickings for Min at that point. Great positioning from Min, and masterfully played. Just being so patient and just waiting for the perfect opportunity to walk back up.
Yeah, 100%. Min just playing it perfectly. Same thing for the Mai as well. I think the responses were perfect. For what it is, the sacrifice onto the Mai just had to happen, right? In the end, the main idea between those two was to make sure that the time was being bought, but at the same time, just the DPS was there. They spent way too much time inside or outside of the zone. I think Min understood that, but still deciding to go back into the fight, it's a little bit risky if I'm going to be real. But because in the game, the players don't know what the timers actually look like, even though you're at an advantage, you're still trying to stay in it as much as possible.
Exactly. Being in that hot seat, right? You don't really have a clear indication on when you should actually run. I think it's something that every single player struggles with is how much time exactly has my opponent, been out of the zone where I could just run away and the timer scam, right? So that's the reason why we didn't really see the Rio just leaving at the very end there, when the Rio just had, I would think, about 2 seconds over the enemy team. So could have just left, but you don't really exactly know how much timer is. You just kind of have to estimate that. But we are going to have the leaderboard here. It's going to be Team Insider still in first place with 60 points for themselves, but Busan catching up now with 53. Quite a big buffer now for these two teams. going to be 22 points and 15 points from 5th place respectively. So I think these two teams are going to be secure. It's going to be Team Akatsuki and Demon Drive in 3rd and 4th as well.
Yeah, I love the fact that Akatsuki is just making their way slowly up. I'm biased. I definitely am. I'm sorry about that one, but I love the fact that Akatsuki is being able to do all this despite the pressure from Dina to deny Bunga from doing what he wants. But funny enough, Dina doing this is actually kind of hurting their team. Checheon Cybers is in 5th place right now. They're in danger of getting relegated out. Dina has been doing really good, kind of controlling the pacing of this lobby by banning out some of these priority targets like the Adina as well as the Cecilia. But it's not getting the results that he wants. Usually these bans, yes, they work for the whole lobby, but it's also got to work for you.
That is true, right? That's the downside of, trying to target ban other people is you have to make sure, you are character, as well as your other characters that you might be comfortable on, right? So, like we saw Dina, I think usually he usually plays like all the mages, but I think recently we've been seeing him a lot on the Justina, and the Justina, I think also got banned out. So we're gonna have to see going into game number 4. I think we're gonna have a lot of bans here for the final game. I don't know what these players are going to be picking, but we'll have to see jumping in very, very shortly.
Sir, here we go. What are
right
the bans? It's going to be Adina and the Mai. So Mai's not going to be available for this one. Adina either. That means Akatsuki going to be going back over onto Carla for Bunga. So you were absolutely correct. It's just going to be the difference of a Lade sitting on the Lennox. A little bit safer than the Cecilia, but that means the kill secure possibility with Free at Last is not exactly going to be there. And the biggest problem with the Katsuki's comp is that this is so skill shot reliant, and it's very, very, very little margin of error on both of the characters that need to get the damage out. So JCP and Bunga, any small mistakes they make throughout the course of the fight, it is going to stack up extremely fast. This is a very risky comp from Akatsuki, but if anybody can run it, it's these guys.
I mean, not only is it not skill shot reliant, is without the Cecilia, they have a lot of pick potential, right? Because Lennox's pick potential is just to walk up and try to, try to pull you in, but it's really easy to dodge, just a roll. So yeah, they don't really have that Cecilia pull like that they had before with the extra range. It's just gonna rely on that typical front to back.
The fact that Mai got banned means you're kind of forced to play a different tank. You talked about this in round number 3. It's just not a good second half for Team Akatsuki, but they got to work with it, right? In the end, that's just the card that you were dealt, and if you can't deal with it, then you're straight out of luck. You're going to have to go into next phase and see if you can get a better hand, but until then, just do what you can with the best hand that you are given. The bluffs are going to have to start coming in tough for Akatsuki. Let's see if they can do it. Guys, the last game of the night, the last game of the weekend, the last game of competitive.
We do have a lot of swaps here, because most of the Mai swap to Estelle, so we have 3 Estelles this lobby. Obviously, Estelle should be banned, but this is going to be our last game of the day, so Estelle not going to be banned for tonight. And we have a Shoichi swap for Team Egoism. Another Shoichi going to be showing itself in the final game here. Game number 4 in Knockout Stage 2.
Oh, ain't that interesting? Is Pop Saksa on Usong University going to be the better Shoichi in the end? Or will it be Egoism's Shoichi to turn things around? Guys, last game for us. After this one, we determine which 4 teams are going to be moving on to next week's set of games. Knockout Stage number 3 that is going to be happening on Friday, 5 a.m. Central Time, 6 a.m. Eastern Time, okay? It's a Friday. It has to start late, so make sure you guys are keeping track of time for that. We'll be starting 2 hours later than how we did for today and yesterday.
Yeah, 6 a.m. EST. Make sure you guys set it on your timer if you guys are interested to seeing a Knockout Stage 3 and 4. And then on Saturday, we'll have Knockout Stage 5 and 6. And then on Sunday, we'll have the Grand Finals. Very, very excited to see which teams are going to be the ones to make it out of there. It is going to be, it looks like Dushiban tried to TP on out of there, but is getting barraged down by all of Busan people there. And this time, going to be able to get a nice early kill for themselves and secure themselves a little farther into their second place.
I also just noticed the Affirmation is going to be running the Sylvia. So that's 2 Sylvias this match
Oh,
as
2
well.
Sylvias here, right?
A lot of duo picks. Magician can be pulled back, will unfortunately take the fall. Happy 9 also running the cleanse. Okay, Shoichi running the cleanse. I guess we're kind of back to this whole shenanigans, alright? Okay, let's see how the damage goes. Happy 9 already invested the cleanse. That's not going to be available for the fight. But the
Ooh,
kill on the
gets him.
Justina
Nice.
is going to work on through. Bob Malsa still being a threat.
Dashing out of
So
there.
yep. See if Bob Malsa can actually do anything. Happy 9 does not want to fight this anymore. He's on cooldown a little bit too hard at the moment, but maybe the angle on his own sort can find something. He picks up the dagger, gets the dash reset.
Get him
He
here?
does
Yes.
end up getting the kill. It's going to be a trade once again. 1 for 1, 2 for 2. Bob Malsa going hard as possible. He's trying to get the kills. Can Happy 9 get anything? He doesn't go for the kill. He did have a dagger reset, but he didn't go for Bob Malsa. He instead opts to run away, but the sharpshooter is there to finish him off.
Egoism is gonna go back in. The human is gonna be able to get the kill. So, I mean, this is gonna be Egoism wiping, but it is an early game, so it's not too bad. And they do end up kill. So, I think that was overall like a 3 for 3 for the side of. It's gonna be a 3 for 5 for the side of Team Busan Vespa and Team Egoism there. Top side though, Demon Drive is gonna get caught. We have a lot of more team fighting on our hands here. Side Team Insider are gonna be fighting. Team Affirmation. Team Affirmation is gonna be able to get the Suwa. I think gonna be able to get the Suwa. It looks like Yuna and a great combo. Gonna be able to lock down the Felix there. Raccoon actually gonna be able to dodge on the Suwa skills, and the Suwa is gonna be forced to jump on out of there with that white lily. Yona gonna be forced to back on out of there.
Oh no, Rock.
Maybe gonna try it. Oh no, the teleport or the respawn back in. But wait a second. Yuna. Oh, it's gonna go down to the shield dash. Thought the Suwa would be able to live, but yeah, there's just not enough sustain from the Suwa just yet because it is still early game. And on the top side is gonna be Cyber is gonna be able to pick up a nice 2 kills. So much team fighting. And even in school, it's gonna be Wusong here. Team Akatsuki. There's gonna be spawning back in. It's gonna be the Shoichi just gonna feed another kill into Team Akatsuki here. Team Akatsuki be sitting on 4.
What's going on? What's going on, guys? It's game number 4. All of these teams really want kills. This is the most amount of kills we've ever seen. Yeah, in day 1 for knockout stage number 2. How many do we have? We got 11, 15, 17, 20, 25, 27, 31. Before we go into day number 2, it's going to start rising even more because Seer's going to get caught out, and the beautiful CC rotation is going to lock Seer down. Can they kill this Sylvia? Yes, they can. Free at last to finish it off. The Papyrus is going to be dodged out by Dushiman as well. Doing trying to pick up 1, but he's going to duck that straight back in. And there's an extra 3. JCP trying to chase down Dina. Cecilia trying their best to run away. Akatsuki trying to find something inside of Hotel, but the Tree of Life, I think, is going to be all they will be able to find. Bintum getting taken down too. We are getting kills left and right, Super.
Yeah, great checkmate there from Siko. Gonna be able to secure member from Team Affirmation and Team Insider on 7. I think we almost have maybe 30 kills once again this lobby. Everyone is just trying to get as many points as possible because they know this is their last chance to make it out into knockout stage 3 here. Great totem there and great return damage from the M of Magician. Gonna be able to force Revolut to back on out of there.
We are back onto the Bo Nadine as well for Revolut. This is something that we've seen quite often throughout the course of the weekend, so I guess we're back. Okay, Bo Nadine, and then you slap on the racing helmet and the Tellurian timepiece later down the road and say, hey, thank you very much. Have yourself a wonderful day. Get the damage in, get the pokes in, you get everything in the world. Jinhao using the Nimrod's Gate, trying to get himself out, but Magician is already in a little bit of danger. She's going to drop back in, and Magician goes down. 1 for 0 in favor of Team Demon Drive.
Yeah, Magician unfortunately not having the hat down far enough, so just had to use the hat trick only about like 2 or 3 meters away from them. So yeah, just gonna get completely finished off by Team Demon Drive here. Insider does have the Queen prep and not gonna look for an angle in, and they are gonna use. Oh, looks like the Leon is actually gonna force the Estelle to actually or it's just gonna force the Estelle off of the Nimrod's Gate, and they still tried to jump back in to get the Nimrod's Gate back up, but it's not going to be enough as Zico is going to be able to completely lock down the members of Team Cybers there, and a great Superior Uppercut to finish off that Cicella there.
Oh, Bintum. He's got the Ghost Fire on him. He's trying his best to stay alive. He's trying his best to sustain up. But there's the triple shot coming in with the
three?
Blitz. That was just
No, that's
two. Never
two.
mind. But the follow-through damage is still there.
Cypher skills.
Ballistic advantage.
That's it.
Raccoon. He's just barely going to live. But a kill already going into the hands of Team Busan Vespa, as the Estelle is going to fall down, so Affirmation will be lost without a tank for about 15 to 20 seconds. Pungwa getting the purple box inside. Did I just see a force core from somebody? There's Demon Drive picking up the Persona for themselves. Heavily tech stat invested by the Estelle to get herself out. Dongye. See ya.
Yeah, Demon Drive is going to be able to get out of there. Looks like Team Egoism is going to use that that lab. I don't know which one they got, but it looks like it's just going to be that human just going to be going in by themselves there. And look at how many kills are spread out throughout the teams here. It's looking like it's still really anyone's game to make it into the top 4 here. Busan having 8. They're in second place. Might have maybe secured themselves an insider. Ooh, the Nikki ult is going to go through, but it's actually not going to be able to, or there's going to be no follow-up as the Shoichi is just going to go back onto the Nikki. Nikki is just going to get solo killed by the Shoichi down here, and Magician is going to get Seiko as well. So Team Insider is going to be forced to back on out of there, as there is some life in Team Wusong there. Oh no, it's going to be, yeah.
They got the kill. Wow. Yay.
I didn't see exactly what happened. Did the Fiora whiff or something?
No, the Lennox blink and then blink
and
then missed.
Okay. Missed the play, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens, but they got the kill, so it doesn't really matter that much.
Nothing happened. We're chilling. Just a little bit of an oopsies moment. We can all bypass that one. All right. So 20 seconds to go until phase number 1 is going to be over. Guys, this is the last phase 1 and day 2 for ERM. After this, we're done. We don't have to worry about day 2 deaths and day 2 reses anymore.
Yeah, day 2, you'll get wiped.
But yeah, if your entire team wipes, you are gone for day number 2. Hopefully these teams can adjust for next week, but for right now, one last second, and there it is. Phase number 2 is gonna begin. Day number 2, phase 1. Goodbye, sayonara.
That's the final.
Nice, yeah. It was nice watching.
It was fun while it lasted. Having fighting, but yeah, it's gonna be no more starting. Basically now, because that is gonna be the last. It's gonna be the last game probably played on the tournament client on the last patch as well. So you have to see here. It is gonna be an engage from Team Egoism, but Team Affirmation is just going to be forced to back on out of there. Maybe we can look for an angle onto the human, but the Sylvia is going to get knocked up by the human ult. That is going to be a huge mistake, and now it's just going to be Felix versus the Shoichi here. Is Bintam going to do enough damage? It's not going to be enough. He's going to get focused down, and I think that's going to be it for Team Affirmation. I think they're going to go down in 8th place. Bintam is actually going to be able to get out alive. We'll look at the credits. They don't have enough to get all of their members back up. And I think a team has console here, so Bintam is going to be forced to just walk into red.
Oh, God. I mean, they're really close to be able to res everybody back. What's the credit count like? 189. It's going to be about
Team Akatsuki, they know.
Oh, villainy. Oh, this is not good. Bintam, he's got 15 seconds.
Oh, they don't have enough money.
They just barely do. They just barely do. But look at the mini map. Team Akatsuki's making their way down. They do not want to let Affirmation. They do not want to deal with this team any longer. But the reses are going to go through outside of vision. Rockman has to fight this. Bintam's going to go inside the fight. Shackling Anchor is good, but catching out onto the backside. That's a beautiful parry from JCP. The health bar is on the side of Team Affirmation. Not looking that great. Down goes the Estelle. Liquori is down, and the util fluff for Team Affirmation just doesn't exist. Bintam doing what he can, but he doesn't have timer left. He's stuck in the corner, and that is it. Affirmation.
That's
will go down. 35 points is what they're going to walk away with. Not enough to overtake Team Chechen Cybers. That is it. Affirmation. That will be it for phase number 1, unfortunately.
That's so unfortunate. Bintam, I mean, playing out of his mind, but yeah, just was. I think the Estelle unfortunately just put the shield up the wrong way, so just wasn't able to get any of the damage reduction. Just got instantly bursted down. That is Yeah, it's just devastating for the side of Team Affirmation. They will go down, and it will be our first team eliminated in Knockout Stage 2.
Yeah, that just sucks. That just sucks. But either way, Affirmation, oh man, they tried really hard, got through Knockout Stage number 1, Knockout Stage number 2 just is not their place to be. Pop Suksa will take the fall, and that is a full wipe as well. Wusung University, unfortunately, it's study time back for these guys. Hopefully we can see them in phase number 2, but their run in phase 1 will also end. We are down to 6 teams, but everybody's in shambles because look, Chechen Cyber's down 2, Egoism down 1. It is looking tough. Insider even down 1 as well. Yeah, these teams are in shambles.
Yeah, and the only teams that are looking really strong. I mean, Team Insider actually, they can't get the res though because Sua should have enough credits. Yeah, Nikki's gonna come back into this game, but I think the teams that are only looking strong is Team Insider and Team Busan, and they really secured themselves a spot in the next stage. So it doesn't really matter it doesn't really matter too much for these two teams, but you know, they just want to play because they just love the game.
I have a strange feeling Insider's 4th player is going to be a benched player. Man, Pyong's Nikki
Nani?
is way too effective, man, for Team Insider's comp and roster.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, I don't think McNally is gonna show up too much because I think they know this is the team combat, you know, that's sort of been working out for them. It was a little unfortunate because McNally was also a Sua player as well, but Yona is just you know, playing really well on this character, and you know, it's been showing with their performance in the, you know, 2 knockout stages.
The follow through, I think, from Yuna has been spectacular, right? And even aside from the follow up, I think it's more the setup sometimes as well. Landing 1 bookmark, the Odyssey onto some priority targets, and as soon as the combo rotates through, even if an exclusive comes out, is able to follow through immediately after with another Odyssey to proc that bookmark, get the stun, and then allow the rest of his team to get that initiation continuation going. So Team Insider, everything is just kind of working out for them as soon as they decided to go back to their bread and butter composition. Once again, for you and me, asking the day-old age question, why so late into Knockout Stage 1?
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, it doesn't really matter because it did end up making it out, but you kind of have to wonder, you know, what if they, you know, played... I think they did end up playing this comp in the group stages, right? Maybe that's why they ended up swapping, because maybe they didn't do as well in the group stages, so they ended up swapping over. But yeah, I mean, it's just working out really well for them. The first couple of knockout stages here, gonna wonder if they are gonna be able to continue the success in the later knockout stages once the teams get, you know, better and better here. Looks like Queen is gonna be prepped. Are they gonna look for an angle in? Looks like actually not gonna find anything. A great spell shield there to cancel out any damage for that Adela. As Team Egoism is gonna be on the chase here. I think maybe Team Insider maybe think there's a third party nearby, or they just don't want to take that team fight. And oh no, the double dice is gonna just deal so much damage. But the third party is here for Team Akatsuki. It's so unfortunate. It is going to be Bungwa gonna be caught, but Fiora and Lenas are gonna be able to get on out safely. The sights are gonna be turned onto the side of Team Busan Vespa, and there is the dice, and they are gonna be able to secure Min there on that Kadia. Very nicely played and very nice coordinated dive for the side of Team Demon Drive.
Yeah, Vespa taken down, 2 members gone, and this is going to open up an opportunity for Team Egoism to get that wick line completely for free. The entire west side is open, as Insider not even close to contesting that at all. Egoism with the blood sample. These guys are sitting on 8 kills themselves. Where are they on the score sheet? 18. They have a long way to go. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
Here. Surprised they're actually not sending it, but I think they know it's gonna be a little hard for them to get onto the Yumin, and then the Shoichi has cleanse, so I actually can't send it onto the Shoichi because the Shoichi can just cleanse the full combo there. So actually gonna try to disengage, and they're actually not gonna take that fight.
The only problem here is specifically for Egoism, despite how strong they are now, especially with the Wick buff in hand. They're a team that needs a massive number of kills. Look at their placement right now. They have 18 points. They need a minimum of, what is that, 24 in order to make themselves even tied for 4th place before we start.
And Demon Drive already has points, so yeah. they're gonna need like 30 plus points. I mean, if they get the rest of the lobby here, maybe. But it's lucky.
Yeah, they have to
Oh, Blink gonna be
pray.
invested from the Arda. Gonna have to blink away from that pull there. And now, you know, you're in a rough spot when your backliners don't have blink. You're actually really susceptible to just losing team fights because, you know, if they get engaged on, if they make a slight misplay, there's really not much that they can do. So that blink is gonna be a crucial cooldown for the side of Team Demon Drive. Gonna be on cooldown for another about 90 seconds here.
Yep. Despite having an Arda, it always takes time to put the Nimrod's gate down. If you don't have the blink, you can definitely just get bursted immediately. So really good utility that Akatsuki was able to force out. Why is there so many teams in Chapel? What?
It's probably a really strong team, I'm guessing, on the top side, and everyone is running away. Like, that is exactly the case. The Daehyung Cybers is running away from Team Egoism. Team Egoism has been chasing them down, and Daehyung Cybers or Jaehyung Cybers are just going to completely juke them out here. It's going to use their utility and movement speed or movement abilities to actually jump over the wall, and there. It's going to be Team Akatsuki going to fight the side of Team Egoism here. The Wick buff is still going to be active for the side of Team Egoism, so they can probably look for an angle in. And if they want to make, or to even have a chance here, they need to try to force some of these team fights.
Great recon drone, keeping track of where Yogi is at all times. This Yumin can do a lot of damage, especially over to Pungwa. So the fight is going to begin, at least for the time being. That is a really good grappling maneuver to get themselves out, but the shackling maneuver, the shackling anchor is actually pretty good too. Now with the Akatsuki kind of holding up themselves inside of this type corridor, yes, that Carla is going to be so much more effective than just the human throwing out those wind particles all the time. So I like Egoism, despite the fact that they're strong and they need points. They're still playing it safe. They're playing it smart when it comes to the matchups. But Akatsuki, these guys are playing it even better, right? They just know what the positioning is supposed to look like. They're not overreaching. I love this. And Egoism says, I do not want to fight you. Let me just leave. I'll look at you guys later.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing for their tournament lives as well. If they go down here, it opens up the door for Cybers to actually outplace them because they are only sitting. They actually are sitting in third place with an extra, maybe about 10 points, but Cybers is just able to close out the game, get a couple more placements in them. They can actually just, outscore them here. Demon Drive as well in that hot seat in that fourth place. These two teams, they're looking for that spot. They need to start getting some kills. And we are going to go down to our final zones here. This is going to be Hotel and Chapel.
I think aside from Team Egoism, all the other teams remaining in this lobby have a very solid chance at getting themselves in the top 4. So whoever dies next is going to be at a massive risk of not making it through. Right, that's why these teams are playing it so safe. We are back to what we saw in knockout stage number 1, where in game number 4 by night number 5, people are just kind of standing still. They get controlled over their specific zone, even
any team in the top zone? I don't think so.
I see somebody in
Cybers is in forest, yeah, because they walk down. But all four, there's 4 teams here. Oh no. So there's one team in. It's gonna be Insider. That's in Hotel.
Yeah. Yep, that's just classic, right? Nothing too surprising on our end. That's why Stage1 Cybers is also playing it a little bit closely. Villainy getting knocked out into the corner, but this is just a corner that I don't think Villainy wants to be. Oh. Yeah, but the fact that everybody is playing it really safe, I think that is what saves this Estelle on their screen. Egoism. The Wick buff is gone too. They just haven't been able to utilize it at all. There's so many teams coming in. This Stage1 Cybers going to be sitting inside the zone too.
Yeah, Cyber is probably like the weakest here. Look at their items. They're only sitting on about 6 gold or 7 gold items here in name, while everyone else is already fully kitted out. So Cyber's, I think, probably gonna try looking to play for that third-party angle because they can still make it in, but they still need a couple more points and a couple of placement points.
Cybers, okay, Cecilia. I forgot that was a possible pull angle that you can do as a Cecilia. Imagine if they missed it. That would have been game over, lights out for Stage1 Cybers, but luckily Cecilia is able to get herself to safety. Vespa, same thing here as well. We got 5 teams in the temporary zone.
Oh god.
Who has the most timer?
Cybers is gonna hold zone first, but being the first team in here might be actually come out as a double-edged sword because there's so many other teams that are just gonna start funneling in very shortly here.
No!
Oh my god, you can see it start happening, and oh no, Dina's just gonna get taken down, and on top side here, It's going to be Team Akatsuki actually going to send it on to Team Busan, but they're actually going to get sent on in response by Team Egoism. A great double bite there coming out from Demon Drive, actually going to be able to secure the two members from Busan. And Busan's actually going to be the first team to fall. Cybers is actually going to be able to live here. The Surf Stop is going to come out and push back the side of Team Demon Drive, but that's going to be it for Team Cybers. Going to go down next in 5th place. And now it's going to come down to a 3v3 between Team Egoism and Team Demon Drive here. Bonghua is going to be the last one left. He's going to go down in 4th. I think that should secure them their spot as well for Team Akatsuki. Team Demon Drive and Team Egoism. Who wants some more here? Team Demon Drive. Look for an angle in. Egoism doesn't have any HP to work with, and not enough timer as well. But Shuichi's going to try to look for an angle in, but is not going to be able to connect any of the rest of the skills. And it's going to be Team Demon Drive going to secure their spot into Knockout Stage 3 as well.
Indeed, I think that does it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our top 4 teams that are going to be moving on.
The same top 4.
Yeah.
I don't think there are going to be any changes. It's just going to be Team Insider, Team Busan Vespa, Akatsuki, and Team Demon Drive that are top 4. Moving on to Stage 3.
Yes, sir. But in the end, we still have one final fight left. It's going to be Team Insider versus Team Demon Drive. They're already starting to cook. Does Team Demon Drive anticipate this? There's no cameras. There's no cameras around them. They have absolutely no clue. This Arda is going to be in trouble. Nimrodski being utilized pretty early on.
coming around. Yeah, Dedella's wrapping around already. They know, and they know his position. Zico's charging the Queen, and they're probably just going to send it. I think Dedella's just going to come over the wall. Here it comes. Oh, but they get stopped by the Arda. Engage. There is the full combo. The Sylvia actually dodges it. The Sylvia does end up blinking out of it just in time. The Suwa is going to go do so much damage. Wait a second. The Adela should die here. Actually, Adela is going to be able to blink out of there, and all 3 members are going to be able to live in time. Can the Sylvia get them? The Sylvia does get the Adela, but I don't think they can kill through the Sylva. Yeah, I don't think they have enough damage here. They will be able to finish the Adela. It's going to come down to our 2v2. Can they get the Nikki or the Sue? I don't even think they have enough damage to kill Nikki either. I think Nikki's just gonna just way too many parries, just way too much damage reduction. I don't think they can kill any of these characters. Great. Wait a second. Can they get her here? The Sua's gonna get down to 1 HP. No. It was close though. It was close.
Yeah, it definitely was. Maybe if the Estelle had even the what is it? I forget what the axe is called, but the upgrade that you get the additional range from with a little bit of extra amp, maybe absolutely they would have gotten it if they had something like the blood axe, but unfortunately it's just not meant to be. Suwa reigns supreme yet again with the Queen of Hearts, 40% CDR, Don Quixote 4 days, and that'll do it.
Yeah, having 2 blood items. I mean, the Suwa went down to 1 HP, so maybe if the Sylvia had like maybe 1 extra item, or if they had that blood heal cut, I think maybe they could have had it. But yeah, I mean, Suwa just drives on those mage damage healers, especially since it's a Sylvia and an Estelle. But yeah, I mean, I've been telling you, the Estelle does do a lot of damage, right? You saw how much damage the Estelle did there, almost chunking down the Suwa with the Sylvia combo. It just wasn't enough though. But yeah, I mean, the Estelle just able to dish out enough damage, enough lockdown. But yeah, just barely not enough.
If anything, I think funny enough, Yona was actually caught off guard a little bit, because you also have to remember that Sylvia and Estelle, basically all of their damage is skill damage, right? So the shield actually disappears extremely quick. There's a lot of crowd control stacking on both the Sylvia as well as the Estelle combined. So the Sue was actually getting crowd controlled. Color me surprised. Even with 40% CDR and you just constantly pumping out those auto attacks to get the cooldown resets, you're still gonna get crowd controlled one way or another. So yeah, I think that's definitely a reason why it was really close for Yana there. Just didn't really have the leniency to get those auto attacks up, to get those Don Quixotes charged up, because they were stunned up, they were getting knocked up into the air, getting pushed back from the bike. Yeah, name it, they were going through it. So a little unfortunate for Team Demon Drive once again, but the fact that they're able to almost kill a Suwa late game with just a Estelle as well as a Sylvia, that's a little bit of affirmation for me, right? That's a little bit of confirmation for me that they have what it takes to continue moving down into the further parts of phase number 1.
Yeah, I mean they almost had it there, just a little short. I think it was the Estelle just not having that extra item because I think the Estelle was sitting only on 4 gold transitions, while the Sylvia had the pistol, which is why it came down so close there. But yeah, I mean Sua just thrives on those situations where it's just a bunch of just ability damage, and it's a bunch of melee ability damage as well. The Sylvia and the Estelle there too.
Yep. All right, guys, that's going to do it for all the games this weekend. Unfortunately, this is actually the last competitive game that's going to be played this weekend as well. There's no ERCS, there's no anything for the remainder of the day. It's just going to be a quiet Sunday to end it out. It's been fun, but we're going to have to wait until next week to see the continuation of this. Once again, Friday on the 25th. We're going to be able to see the next set of games. It's going to be at 6 a.m. Eastern Time right here on the Eternal Return Game channel. So make sure you guys come around and take a look because we're going to see some of the teams. We know which 4 they are, but we'll be able to see them go up against the next set of teams that we are going to be looking at. Now, I don't know about it just yet, which teams they're going to be going for. I'm assuming we're going to have to wait a minute here because they're probably working on the graphics to show us which team they're going to go for and what the actual phase progression has been looking like. But yeah, we'll get an idea of what's going on next week.
Yeah, we're also going to have ERCS going to be kicking off its first games as well next week, I'm pretty sure. So if you guys are interested in the NA scene, if you guys want to see some more Sua, I'll be playing on Sundays. So
that's the incentive you're going with. I see.
All right, we got a lot of Sua enthusiasts. Looks like in chat with all the sewage I'm seeing. So
yeah, true. Because they're posting the sewage, surely they're Sua enthusiasts. But here we go. Let's take a look at one final time what the score sheet is going to look like for phase number 1, knockout stage number 2. Insider in first place with 88 points, 22-point difference from that second place team, 66 for that team for Demon Drive to move their way on towards knockout stage 3 as well. And then a tie between Busan Vespa and Akatsuki, 64 points for each respective team to also get them out of knockout stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, solid showing from all these teams all around. Insider pulling ahead, showing why, the Nikki Adela combo is still really strong, and then Sua, just holding that team together, just able to, have those ice 2v2 and those ones. Just overall, like a really solid team. I actually played that team the Fearless tournament, and it did. Let me tell you, it does feel pretty good to play. You just let the Adela Nikki do their thing, and then you could look for those one shots, even on tanks as well. And you can slowly start to see now the journey that these teams are going to be having to making it out to the finals. We can see Team Akatsuki and Team Insider still going to be in it for knockout stage number 3 here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Team Insider looking a little bit cooler because they were one of the 7th place teams to continue moving on. But for Akatsuki, 8th place, they're going to continue moving that story on and on. Today, I think Knockout Stage 2 was a much better representation for me of what Akatsuki is definitely possible, is what their potential is going to look like. If they're able to continue their performance like this next week, I do definitely believe they'll have a very solid chance moving on from Knockout Stage 3, possibly Knockout Stage number 4, and then they'll probably start struggling until when it hits knockout stage number 5, right? Let's be real here. Their composition is a little bit wacky.
5 and 6 is usually when it gets really hard for these knockout stage or for these teams. But I mean, who knows, right? We've seen Team Always Incheon completely dominating every single played. I think it was phase 2 for season 6, right?
Yep.
We saw them just winning. There was a straight line down, first, all the way down until I think in knockout stage, I think it was 5. They had like a second, but just a great performance from them overall. Maybe we'll see that again. Maybe from Team Insider, they looked really confident on this combo, and a lot of these teams they didn't really have an answer. But I think when we get later into the knockout stages, the better teams are probably going to be more well versed into the combo just because the
Yep.
combo has been around for so long already, right? With G-Work, using that Adele since almost season 1 or season 2 of so yeah, we'll have to see how they do end up shaping up there.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, though, that was the 8 games for this weekend. Thank you so much for joining us for Eternal Return Masters. We'll be back next week to finish out the rest of phase number 1. But until then, please have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Sunday and a wonderful rest of your week. We will see you guys next week to continue phase number 1 for Eternal Return Masters Season 7. Have a good night.
Take care,
Bye-bye.
take care.
Bye.
Or morning.
Or, yeah, that.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형편없군. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니야. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서